Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Oh man. And shout out to I Am Waffles. I Am Waffles. I did check it out. First of all, I already had it. If you check my in the description box, it was already in the description box. And what I'm referencing is Real Talk with Yanni. She posted a short of the Pop the Balloon show. What a brother was saying. He was it was a woman that walked in this time. And it was a line of brothers, and one of the brothers was like, I can't even afford you. Right. And it was a very cute, slim, dark skinned sister, and the brother was like, I can't even afford you, and you got pretty toes, and then I'm gonna pop my own balloon. And he popped his own balloon. And you heard whoever was recording it, and I'm not sure if it was Yanni, and you heard her snicker and say, period, right? And if you read through the comments, it's a bunch of women doing one of two things for the most part. One is saying that this is a manipulation tactic, right? So he's like insulting himself into being like very humble to her so that she can be turned on by like his humor. So there's women that are calling it a manipulation tactic, number one. And then on the other side, for the most part, are women saying they wish that men, black men in particular, would do this. Just pretty much tell women, I can't deal with you. I can't afford you. Be careful what you wish for. First of all, men are already doing that. That is why, if you haven't noticed, that is why you have more and more young women saying men are not approaching. Like, are y'all okay? Dear ladies, dear black women in particular, dear young black women, Yanni's age and younger, so let's say early 30s and younger, are y'all okay? You're saying that y'all would like for men to do this more, and they are doing it more. And then on the other side are young women in particular, but even older women, that's 35 and older, complaining that men aren't approaching. Are you okay? See, this goes to, and I'm going to tie in the main subject in a minute, excuse me. This goes into like women saying these things, thinking they being snarky and funny, and let's get all the men I consider losers, at least right now, out of the way. So all of you average dudes, below average financially dudes, it's best that you tell me, because it strokes my ego, it's best that you tell me you can't afford me, right? That way I get the compliment, I get to get my ego stroked, and you move out the way so I could go for the baller dudes, right? So y'all are saying that now because you think it's only 1 and 5 and 10 and 15% of men that's going to be on that. What about when it becomes a quarter? What about when it becomes a third? What about when it becomes half? Y'all are not doing, I keep on saying the social math. It's so clear. So you have the women, black women, of course, in the comments for Yanni Short saying, I wish men would do this more often. Yeah, it's good. And one of the comments, I don't even know where you get this from. She's gorgeous. She deserved the best. Wait a minute. Did you watch the whole thing? Do you know this lady? She's gorgeous. She deserved the best. So you watch a what? 20-second, 30-second clip of a very attractive, slim, dark-skinned sister, and based off of that, you saying she deserved the best? What? And they call her shallow, by the way. Black men are shallow. Did you watch the whole thing, ma'am? Do you know this young lady in real life? Or are you basic? Oh, she's a black woman. She deserved the best. Just by the fact or the mere fact that she came out the womb a dark-skinned black woman, she deserved the best. We don't know her. We don't know what she's done for the world. We don't know what she's done for her family, her friends, her associates, her city, her county, her state. She's just a dark-skinned black woman. She deserved the best. Period. Point blank. What? So I'm Waffles. I saw it, and that's frightening. Oh, that's frightening. So for all the women in Yanni's comments, all the women that think this, black women in particular, that they wish that more men would act like this, they are. Be careful what you wish for. Watch your ego, ladies. You're saying that now, right? Be careful what you wish for. Because it sounds nice to kind of jab at men. I wish more men would just admit, that they can't afford us. You can't afford. I have high taste and high standards. No, sorry, said that wrong. I have expensive taste and high standards. I'm used to the finer things in life. I wish more men would know that they can't afford me. Yeah, that sounds nice and sounds empowering. It sounds that you're putting these men that are less than you in their place. That sounds nice. Be careful what you wish for. Huh? Be careful what you wish for. That sounds nice. Look, Mr. Z gives warnings here. I tell the ladies, are you sure about that? Like I said the last stream, or maybe the stream before that. Are you sure about that? Okay. I already put it out there. That sounds nice. Huh? Your little sassy ass. Oh, no, he can't afford me. Y'all living vicariously through this young lady. Okay, I hear you. So I'm Waffles. I watched it. Oh boy. And Indigo says that it sounds fly now, but and that's essentially what I'm saying. That sounds nice now. It sounds nice now. All right. And remember, I already said the young women are complaining that the men aren't approaching. Huh? Wait until y'all get on the wait until you get on the north side of 40 and 45 years old. If you think the men aren't approaching now, wait until you get on the north side of 45 years old. You want to keep on saying, "Oh, these men can afford me." I want them to know they can afford me by the way I walk, and the way I sashay down the hall when I'm in the mall, right? That's what women, especially black women, insecure black women, they want you to smell the status on them by the way they walk and they sashay when they walk, right? They want you to smell it on them. Dominic, I'm not gonna say your last name. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. Right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. They want you to smell the prestige on them. Right? When they walk, how they speak, how they stand, their posture. All right. If you say so. Be careful what you wish for. All right, ladies. All right, black women. All right. All that sound nice. All that sound. I'm saying it now. So whether that was Yanni that recorded it and she was snickering, whether that was someone else, regardless, snickering saying period. Okay. All you women in the comments saying, I wish more men would say this and just admit instead of it's good that he's doing this instead of bashing her. All right. Y'all not doing the math because you don't really appreciate what the economic situation is for men in America, not just black men, men. Once again, median household income in America, something like $74,000. So let's say $75,000 a year. Huh? The top third of income earners in America, I'm sorry, the top third of households in America are 100,000 and more. That means 2/3 of households in America make less than $100,000, or bring in less than $100,000. Better yet, y'all don't really understand what y'all are saying. Y'all are saying what you're saying, being very myopic, being very small-minded, being very ignorant. And when I say ignorant, I don't mean it as an insult. Like you really don't know. But you're saying what you're saying, thinking it sounds funny, and it's a good way to jab at men and jab at black men in particular, and a way to uplift black women, and it sounds empowering. And all right, huh? Oh yes, please. And Marfo says, if you want, I can post a link of Chisazed Coffee. He literally just dropped a video of young women complaining about not being approached. Yep. Yep. Indigo says, from G Money, you ain't nothing but a high price Cheerio. G Money from New Jack City. So to all you ladies who feel like this is empowering, I hear you. Sounds nice. We'll see. We'll see if I like this and I'm used to this type of restaurant and I live in this type of neighborhood and my ex-boyfriend took me to these type of restaurants and I drive this type of car and I graduated from this type of school and these are the type of friends I associate with. All right. Okay. I hear you. Right? Just like that young lady, that Nigerian young lady we covered the other day. She told you she went through her hood girl IG baddie phase. Now you can clearly tell she's trying to go through her black girl level up swirler phase. Black men don't think we're deserving enough. All right. And notice when they attempt to do that, it's the tone in their voice. That let us know what you're on. Dear black women, because Yanni did it before. Right? When they're mocking black men and they're trying to speak as if they have a class above black men, pay attention to how their voice changes to imitate some fake ass European aristocrat. That let us know what you're on. That's the frightening part. So Yanni, when you say I want to be a captain of leisure, you got that from the African sister from UK on Black Talk. Huh? And even when she said it, she said it just like how you said it, I want to be a captain of leisure. And y'all are imitating white European aristocrats. That's the frightening part. So when we say the myth of white womanhood, when we say they're acting white, first of all, that's not even acting white. That's acting like that's imitating a very small, select few white European women. Oh boy. Right? Wow. So let's be very clear. That sounds nice. It sounds empowering. You're jabbing at the men. Oh, at least he knows his place. At least he knows he can afford her. All right. Right. So continuing, let's get into the main thing. So Mr. Z is covering this not because of Donovan Sharp. Let's be very clear. Mr. Z is not a fan of Donovan Sharp. Right? Yanni is being very slick here. She's going at Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp is not part of the black manosphere. Yanni. Yes, he is a black man, right? But he is not a part of the black manosphere. So it's very slick what you're engaging here, Yanni. It's very slick what you're doing here. All right. So we already put that on the table. Fine. So Yanni is covering Donovan Sharp and whatever, I forgot the name of the white dude that put out that pretty much expose on Donovan Sharp, going at Donovan Sharp. Once again, Yanni, black woman using a white man to get at a black man. All right, we'll put that on the table also. Right? So let's go through it again. Real talk with Yanni, a black woman is using a video from a white man to go at a black man for his view on women. This black man not only has a white wife, he's not even part of the black manosphere. And the white men are going at Donovan. All right, cool, fine, right? So once again, Yanni, a black woman, is using a video from a white man to go at a black man who's not even associated with the black manosphere. This black man said that the black manosphere it's a bunch of losers and it don't even exist. That's the man you're attempting to go at. So let's be very clear, Yanni. Just because he's black does not mean he's part of the black manosphere. Right? You yourself, Yanni, said this man is filled with self-hate. Your words. Your words. Huh? Freshest in class, exactly. And freshest in class says, are these the same black women that say white supremacy? As a matter of fact, I really don't know if I ever really hear Yanni say that. You know what's very interesting about the black women that go at black men? They don't really talk about the dominant society that much. They don't really go at them because their primary concern and their primary issue is black men not bowing down and kissing their ass. So they don't really go at white supremacy like that, like that. I mean, recall when Chrissy was trying to go at me, and I mentioned the economic environment and whatever, and what's going on in this society, and we're in the middle of a you know a recession. I really look at it as more as a depression, but fine, a recession. And she said that was just excuses. These people don't care nothing about that. When did black women ever take a day off of getting at black men and insulting black men? It don't matter what's going on outside. It could truly be Armageddon outside. What that mean to a black woman? Planet Earth could be getting hit with a goddamn meteorite. That don't mean anything to a black woman. Especially these internet content creators. Right? Huh. So continuing. So Real Talk with Yanni goes at Donovan Sharp. Okay, fine, cool. But there's something, and this is what I really want to focus on today. My primary thing today. Yanni emphasizes once again wanting and telling her subscribers, we're not going to normalize sassy men, men that clap back. We want men of few words. Now let's pause right here. Let's emphasize why Z has an issue with this right here. And let's continue. Actually, let's continue so I could help put this in context. Yanni also goes on to say that one of her male acquaintances, okay, whatever, says to her, the internet is for gay men and women. It's not for children. It's not for straight men. The internet is for gay men and women. And real men don't go back and forth. Real men say what they say and they mean it, and they say it one time and da-da-da-da. Okay. Now we could pause. This idea, and this is how you know women don't mean none of that equality, egalitarian stuff they talk. Because once again, they want patriarchy by feminist specifications. Protect, provide, and shut up. Right? They don't actually want egalitarianism. They want pick and choose feminism. Okay. Why Mr. Z is pushing back on this idea is because we have watched for a couple of generations. This is pre-social media, Real Talk with Yanni. What that actually means for men in their health. This idea that you think, I don't know where y'all get this from, that y'all are going to box men in with this weirdo stuff. Don't you want to be a real man? Let me tell you what a real man does. A real man allows a woman to be verbally abusive. That's what he does. A real man says something meekly one time and then allows for his wife, his girlfriend, whatever, random black women to bark on him, to insult him, to demean him, to insinuate that he's gay by saying sassy. Right? To sign language, shame, insults, guilt, and need to be right. To sign language to him and sign language him to death. That's what a real man does. A real man doesn't clap back. A real man doesn't talk back. This is frightening, everyone. Huh? So Yanni has said it again. Remember, I covered it when she said it a few days ago. She's saying it again. We're not going to normalize men clapping back. Sassy men. I'm all about men being men of few words. Of course you are, Yanni. With all that sass that you have, the fact that it don't sound like you ever turn it off. You never don't stop talking, Yanni, huh? You never stop talking. So of course a woman like you, Yanni, would say a man that claps back, a man that responds too much, is sassy. Of course you would. What else are you going to say? You're your standard Young millennial Gen Z black woman. Of course. Hypocritical much? Of course. And shout out to whoever your male acquaintance is. You could tell them Z said absolutely not. I don't know who's raising these brothers, where these weirdo brothers come from that keep on endorsing this weird stuff. I'm a real man and I let women talk to me all type of crazy. And I might say one thing and I just let her keep on going and going and going and going and going and going. Because I'm a real man. And a real man lets women be sassy and snarky and mean and rude. And he just eats it because we're real men. What? I'm a real straight man. Only gay men are on the internet. How self-serving is that, Yanni? Let's go through it. Yanni has a YouTube channel with over 220,000 subscribers. Right? She's getting tens of thousands of views per video or per live stream. How self-serving is it for sassy ass, decenter ass Yanni to say only sassy men clap back at women? Men are supposed to be men of few. A real man is supposed to be a man of few words. Now, to foreign man in a foreign land, to FD Signifier, to Alvin, Eddie, and Josh, Alvin and the Chipmunks, Eddie and Eddie, to T1J, to Conscious Lee, to Professor Odie, huh? To Diallo Kenyatta, to Dr. Jared Ball, to Geechee Yaw. Does this not sound like a woman's version of a man is supposed to be seen and not heard? I want you to understand, I think Yanni's about 31, 32 years old. This is not a 60 some odd year old. This is not a 50 some odd year old. This is not a 70 some odd year old. This is a early 30 some odd year old black woman. And she's essentially saying, provide, protect, and shut up. And a man is supposed to be seen and not heard. This is not men saying this. This is a woman saying this, a black woman. Huh? You want to know why Yanni is saying this so blatantly? You want to know why Chrissy is speaking so blatantly? You want to know why Shira 7 is speaking so blatantly? Huh? Why Lexus Exodus, Mahogany Pink, all the rest of them are speaking so blatantly? Cynthia G, Paris Milan, huh? Divested Zealot, name them. First, Kevin Samuels, believe it or not. And secondly, because we brought them to the deep end of the pool. See, all the rest of you brothers, going back to the wayward ass baby boomers, black baby boomers, to some Xers, especially the older Xers, black men, younger Xers, some of you, black men, some of you millennial brothers, and even some of you Gen Z brothers. You want to know why black women are being so goddamn loud now? And so obvious and so in your face and so overt? It's because brothers like me are bringing them to the deep end of the pool in this conversation. See, all the rest of you, Steve Harvey and Dr. Umar Johnson, Shaq, huh? D.L. Hughley, huh? Y'all were playing patty cake with women. That's why they never showed their ass to show you who they really are. I want to be very clear. We didn't antagonize women to get to this point. We let them speak. We gave them a microphone and we didn't kiss their ass. And then they started telling you what they think about black men in specific. And it came down to protect, provide, and shut up. So while you FD and while you DL Hughley, while you Shaq, while you Steve Harvey, and while all of you were playing patty cake with women, black women, this is how they've been thinking all along. Jealousy of white women, envy of white women. When I say white women, I'm really talking about upper middle class and above. And the reason why you brothers didn't know it, or at least ignored it, is because y'all never brought them to the deep end of the pool in the conversation. These women started sounding like this before Kevin. They got worse after Tommy. And now post Kevin Samuels, the man been dead for 2 years now. Listen to them still. Huh? Baby boomer men were complaining about baby boomer women. Extra men were complaining about extra women. Extra men got their heads taken off. All with divorce, this baby mama, baby daddy stuff. Some older millennial men got caught up in that too. So it's not like y'all didn't know. Y'all kept playing patty cake with women, black women. And now your daughters, millennials in Gen Z, particularly younger millennial and Gen Z black women, sound like Yanny at best. Goddamn. Huh? They sound like real talk with Yanny at best. We're not going to normalize sassy men and men that do all that yapping, yap, 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 yap. You imagine? I want y'all to be very clear. This is not a man saying this about women. This is a woman saying this about men. Y'all want to talk about black men objectifying women? Black men being sexist? Black men in patriarchy? Patriarchal. Tell you what you sound like you're choking on. Anyway, y'all want to say that about black men? Huh? Oh boy. This is a black woman speaking. And if you strip away all the euphemisms and all the sassy black girl talk, what it boils down to is protect, provide, and shut up. And you as a man, you're supposed to be seen and not heard. Once again, this is a woman speaking. This is a woman speaking. What are black men supposed to do with this? To all you boomers and older Xers, these are your daughters. We're supposed to marry this? Fine, Yanny got her own money. She's good. She could not be married for the rest of her life. Cool. The women that Yanny influences, we're supposed to marry them? With this attitude, I want to be kept woman of leisure. And what's the incentive? And let's normalize men being men of few words. We're not going to normalize all that yap, 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 right? So essentially, I should be able to practice verbal abuse on you. And you as a man, because of your man code, you should take it and eat it because you're a real man. Ain't that right? Right? And Vince says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Vince says, be quiet and learn to take a hit. What did we hear from the young lady that was an educator on Themis channel? What did she say? We need to raise our black boys to not hit black girls back. I want to be very clear, just in case anyone falls on this channel who doesn't come here regularly. Yes, you heard right. This lady said to a LGBTQ black man, we need to raise black boys not to hit black girls back. And she was very clear. It was like scarily blatant what she was saying. Black girls are going to hit black boys. We need to raise black boys to accept the hit, to eat the hit. Don't hit back. Yes, you heard right. Themis attempted to get her to clarify. Themis was trying to get her to tone it down. She refused. She was very clear about what she was saying. Black girls are gonna hit black boys. She didn't say anything about, oh, black girls shouldn't hit black boys. She said, no, okay, maybe, but they're going to. And she mentioned, women's cycles and girls and women being more emotional than men and boys. Black girls, black young women are going to strike black boys and black young men. And we need to raise black boys and black young men not to strike them back, just to eat it. And the difference with what Real Talk with Yanni is saying and what that young lady said on Themis and Thaw's channel is what now? Huh? The difference is what? Wow. So to Steve Harvey and to Dr. Umar Johnson and to FD Signifier and to Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, and your daughters are listening to Real Talk with Yannis. Let's be very clear. The black community makes up 12 to 13% of the US population. Black women make up what, some 6.5% or so of the American population. Yanni probably has an audience of 40 and younger, right? She's in her early 30s. What percentage of the overall US population are 40 and younger black women and girls? I'm doing this on purpose. So Yanni and her 200 and some odd thousand subscribers, that's a nice chunk of black women, particularly under the age of 40. Huh? So how many of her subscribers and followers is she influencing to think like her without the money? Oh. Huh? And this is my point. And Fresh in Class is saying, Yanni gonna get these tethers and weirdos effed up. Huh? That's why I continue to say all Chrissy is doing and Paris is doing and Real Talk with Yanni is doing and all of these other female content creators and female entertainers, the Meg Thee Stallions and the Sexy Reds and the Sukiyanas and maybe not even that hood, the Scissors and all of the rest of them, right? All they're doing is just throwing salt in the game. Huh? They're just making the relationship between black men and black women that's already fraught, they're just making it worse. That's all. The vast majority of black women don't have, there is no escape hatch for them. So all the Yannis are doing are just making these women more insufferable, more bitter, more confused, more insufferable. That's all. That is all. Huh? This is frightening, yo. So I'm covering this today, really not for the Donovan part. Although, once again, something you can't say something about Yanni going in on Donovan using this essentially expose from this white dude. But even if we leave that on the table, right, or we dismiss that, we don't add that, better yet, there's still Yanni emphasizing that essentially black men should be seen and not heard. And that is why I cover stuff like this. Until you bring black women to the deep end of the pool, they speak very ambiguously, right? Which gives coward ass men, when it comes to women, it gives them they can misinterpret on purpose what these women are saying, what they really mean, so that you never address that your daughters are single because they're assholes. They're mean, snarky, sassy, entitled brats. And you never really had to address that because y'all didn't bring them to the deep end of the pool. You didn't have real conversations with them about intimacy and relationships and men And women, right? To see the little spoiled, fragile, entitled brat, risk averse brat that you raised. I'm saying this to Black America as a whole. Huh? And now that we're living through the era of post Kevin Samuels, with this oversaturated black man, black woman versus conversation, right? Black woman versus black man conversation. Everyone, for the most part, outside of the black manosphere, is so hyper fixated on what the men are saying and doing and completely ignoring the women. So if you think Mr. Z is saying, what about the women? That's because Mr. Z is saying, what about the women? Y'all have given them a fake ass moral pedestal above the men. That way you can dismiss what the men are saying as the raving rantings of some sexist, misogynistic, misogynist, wannabe white patriarchal he-man woman hater. Meanwhile, the women sound worse, and that's if I even grant you that's what the men are on. And y'all say nothing. I'm going to reference Kevin again. We watch Kevin speak to women. Everyone ignores what the women were saying. Everybody hyperfixates on what Kevin was saying. Your daughter's calling in at 23 years old saying, who wants to be with average anyway? Oh boy. Your daughter's calling in at 20 something. We don't need men. And now that we're liberated, essentially, and this is what the young lady was getting at, men are nothing but accessories now. Talk about being objectified. Huh? Everyone ignores Ebony K. Williams boiling men down, black men in specific, down to nothing but sperm donors. So now it's not just an insult that Xers and boomers were using. Now Ebony K. Williams said, yeah, no, I really mean it though. Huh? Yeah. This is what happens with a few centuries and just a couple of generations of anti-black misandry. Right? What's going on, Doc? Right? So yeah, Vince, the be quiet and learn how to take a hit. Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. And that's what Yanni was engaging in. And I think I want to say it was around like the 25-ish minute mark when she said that, something like that. She said it a little bit towards the end also, but it really is normalize men a few words, and we're not trying to date these men that be yapping. And whoever your male acquaintance is, Yanni, that sounds nice. Men are gonna Yanni, you out here, you're dating Yanni with your decentering ass, whatever. You're dating Yanni. You don't think these brothers that can smell you, they already know what angle to come at. So let's assume you're not dating this brother. Okay, whoever. Whatever. Think about how self-serving is that to say the internet is for gay men and women. Oh, how self-serving is that for Yanni, a content creator on social media who often goes in on black men? How convenient is that to say, yo, excuse me, I have a homeboy and he said, oh, the internet is for the internet is for gay men and women. Because if you was a real man, you wouldn't be responding to me or reacting to me. Nope, that's not what a real man would do. Huh? A real man would just take the verbal abuse and the propaganda campaign against them. That's what a real man would do. Black men, don't you want to be real men? Low key mocking us. high key. So whoever you are, brother, I know it's not you. Better you stop. Better you stop blowing up my spot, Z. Whoever you are, brother, stop it. Yanni got contempt for you too. Even if she give you the buns, Yanni got contempt for you too because you're a black man. Even if y'all get married in the future, Yanni got contempt for you too because you're a black man. I don't know where y'all. Shout out to all of you weirdo brothers who keep on regurgitating what these women want to hear to them when they're defecating on other black men. Everybody think they're an exception to the rule. Y'all see who Yanni is. Whoever you are, whoever you are, I think Yanni's in Houston. Whoever you are, everyone think they're an exception. You see what Yanni produces. You see her content. You see the way she speak. You think you're an exception. Why? But she take a liking to you for now. Huh? So the internet is for gay, and that's if she's even telling the truth. But let's assume she is. The internet is for gay men. Well, huh? And women. I guess Mr. Z's a whole B word. Huh? You see how women play that game? Don't you want to be a real man? Well, real men are men of few words. Translation: real men let women like me talk to them however I want, and they don't say anything. Real men take the verbal abuse. Real men take the insults. Real men will let me call them sassy. Another way to say gay. I see you, Yanni. I see you. Huh? And if y'all look at Yanni's face throughout this live stream, all the sass in the world, but of course, laughing and snickering at this corny ass white dude when he goes in on Donovan, but of course, Yanni literally is a holdover from them insanely snarky Generation X black women. Sassy that breaks the goddamn Richter scale ass Generation X black women. Yanni is just a holdover of them. No difference. If you're a millennial, if you're Gen X, if you're a boomer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Huh. Once again, of course, Yanni, you would take to think about what you're saying. Of course you would take to a man telling you the internet is for gay men and women. It's not for children and it's not for straight men. And men shouldn't be doing all that yapping. Yanni, you do all the yapping. Of course you don't want a man to respond back to you. Yanni, you are a gynocrat. A man's supposed to stay there and take your verbal abuse. That's what you're saying. You got the self-awareness of a goddamn rock. That is what you're saying, Yanni. Huh? Thank you, Indigo. And Indigo says it's to overcompensate for their inability to physically overpower men. That's all. So they want society to shame men that might be wittier than them and funnier than them and snarkier than them. We saw this on Zoe Williams' show one time, and what was the name of the doctor, Dr. Goldstein or whatever, that used to be on Zoe's show? This is way back. We're talking like 2014 era, right? And Corey, some sister was on there, middle-aged sister, and Corey and her went back and forth a little bit. And you know, Corey Holcomb is a comedian. So of course he switched, teased her up. He just tore her up, ripped her apart, faster than her, funnier than her, clearly. And when you finally see her start to get meek and she started to mumble, and you could see she was a bit intimidated and afraid because she had already done a couple of duels with Corey and got her head taken off. And I want to say his Dr. Goldstein or Goldstein, I forgot his name, right? I want to say it was Goldstein, but either way, he stopped the conversation. He said, "Ma'am," or whatever her name was, "you see what happened between you and Corey? Men have to deal with that all the time. You see how you feel right now? That's You're just being a man in this situation. Men have to deal with that all the time. And what was Goldstein saying? Women, because they just tend to um and Brandon, thank you for the cash app. Thank you for the cash app. I won't say your last name, right? Um Women, because they just tend to be better speakers, faster speakers, they communicate more. They just tend to be better at this. They do that to men all the time. So what Indigo is saying is 100% accurate. For those of us that are actually well versed in speaking, and we know how to present well, and we know how to put words together, and we're witty, and we just have that in our toolkit. The women want us to fight with our hands behind our back. In other words, you can't fight. You can't do anything to her physically because abuse, right? And then what they're telling you is you shouldn't be able to outwit her verbally because now you're gay or you're sassy. Oh boy. So what does that leave you with? I'm gonna tell you what it leaves you with. A massive heart attack by the age of 60. That's what it leaves you with. Huh? That's what it leaves you with. It leaves you with verbal abuse and emotional abuse. That's what it leaves you with. Huh? Yeah. Alexa, cue up the clip of Eddie Griffin showing black men died of massive heart attacks as women yap it on, right? That's what it leaves you with. Continuing from what Vince is, once again, and thank you for excuse me. Thank you for the super chat, Vince. Vince says, be quiet and learn how to take a hit. And don't grab the belt. Right? Yeah. Huh? And don't grab the belt. Because that's what, and yet, real talk with Yanni, this is essentially what you're saying for real, though. Don't grab the belt as I verbally whoop your ass. Don't grab the belt as I verbally dismantle you. Huh? And then we wonder why, 25% of our young men are marrying out now? Dr. Umar, you could talk about all that bunny hopping all you want. Yawn. You could talk about all that bunny hopping all you want. Great. Now you once again, you're just catering to black women's emotionality about seeing brothers, especially young 18 and 17-year-old brothers, bringing them white girls to prom. Yeah, because y'all are asking them to date Yanny. Get out of here. You're not even asking. You're demanding that your sons take real talk with Yanny to prom. Huh? Yeah. You're demanding that your sons take Bowser when she was 17 or 18 years old to prom. That's why her ass went with a goddamn white boy. Huh? Yeah. You're demand. How young was that Nigerian sister? What? She was what? 19, 20, maybe 21? Maybe 22? That means she just graduated high school a few years ago. You're demanding that your son take a girl like her to prom. Absolutely not. No, Dr. Umar Johnson, what you will not have is y'all raising girls to be like this, these type of women, so your daughters become these type of women, and then you demand that a black man marries her. Mr. Z almost lost his religion. Ooh, that F-bomb almost came out. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Huh? Y'all see Real Talk with Yanny's face during this live stream? Whoever you are in Houston or anywhere in Texas, that you think you're going to overcome this, all right, we'll see. Whoever you are, whoever you are as her acquaintance, yeah, the internet is for gay men and women. All right, brother. All right. I don't know who. Hey, look, I believe in when people show you who they are, believe them. Huh? Yanny is showing you at least a version of her on the internet and social media. And whoever you are, her acquaintance, I'm assuming you know she's a content creator. So if you don't know, maybe that's a different conversation because you're seeing a different side of her. But if you see her on social media and you see this side of her, you think, oh no, I'm the exception. That don't apply to me. I'm not one of these internet Negroes that's gay. Okay, all right, all right. That's the thing with men and our egos, huh? Women will show you who they are, and you think you're gonna overcome it, but you're gonna put that super D on there. Okay, yeah, that's it, huh? And Ismail asks, how old is Yeti? Yeti's like 31-ish, 32, something like that. And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? Huh. Yeah. And where's that comment from? Wait a minute, because I saw the comment. Oh, damn. Cheryl, you put a comment down. I'm trying to find it. Oh, there we go. And Cheryl says, it leaves with me leaving her ass. What does that leave black men when you have real talk with Yannies and people are demanding that we marry real talk with Yanni? Who is telling you decenter men, by the way. So let's go through that again. Real talk with Yanni popularizes the decenter men movement, or she helps to popularize it, better yet. Right? Okay, fine. Real talk with Yanni starts off she's sitting. Oh my God, it's so blatant. She's on this because she missed chilling with her friends and not talking about men and not talking about family and just going out and chilling and going to day parties and et cetera, whatever she said. So she's telling you what she's on. She missed going out with her homegirls and not being about men and whatever. Cool. Fine. I believe girls should occasionally go out with each other and do your whole powwow thing and talk crap about men at brunch because that's what you're going to do. Right? Okay, fine. Yanni says that. She continues with her decenter men campaign. And now what you see with Yanni is every time she open her mouth and she try to bring up these type of things, it's her trying to justify and legitimize why she's on the road she's on. So if y'all go through some of her most recent lives and videos, as a matter of fact, let's go to her channel right now, shall we? Let's look at some of those titles. All right. Let's I'm not even going to go to her other channel. What is it called? The Feminine Yoni or whatever it is. Woman is facing life in prison in South Korea for being framed by her boyfriend. Something like that, I think it says, right? And of course, it's a black woman, so it's probably going to be a black man. All right, let's keep on going. Right? Miracle Watts begs Tyler Lepley to marry her after alleged whatever it is. I can't see the rest of the title. Wild story with voice audio. Woman accidentally went to went on a date with a unhinged passport bro. Okay, once again, I'm probably gonna have to cover that. Black girl luxury mother speaks out after false information. Wait a minute. False information was spread behind her daughter's passing. Right? Woman goes viral for having nightmare experience getting Getting veneers with Instagram veneer tech. Okay, whatever. Either way, so first of all, we already know Yanni's primary income, if not her only income, is YouTube. So we already know that. Right? Secondly, as you can see, many of these are black men monster this, black men scary that, black relationships this. Oh boy. Black men preying on you, black men using you, black men setting you up. Huh? So Yanni's just trying to make sure she raise a whole generation of golden girls. Unfortunately for Yanni, she can afford it, but the vast majority of young black women cannot. Even as they get older, even when they get into their career, they're not going to be able to afford this, Yanni. right? Yeah. Huh. Not the biggie. Trell, by the way, Trell was referencing so many songs. Was it last stream or the stream before? I didn't realize it until I watched. I was reading through some of the comments on the live stream because I was listening in and like I was scrolling through the comments and I'm like, God damn, I missed that. I missed that. I missed that. Oh man, Trell's reference game when it comes to just the right lyric for what you're saying, top notch, right? And Trell says, Tachini, please date out. Hysterical, right? I don't really go in on Yanni's looks. I don't. I try not to really go in on black women's looks, even the ones that is supremely obvious why they're talking the way they are. It was so tempting to go in on Bowser's looks. It was so tempting because we know why she sound the way she do about black men. It's so clear. Once you see her, you know why. Especially when you see some of her older stuff from years ago, right? Whatever that is that acne on her face when she was rocking the baby fro. You like, I know why you on the black feminist train. I could see it. And now when she gets on, she got the weave and she's glammed up. I know why you had an issue with Brittany Renner saying, hey, ladies, if you want to get this type of man, go to the gym 3-4 times a week, stay fit, da da da. I see why you feel the way you do. It's so blatantly clear. Oh, it's frighteningly clear. But we're not supposed to just state the very obvious, bruh. Look at her. You know why she sound the way she do. Come on now. But no, we're not supposed to do that because now we're petty and sassy and gay and huh? But I don't go in on I don't go in on black women's looks, especially these content creators, because you don't have to. Let them talk and the argument makes itself. All I do is just put it in the context, right? And frame it. Huh? That's all I do. Because if I don't, then you have people like FD that come along and tell you and essentially tell you to be resilient in the face of black women's just in your face, blatant, insane disrespect. They're insane in your face sexism and misandry. Huh? And the best a brother like me gets when we're speaking to him is, okay, they're a sick bunch. Stop, bro. So the reason why we cover women like Real Talk with Yenny, the reason why we cover Chrissy, huh? The reason why we cover women like that. Paris Milan, the reason why we cover women like that. Divested Zealot, the reason why we cover women like that. It's because of how absolutely insanely blatant they are. And how many young women in particular ears they have. Huh? How many young women they're influencing. Huh? And Dr. D says, what's wrong with going to the gym? Lots of black men go to the gym. How do you think they stay fit? So for Bowser, and I hope you know who Bowser is. For Bowser, the reason I would argue she had a problem with Brittany Renner saying, women go to the gym 3-4 times a week to stay fit to get these type of men. Once again, Bowser is a browner skin. She's not supremely dark, but browner skin, black woman. She, how are you going to say this? She has a very blah body, right? It's not, the ass ain't popping, the boobies ain't necessarily big, the proportions or whatever is just blah, right? And I would argue, whether she says it or not, right? And I don't expect her to ever actually say this blatantly like how I'm about to say it.
The sentiment is, what's the point, Brittany? I'm never going to get the results you get. I'm never going to be seen the way you are seen. I'm never going to be treated the way you're treated. You're a light-skinned mixed black woman. So you get to be in the circles, even though, and let's be very clear, Bowser, in her mind, feels she's insanely better than Brittany Renner. She's of a different class. She graduated from Harvard, right? She's leagues above, just orders of magnitude above Brittany Renner. And what she's saying is, you being able to be in the same space as a PJ Washington is a testament to, no matter what I would ever do, I would never be able to do what you did. So why go to the gym? The end result isn't going to garner me being able to be piped down by multiple athletes, black athletes, get pregnant by one, and now I'm able to milk him for child support money. Now, I don't think that Bowser's that type of woman. I don't think she's that type, but that money be tempting. But it's just the idea of your looks got you into a space where you were able to do this, right? And so, once again, what I'm saying is, I think the sentiment that's coming from Bowser is, it doesn't matter. I don't have the look, at least currently, based off of this European beauty standard and these black men that have bought into this European beauty standard and this colorism and this texturism and this featureism. I don't have the look you have, so don't tell me to go to the gym, because I'm never going to get what you get. I'm never going to be treated the way you're treated, particularly by black men, especially by 6'6" tall, supremely attractive, financially well-endowed black men. Now, according to Bowser, she did date some 6'5", 6'6" dude once upon a time. Okay, whatever, right? But I think that's her sentiment. Once again, I don't think she will ever say it that blatantly, but fine, right? Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I would say to that. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says, Z, they're getting what they're asking for. Men, a few words. They are just too dense to realize it. They're to their detriment. Men they want aren't talking to them. The men who still want them are saying, I can't afford you. Say that. Oh, I'm actually going to leave this highlighted. And let's actually get into that. Exactly. Right? Exactly. Yanni herself said she put the vagina on the table for one of her homeboys, and he didn't go for it. Yanni herself said that. And whoever sent me that clip, please, for the love of God, if you're still subscribed to me, if you still listen, send it to me again. It's somewhere lost in my emails. Whoever sent that to me, please be still subscribed. And if you hear this, send it to me again. And let me know that's what you sent me. Huh? Yanni herself said that. Yanni, it's so clear, like, it's so blatantly clear. Right? Young men aren't participating in a game where way too many women, particularly black women, sound like you. Real talk with Yanni. Right? Way too many. That's hysterical, Toya. I ain't even gonna say it. Yes, I am. I don't like men's no more. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it because he hasn't done anything to me. I'm gonna leave it. Right? And I am awful says, which clip? I might be able to post it for you. There's a clip of Yanni, and her background is real dark, and it looked like she had like that kind of reddish or darkish reddish kind of highlights at the end of her hair, whatever weave she was wearing at the time. But but her background was dark. She might even been in the car, or in a dark room or whatever. And she straight up said, and I'm paraphrasing, but one of her homeboys, it got hot and heavy, and I guess they were flirting, and she pretty much put the vagina on the table for him, and he didn't go after it. Right? He didn't bite. So yeah, right. But real talk with Yanni, like you're not really considering like the way I speak. I consider what black women are saying. I consider it to my own mental and psychological detriment, right? To my own psychological detriment. I consider what y'all saying. Now I might think it's a bunch of crap and that it ultimately boils down to y'all just trying to beat white women at being white women. Say that again, Z. Y'all are trying to beat white women at being white women. Huh? That all of this ultimately boils down to a envy of upper middle class and rich and elite white women. But I consider what you're saying. Yanni, you don't even give us the courtesy, but of course you don't. You don't think you have to. And that's okay. Young men are telling black women, and they're not even saying it, read my Nikes. Huh? Read my Nikes. So shout out to the short that you put out and all those comments under there that said, at least he know he can't afford her. Yeah, that sound nice. Y'all think that's because it's just him and maybe 2 and 5 and maybe 10% of black men. You're not considering the planet that you're living in, excuse me, the planet you're living on and the country you're living in. Huh? For the vast majority of black women, black men are your best chance and your best bet into stability and middle class living. And you're telling those men to know better than to think they can afford you. All right, sounds nice. Why? Because you think you have an escape hatch of white men? All right, cool. Let me know how that worked for you. Huh? 30 years later? Huh? Sounds nice. All right, ladies. So, as you said, KMS, the brothers with the resources would never gamble it on these women. And the brothers that would gamble it on these women, right, aren't gambling. They're straight up saying, look, I can't afford you. I can't afford the risk. Ah. And the ladies don't see that for what it is. They think it's funny. Right? They think it's funny. Man. It's frightening. It's frightening listening to Yanni. You know, remember, we're talking about the gender that thinks that men lack self-awareness. We're talking about black women who think that black men, and as a matter of fact, that was some of Yanni's theme concerning Donovan Sharp. She kept on showing, because I guess the white dude showed Donovan Sharp's old pictures of when he was very, very heavy, right, with his shirt off and the man boobs and the gut sticking out and whatever. And so Yanni's going in on him and his shape at one point. And she's doing the whole, like, I'm not trying to body shame, but I'm kind of am body shaming thing, right? Once again, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Right? Like, where I'm not attempting to really body shame, but okay, cool. That's the angle Yanni's coming from. Fine. Right? But, right? So the self-awareness thing, that what she was getting at with Donovan Sharp is he clearly, and she said, this is supposed to be red pill, right? This is supposed to be red pill. This is who these men are listening to. Yanni, you're who young black women, you're who they're listening to. And Black Enterprise Institute says single Latina and single black women have the least amount of wealth in America. And yet they're listening to you, Real Talk with Yanni. What is that going to mean for a bunch of 30-something-year-old and 20-some-odd-year-old black women who listen to you, Real Talk with Yanni? Huh? What is that going to mean for a bunch of, once again, 20 some odd year old and 30 some odd year old black women who listen to you? Maybe even 40 some odd year old. So you are doing, and that's why I continue to say why y'all are such bad actors. You're doing well financially, real talk with Yenny. Chrissy is doing well financially. Paris is married and from what we can see is doing well financially. Lexus Exodus brags about being a woman of 6 figures and she's been earning 6 figures forever now. That sounds nice. What about all of your subscribers? Say it again, Z, for the 1,000th time. Single Latina and single black women have the least amount of wealth in America. Huh? Yeah. Freshest in classes. Yenny gonna raise the domestic violence rates while she talking, yeah, for same-sex loving black women. The DV rate will not rise. You want to know why? Because these Negroes won't be in the same space with black women to engage in DV. Right? Toya, I see you. And Toya says, not to mention we make more poor decisions, pun intended. Right? I keep on, look, my goal here is not to lead young black men who fall onto my channel down the wrong path. That's why I don't tell them to stay the hell away from black women. I know there's other brothers that say that. I get it. But this virus will chase you all around the planet because America is attempting to export this virus. Right? I'm not going to tell the passport bros to stay here and deal with black, white, Latina, and Asian women that think like this. I'm not going to tell SYSBM not to be SYSBM. With that, on the other hand, I'm not attempting to scare these Negroes into staying away. I'm not same-sex loving. I'm not telling decenter women. Huh? And then giving them a whole bunch of scary ass examples of the worst women, even though Yanni, you make it real easy. Huh? I don't go on Lexus Exodus channel all the time. If I really want to find the absolute, I would do the hashtag Matrix Woman, divested zealot. I just said her name. Lexus Exodus. I would just stay over there on the most insane Nazi side. I don't go over there all the time to bring brothers those women's content. It's not about scaring the hell out of them. You, on the other hand, real talk with Yenny, decided to go in on Donovan Sharp. Is Donovan Sharp part of the Black Manosphere? You yourself said he has an inferiority complex, so he's self-hating. Huh? Right. Thank you. Trell says, shout out to Edward Anderson and Charles Faulkner says this also. Don't go red pill for black women just to go blue pill for non-black women. This is something we say over here. Right? Exactly. And Indigo says they legit be whipping each other ass, written vernacularly for effect. Right? Wow. Then she got another one says mid start the 5B movement. That's real talk with Yanni with her video titles. Right? Jeez. This is true. And Longo says, doesn't need to be said explicitly. B-dubs keep going online and leaning right into their own stereotypes. right? Real Talk with Yanni is a prime example of this. So she's making good YouTube money. From what we could tell, she's cracking six figures. Luxury condo, BMW, that's great. That's perfectly okay. And so she done priced the box right out the game. Shout out to whoever you are in Houston. If I'm not mistaken, that's where she is. Whoever you are in Houston, shout out to whoever you are, her quote unquote male acquaintance. We'll see. Huh? Toya says, Jewish women here in America are, excuse me, Jewish women here in America are a great example of how deep the rot goes. When they start acting up, you know we cooked, bruh. And Dr. D says, Z, the virus has already been exported. It's just a matter of how many Asian, African, and Latin American women have been infected. I saw a video of a female Thai MMA fighter twerking. And it has begun. Right? Yes, everyone. Yes. And then on the other hand, you have Dr. Richard Reeves telling you, essentially, those of us that are trying to stay away, we're not being real men. So Yanni's telling you, you're not a real man if you do too much yapping, right? And if you're not a man of few words. And then on the other side is Dr. Richard Reeves, who says, if you decide to quit the game and just walk away from this, you're not a real man. You're supposed to invest more than you take out. His words. So what they're really setting you up for, shout out to the young lady who said it how many years ago and Dr. T posted it, what they're really setting you up for is to work, die early, and leave your woman the life insurance money. Oh, you gotta love it. That's what they're setting you up for. You can't respond back according to Yanni because you're less of a man. The internet is for gay men and women. And a real man doesn't do all that yapping, according to Yanni. Okay, fine. And on the other end, once again, is Dr. Richard Reeves telling you, and you can't walk away. Right? Last time I checked, Dr. Richard Reeves was divorced. Okay, right? But he's married to another woman, but he's once divorced. But according to Dr. Richard Reeves, you can't walk away from the system. You can't walk away from this setup because a real man invests more than he takes out. Wow. Look at the pincer move they're trying to put young men in, especially. Huh? And freshers in classes, translation, if you defend yourself, then you're not a real man. And that's what it looks like, right? Can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you what it looks like. And that is what it looks like the society and women are really saying. If you are a real man, you take the abuse that is handed to you, right? You take the abuse that is handed to you. Ah, that's scary, y'all. And y'all gives you 1 second. Gives you 1 second. Let me see something. Okay, yeah. Right? And Vince says, if you flinch, you a B. Right? Man. And Longo says, as an official UNC, back in the day, that virus was contained to a certain type of B dub, with a few exceptions sprinkled in. Okay, now it's like World War Weave hysterical out there. Lone blame young dudes, right? Yeah. Look, for Yanni to be early 30s, sounding like this, right? For Yanni to be early 30s, and remember, she's been sounding like this for some years, so it's not. She's been sounding like this for a couple years. Huh. It's getting worse. I think that loneliness is kicking her in the butt. That's if her and the male acquaintance aren't having acquaintances. Uh-oh. Huh? I wonder if that celibacy thing is still in action. Right? Shout out to that. I see you, brother. Let's say that let's say that Real Talk with Yanni is still doing the celibacy thing, and brother is trying to court her or date her or whatever. Yeah, he gonna tell her what she want to hear. And one of those things is the internet is for gay men and women. It's for women and gay men. It's not for straight men and children. All right, brother. I see you. I see you. Huh? My male acquaintance told me the internet is for women and gay men. Okay, yawn. And we're not going to normalize men doing all this yapping. Of course, Yanni. Of course you wouldn't. You are a sassy yapping ass woman. Of course you don't want a man to respond back to you and potentially hurt your little fragile ass feelings. Of course not. You forgot you're the one who said, I'm never going back in that dark hole. I'm never going back in that dark hole. Well, exactly, Indigo. It was very funny. World War Weave. Right? And Trail says she's on her celibacy-ish and he's just trying to buy a bit. By regurgitating to her stuff she already believes. We're assuming that she's telling the truth. We're assuming that she really has a male acquaintance. But fine, let's say everything she said is above board. Dude, that she's the male acquaintance, fine. Telling her this and she's running with it, fine, okay. And, right? And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says, the men who will still talk are no longer talking to women. A lost cause. Oh, a lost cause. But through women to other men as a warning. True. The message to other men for what she's asking for deserve better. Yeah. Yes. So we're talking past the women to other men, saying, for what she's asking for, you deserve better as a man. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Huh. If Real Talk with Yanni is saying, I want to be a kept woman of leisure, and what's the incentive? What's the incentive? Okay, fine. If that's what Real Talk with Yanni is saying, as a 31, 32-year-old, super sassy, snarky, exaggerated facial expression having, a lot of makeup wearing, traumatized ass, right? Black woman who leans way too much into the esoterics right now, right? Yeah. And baller ass brothers are supposed to end up with that. All right, brothers. All right. Whoever you are as her male acquaintance in Houston. Okay. Hey, hey, we tried to warn you. Right? Shout out to all the brothers who always think there's always one that think they're an exception to the rule. Right? There's always a brother that think he's an exception to the rule. She tell you, "Oh no, I'm a content creator." Oh yeah, what's your channel? Okay, you see her channel and you listen to one or two of her live streams and watch a couple of videos and you twitch a little bit because you're like, "Ooh, okay, yeah, she seem a little that's what she think about brothers." But you want to smash so much you overlook it. All right, huh? You want to smash so much you overlook it. I hear you. Huh? Fine. Hey, you get what you get. You get what you get. Did she? And Dr. D says she even admitted that she likes men that look like they can delete somebody. Her words, not mine. She then blamed black men for her choices. Her baby daddy is criminal too. Oh no, no, you're talking about somebody else. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Wow. Oh, okay, okay. I see the beginning. And you said there's this small hat woman named Elle blaming black men for being deadbeat dads. Turns out she had a child with a mixed race Pookie. I called it before I saw him. Yep, yep, yep. Sounds about right. Wow. Vince's emphasis on insane. And thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Yeah, Vince's emphasis on insane. Right. But yeah, no, it is. It is. It is. And the young women will listen to Real Talk with Yanni. She don't have the answers over there. She's just scratching your little itch of say something spiteful to the men, make fun of the men, mock the men, make me feel better about my poverty, make me feel better about my struggle, make me feel better about my current lifestyle compared to the lifestyle I dream of, make me feel better about the men I have access to, right? Because I'm living vicariously through you, Real Talk with Yanni. I'm living vicariously through you. I'm imagining me in my luxury condo in Houston. I'm imagining me driving this BMW. I'm imagining me being a content creator talking crap about men or talking crap about pop culture gossip, right? I'm just imagining me being you. So, in me imagining being you, I need you to speak like this. And so, Real Talk with Yanni keeps on leaning into it, right? Exactly. And I Am Waffle says, make me feel good, Halle Berry. Exactly. Right? Detroit says, you're doing a panel today? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's still a reckless stream, though. It's still a reckless stream. Reckless tax in effect. Right? Man. Trail says, imagine Z being a Kipling of Leisure. I couldn't see it. Right? Even if my lady earned that much. I don't know if I could see me being a stay-at-home dad. Right? Would I not work so much? Yes. But a stay-at-home dad? Right? Vince's listening to Yanni while she's listening to Yanni while manifesting while she's driving her Nissan Versa. I know what you said, meant to say Nissan Versa, right? Detroit says, you doing a panel today? Yeah, yes. In a little bit, right? And Fresh is in the glasses, damn Z, you ain't gonna FD it out. I don't think FD was a stay-at-home dad at any point, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he was a stay-at-home dad. I think he was at one point his lady was the primary breadwinner, his wife, better yet, no disrespect. His wife was, and then I think he was first, and then she was, and now, good ass YouTube money, right? I put money FD getting them 40, 50, $60,000 YouTube checks. I know he got, and so if all he has to do is maybe put out, 3, 4 big, because he has like 3 channels now, but especially the main channel, the FD Signified channel, he put out a good 3, 4, maybe 5 good, think pieces, feel pieces, think pieces out a year. Let's say he puts one out every 2, 3 months. Yeah, right. Get a good $300,000 a year. Ooh, I know that. Yeah, yep. and that's on one channel, right? Especially, I saw him do a think piece on the old CEO of General Electric. I forgot his name. Right. So he's kind of rubbing elbows with white bread tubers now. Yeah, no, FD making that guap. Right? FD making that he making that real YouTube. He not making PewDiePie money now. That's he ain't all the way up there. PewDiePie and them are literally millions of subscribers, like 20 some odd million subscribers type. FD not all the way up there, but and as a matter of fact, those dudes, and I might have said 20 something million. They might not have that many subscribers. They may have that many, but I recall watching one of those channels that tell you how much these content creators made in 1 year, and yeah, some of them are literally making 20 millions of dollars. Let's just say that a year, millions. So I don't think FD making that, but I know he probably making good hundreds of thousands. So even if Z was, I don't know, man, because there's something about being an entertainer or being like floating off of the floating off of the whims of others, right? That is just it's a little frightening. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Even if, let's say, we woke up tomorrow and Z had 50,000 subscribers and cash apps or whatever the hell, let's say I'm making 150 a year. I don't know if I still even quit. I know I wouldn't be working this much. Let's say that. But would I quit my jobs? I don't know, man. Right? Yeah. I don't know. Right? Plus, I don't show my face, and then we already know being part of the Black Manosphere is controversial, right? Mrs. Z been producing content for how long, and I even break 3,000 subscribers. YouTube said, what? Nope. And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Man. So yeah, I don't know. But even if I was earning that much, it's just, I don't know. Yeah. The idea of and so if y'all noticed when he put out the Swirlconomics think piece, feel piece, um he took it down because of the part of it that was speaking about the divestors. He know that's why it got it I don't know if it got demonetized because of it, so he ended up taking it down, editing that part, and then putting it back up. Because think about it, you spent maybe a couple months, compiling everything. You hired an editor. You did everything you had to do, and you're thinking you're supposed to be making maybe 40, 50, 60, right, thousand off of this video, this 2 hour long think piece that you spent how much money hiring editors and how much time you invested, and then it gets demonetized because of one segment. No, hell no. Take it down, put it, do what you got to do, edit it, and put it back up. But yeah, so I don't know if that's a lot, right? That's a lot, right? And once again, thank you for the super chat, KMS. And Vince, once again, thank you for the super chat, right? Man. And that's all. And that you see that with Tim De La Ghetto. You see that with what's his name? David Soul Company. What was his name? What was his name? The chubby Asian dude. I forgot what his name was. But like you see these guys, and they start off like you said, Trell, and Trell says, position yourself where you can receive enough passive income where your money works for you and not you for your money. Yeah. And you see that with a lot of the content creators. They start off with one channel and it starts blowing up, and they use their notoriety to create another channel or maybe another channel, bring in new people that help to bolster them. Then those people end up doing their independent thing. But yeah, like you said, They they create different channels so they can show different aspects of themselves, and then have the passive income come in. And so they start off like Z, um, maybe a video a day, a video a week, right? Something like that. Maybe 2 videos a day, and then slowly but surely, as they blow the hell up and start making that good ass between sponsorships and I didn't even mention sponsorships. That's another thing. But between sponsorships and between how much money they're making off of per video, right? And this is based off of, because like, y'all, it's really y'all super chats, right? But these people, because they're not getting flagged, they're getting that AdSense money. And that AdSense money, it matters, right? So let's say if they're making $1 per 1,000 views, and they're making 50,000, they're getting 50,000 views, 100,000 views per video, right? Let's say 20,000 views, 25,000 views per video, and they're doing this, you know, twice a week, once a week, maybe twice a month now. So yeah, they be starting to make some good guap. And so, so if you look at it, I'm not even really talking about kind of this bread tube, leftist tube. I'm talking about like the big boys, right? The Jake Pauls in them. They're making real, like, big YouTube money, right? That's why you see what's that? That damn, that brother's name was right in the middle. What is his name? That always Kai Sin. That's why you see Kai Sin the way he is. Like, these dudes is making big ass YouTube money, right? That's why you see celebrities start messing with them. It's not only the notoriety. They're making Kai Cenat. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, Kai Cenat. Yeah, they're making big money. You found the link? I'm Waffles. You gotta send me the link. You gotta send me the link. And I'm Waffles says, I need $10 on my Cash App. I'm being held for ransom. Oh, bro, found the link for you. Oh, let me see. Is that the one you talking about with Yeti? Let me see. Let me see. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Because we might be added into this. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, y'all. Okay. If we could wait. Come on, comments. Is this the one? That's the one. Good. Damn, you're good. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna put y'all on mute. Give me a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. talk with Yanni. Oh, oh, real talk with Yanni. Yanni, I am a heterosexual man. Okay, I am a black man born and raised in America. Yanni, y'all been talking for a while. Dude just bought a house. He recommended the coffee spot. You're literally making a video called Woman is King. I don't think, understand something. You're making a video, you said, that's called Woman is King, but you're turned on by this dude. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. Right? You flirting with him. The sexual tension is high. Your words. Your words. You flirt with him. You pretty much, like I said, you put the vagina on the table. You put it in his hand. And he says he doesn't want to ruin your friendship. And it turns you on even more. Look, I keep on saying, women, y'all keep on talking about how we give y'all the ick. You think you don't give us the ick? Now, this could be the same dude that right now is her what she said, her male not confidant. She didn't say that. What she said, her male whatever. Right? Oh man. Real talk with Yanni. We don't turn down vagina unless there is something extremely wrong. That whole friend zone thing, that's a woman thing. Either he don't find you attractive, you gave him the ick, or he knows that if he goes there with you, you're going to destroy his life. Huh? Detroit says Candace Owens just got roasted by Eminem on a song. I've heard this. I've heard this. What's the name of the song? I'll check it out. Right? Passport OG says that WAP didn't WAP. Man. And Indigo says reckless tax. Reckless tax. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? Damaged box. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's not the Candace Owens song, I'm pretty sure, but that might actually. That's funny. Oh, okay. It's called Lucifer. Okay. But Damaged Box. Trell, maybe. She might. Right? But I'm not. Look, I just gave the biggest laugh in the world, but I don't really want to mock Yanni like that. Even though it's super easy to do. I don't look like Yanni, there's a real question for you. Here's a real, I'm pretty sure she didn't get this far. She's not listening, first of all. But even if she is, okay, cool. The real question for you is, who can tell you anything? I think like the frightening thing about getting to a certain level financially or with a certain level of fame, right? You kind of put yourself in a position, unless you have real ones, where no one can tell you anything, right? Like if you are that breadwinner in your circle, right? Let's say Yanni is the rich auntie. She is earning more than both of her brothers, and she might be chipping off her mom a couple dollars, her dad a couple dollars, right? Her friends are, we know she hangs around with B. Taylor. Cool, right? Who can tell you anything? Who can tell you, girl, I don't know, that sounds dumb to me. Oh, you doing that? You said that about black men? Who can tell you anything? Right? And so you come out here and you produce this type of content. Yanni, did you ever really even date like that? Were you out here like that? And I'm not even just necessarily talking about here out there like that sexually. Were you ever really out there like that? Right? And Detroit says Eminem featuring JID Fuel was fire. Right? Exactly, Cho. Who gonna check me, boo? And in many ways, a lot of the women that we speak about here, they put themselves in the who gonna check me boo lane. That's good for your ego. What does that mean for all your subscribers who are living vicariously through you, though? If we want to be personal, what does that mean for many of you in the long run? Huh? Chrissy, wedding ring? Nope. Yanni, wedding ring? Nope. Paris. Shout out to whoever that Nigerian brother is. Cynthia G. Crazy as cat poop. Huh? And that gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? So, and this is pretty damn accurate right now. Yeah, no, look, to the thing with what we just saw, and by the way, this is definitely going into archives. And I told y'all, for those of y'all that clicked the link with Z, I told y'all, and so this lets you know that Mr. Z was not making it up. And thank you, I am Waffles. Thank you, I am Waffles, right? I told y'all, I knew it, right? Because somebody sent this to me, right? And I'm like, look, Yanni's not an ugly woman. I know, shout out to Trell, right? The chin. But Yanni's not an ugly woman, especially in her face. She's not an ugly woman, especially when she put on the makeup. And we pretty much always see her with the makeup. So we actually don't know what she looked like without the makeup. Noted, right? But if she put the vagina on the table and he didn't go after it, and y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. No, so if Yanni, if you put the vagina out there for this dude, and you say, and these are your words, right? I'm actually rephrasing it, but these are your words. You put the vagina on the table for dude. Dude didn't go after it. That either means he could pull women that he deems is more attractive than you, or he's just not interested. That's not how men work. Oh no, I value our friendship. I don't want. That's not how men work. Real talk with Yanni. That's unless you, let's say now you and dude, maybe this is your male acquaintance that you were speaking about earlier. Maybe, right? Either way, that's not how men work. Real talk with Yanni. That's just not. Canvas said, I downloaded the video and will email it to you if needed. You ahead of me? Because I'm downloading this. Right? Shout out to I'm Waffles. I'm Waffles found that quick fast. And you know, I am making a little bit of fun of Yanni. Let's be honest. But Yanni, do you understand how men work? Like, Yanni, you have a channel where you go in on black men and you mock black men and you insult black men. Right? You even went in on civil rights leaders. Black men that literally sacrificed their life for you to be able to insult them, funny enough. Right? You even went in on civil rights leaders, real talk with Yanni. And you out here putting the vagina on the table for one of your homeboys and he don't go after it? Wow. Do you understand what that means? Oh boy. Right? Train tracks. Meanwhile, you're talking to, and you literally are celibate. Or at least from last time we checked, you were celibate. So you're celibate. I want to say this is maybe before you really started going in with the decenter men movement. I need to check the timelines to see if this is before the decenter men movement or maybe a little bit after. Either way. So you're on this decenter men movement. You're celibate. And now the vagina on the table for the homeboy, and he's like, nah. And you said he walked you to the car and made sure your seatbelt was nice and right. Look, ladies. Yes, y'all can too be insufferable. We might chill with you. And let me tell y'all, like, because she is subscribed. Let's just say Yanni's homeboy ain't the only one that's been in this position. Let's just say that. Right? And Z has been in this position with more than just one homegirl. We'll say that. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Right? Yeah. Huh? Real talk with Yanni. Based off of your content, if you really act the way you do online, oh yeah, you're insufferable. Oh yeah, you a little bit too sassy, not even a little bit. You're a little bit too sassy, a little too snarky, right? And I could definitely see if you act the way you do online, I could definitely see why a brother would be like, you know what? Yeah, shape, especially, this newer slim real talk with Yanni, or slimmer at least. Real talk with Yanni, yeah, I could see it. But once you start speaking, if you're really as sassy as you are online, real talk with Yanni, absolutely not. Nope, can't do it. Nope. And that's not Z telling you to change yourself if you don't want to, but that comes at a cost. Go find the white dude or whatever brother is like, yeah, I'll do it. Shout out to him. And y'all give Z 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? Let me see some of your comments. Jake says, same Z, right? Dr. D says, some empowered chicks are just nasty. To be honest, she's not giving us the full story. Something's wrong with her. Possibly. Possibly. Huh? Possibly. Let me see. Wait a minute. Where is that passport? Passport OG says, if I had her subs, I'd decenter men too. Right? Dr. D says, some cat just doesn't smell operational. Thank you, KMS. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Let me read this one now. And KMS says, watched video. It's cringe. According to her, dude was closing on a house, has paper, and was stimulating her mentally and sexually, i.e., she could be seen with him. Exactly. He dumped her to prove my point, or dumped her proved my point, or I think you meant to say prove my point. Yeah. Yep. Man. I laughed. I gave a good laugh. But look, these are real people. I'm assuming these people aren't hired by some alphabet boys to sow discord in the black community, right? Every once in a while, when I put my tinfoil hat on, nice and snug, I think these people are agents. But no, I think Real Talk with Yenny is just your standard ass young millennial black woman with all the sass and snark in the world, who let's be honest, okay, she got some some stick to itness, and she has some discipline, and she puts out her content. I'm assuming she edits her content by herself and everything. So shout out to her for that, right? And I think she kind of stumbled into making some real numbers and then making some real money off of YouTube. And this is what she's going with, right? And she's became somewhat YouTube famous, at least to a certain extent, with it. And this is what she's going with fine. And I think she's just your that's why I cover Yanni. She is your like extra standard. And when I say average, that's not to be insulting in this case. Extra standard average black woman content creator, right? She is your average black woman who just so happens to younger, not young, but younger black woman who just happens to be a content creator. Right? And that's why we cover women like Real Talk with Yanni. Because she doesn't necessarily, now she has a mission with the Decentering men, but at first she didn't necessarily have a mission. She just was kind of going with whatever, right? We already know about her weight loss journey and her exercise journey and et cetera, et cetera. But now you can see, look, whoever dude is, he at least knows you enough to say, yeah, nah. And you said y'all been chilling for a while, right? And he was stimulating exactly what KMS said. He was stimulating you mentally and sexually. He's closing on a house. So this is a brother that can afford a house by himself. That means he can afford the mortgage. He's going to be able to afford the appliances. He's going to be able to afford the utilities all by himself. That mean, and you're living in Houston last time I checked. So he's living in Houston. So brother is at least papered up to some degree, because if you are a YouTube creator and you're making over 100 a year, according to you, you kind of let this slip a couple of times. So I'm guessing brother is making as much as you, if not a little bit more. Not even, because you have a condo, right? He's closing on a house. So yeah. Huh. Man. Passport OG says probably could because she wants a baby. He ain't stupid. I don't know, because I've heard Yanni speak on this before, and she said she's not bringing a child into this world if she can't afford a home and she can't, whatever. So I'm guessing the brother checked off every single one, or at least the vast majority of her, checklist, because y'all know women have their checklist. And like you said earlier, like she was just turned on by him because he checked off everything on the checklist. Shout out to that brother, but he's not the one who's interested. And we could tie that story into so many things that we talk about in the Black manosphere. The brothers that oftentimes are very attracted to these women and who would love to be with these women, as wayward as they are, the sisters aren't interested. And then the brothers they are interested in don't be interested in them. And so they do this thing on YouTube and they go after men, and men are colorist and featurist and texturist, and they're anti-black and they're sexist and misogynist and misogynoirist. And really, it's just that the brothers that you found attractive don't find you attractive. And this is exactly this is Lion's point right here. This now we in Lion's bag, and Lion says, but she wasn't hitting on his checklist. Hypergamy denied. And this is something that you stress all the time. Exactly. Your point has been proven, sir. Right? Exactly. Oh man. Right. Yeah. And it's something, and I'm assuming the story is the truth. We're assuming like all of this is true. Let's say everything she said, at least here, is above board. You recorded yourself saying that, Real Talk with Yanni. You go in on black men. We're assuming that this isn't not a white guy too, by the way, or a non-black guy. So we're assuming that it's not a non-black man. Yanni, you've been going in on black men for some years. Yanni. So a brother, we're assuming, that hits your checklist, you don't hit his checklist. At least not enough to turn that friendship into a situationship at the least. Huh? And KMS says he hit everything but her box. Hysterical. And Lion says that's what I'll be talking about. Hypergamy cannot be optimized unless the man says yes. And she ran right into the wall of that and then turned around and admitted it to us. Right? And admitted it to us. Man. And this goes to what we're saying. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't care what Sarge Willie Pete says. And would shout out to Sarge Willie Pete, brother. I still see you as an elder in this space. All the respect in the world to you. Don't tell me Chrissy ain't show you who she is, and you was like, yeah, actually no. And she ain't feel a certain way. I put money. You know how Chrissy looked for real, and I put money. She tried to. Y'all were talking to each other, and you know how she look, and she know how you look. She was probably turned on by you, and you were not turned on by her. It's not just an ideological disagreement and difference between you and Chrissy. I put money. She was feeling you, and you were not feeling her. I don't ever expect for you to admit it. Right? She probably said, he over here talking about all this dark skin this and dark skin that. Huh? I put money. Why does this matter, everyone? Is Mr. Z turning his channel into a gossip channel? No. Why does this matter? Because these bad actors are taking personal experiences and however they interpret their personal experiences, and they are waging a jihad against black men. Oftentimes because the Negroes they find attractive and appealing aren't interested in them. I want y'all to understand now. Bowser told us this. Real Talk with Yanni told us this. Remember, that's another clip that she had. I don't know where it is now, where she was like, you know who needed a hug? 16-year-old me. Where she was speaking about it was a white woman, I think, who started off the trend of speaking about the difference they feel when they were the ugly duckling, essentially, and then how men treat them now that they've, with the glow up, post glow up. And Real Talk with Yanni was speaking about that, and she was speaking. One of something she said when she was covering that was like, you know who needed a hug? The 16-year-old me. In other words, she feel a certain way about you brothers in high school not being attracted to her, and when she was heavier, and she felt like she wasn't really sought after like that. You let these women talk long enough. That's why I said, y'all, all of y'all don't be bringing them to the deep end of the pool. FD signifier, foreign man in a foreign land. So you listen to their shallow ass excuses for why black men ain't ish and how black men have harmed them and the colorism and the sexism and the anti-black misandries and that. And you listen to that surface level bull crap. Diallo Kenyatta, Steve Harvey, Dr. Umar Johnson, huh? And y'all never take them to the deep end of the pool so they can really tell you, my problem with these Negroes is that they won't protect, provide, and shut up. Not enough of them are 6'5", extremely good looking, chiseled chin, six-pack abs, 8, 9, 10-inch member. Be everything I want you to be, and then provide, protect, and shut up. Just be good arm candy. So you take these women, even them hotep ass black women, you take them at face value. That shallow crap that they be saying in the beginning of a conversation. When y'all first start talking about black men, and y'all don't go in the weeds with them. Y'all don't go into the deep end of the pool in the conversation. Y'all don't really let them talk, and y'all continue to reframe what they're saying in ways that are more palatable, right? Kinder, softer sounding, right? You use artful language to describe what they're saying. And that's with you not even taking them to the deep end of the pool. Just taking them to the middle of the pool, they start sounding crazy, and y'all reframe it for them. Huh? No, this is how they sound for real. So it's a whole lot of women that feel a certain way about being rejected by black boys and young black men when they were in their college years or when they were children. Huh? Vince says lame girl with money equal lame boy with money. Oh, y'all forgot black women can't be lame. Black women can't be socially awkward. That's a men are the ones that are socially awkward, not women. Huh? Men are the ones who can't take social cues, not women. Men are the ones who have a problem with rejection, not women. And you know, this is everybody's favorite thing to tell us. When women feel a certain way and they feel insecure, they have low self-esteem, they turn inwards. They take it off on themselves. They're self-destructive. They don't take it, they don't blow up on people. They don't take it off on others. Okay, yeah, that's it. Have you ever seen the black community? Huh? That's what we keep on being told. And once again, thank you for the super chat, KMS. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, thank you for the other super chat. KMS says, him protecting the friendship. Let me do that again. Him, quote unquote, protecting the friendship was code for be you crazy. Let me keep you friendship zoned for the greater good of my sanity. I've been there, bruh. I've been there. I've been there. Eventually, I got snapped on for something super benign by that same person, but I really know where that energy came from. I just never said it to them. Like, I know why you really got an issue with me. Huh? I know what the real issue is. And by the way, that person snapped on me post-girlfriend. Post me and my lady getting together. But I know why they really snapped on me. But I kept them in the friend zone because I already knew. I already knew I'm not living up to none of your delusions, bro. I'm not. So yeah, no, KMS, I've been there too. I've been there too. Huh? I ain't gonna tell y'all who, but somebody in the chat who knows me know one of the people I'm talking about. Right? Huh? No, I've been snapped on too. And KMS, yes, yeah. I've been in that position too. Yep. And we keep on being told, well, men don't know how to handle rejection. Women know how to handle rejection. A lot of these female, it's crazy to me. And I wonder if FD was playing around or doing the whole, yeah, I hear you thing when I said to him, y'all never considered that a lot of these women are just adult ass children throwing temper tantrums and they still mad about who didn't find them attractive in high school. I wonder if he was playing around when he said, oh yeah, he probably was. Y'all, wait, so y'all think that's just a man and boy thing? Y'all don't think that there's 30 and 40 and 50-year-old black women who still mad about the type of men that they feel they should have access to that they don't? So they mad at the world, they put out think pieces, wait, so you think everything these black women are saying and doing, not just on the internet, but in real life, I'm talking about politicians, I'm talking about actresses, I'm talking about thinkers and movers and shakers all over this society. You think some of them are not coming from a negative place? You think it's all above board? You think it's all in good faith? Huh? You think everything Bowser is saying is out of good faith, FD signifier and foreign man in a foreign land? Now I know FD signifier knows better. This one, I'll go out on a limb and say he know better. FD see what I see. He know what her real issue is. She ain't the one. And she's livid about it. Huh? She's livid about it. Bowser is livid that she don't have a certain look. Or maybe I should say that a bit different. That the world doesn't treat her look the way it treats Issa Rae. Sorry, Lisa Rae. Lisa Rae back in the 90s. Because you know, I'm purposely naming light-skinned women. She feels a certain way that she doesn't get the Rihanna treatment, the Beyonce treatment. Huh? And Oliver the Grace is right. The Nia Long treatment, exactly. Oliver the Grace says, listen, I've been saying the ish was crazy. The yitch was crazy. Shout out to Larry June. Hey, bro, I ain't gonna say nothing else because hey, you know she subscribed though, right? Huh? And them delusions are real, y'all. So, dear Real Talk with Yanni, if you see you put the vagina on the table and we ain't go after it, I don't care who this brother is. Shout out to that brother for playing it real smooth. Shout out to him for playing it real smooth. Because now you gave Yanni a story. You didn't outright, you rejected her, but you didn't do it in a very mean and callous way, the way a woman would. You did it the other way, that a woman would. Right? You let her down gently and you gave her the friend. You friend zoned her. Look, man, I've been there. I've been there. Shout out to all of us that have been there. You friend zone a woman, a black woman. Ooh, but what I will say to this brother is you had to have done it smooth because she's not angry and resentful about it, and she recorded herself talking about it. Right? Trell said gave her the kiss on the forehead. Right? But yeah, KMS, you 100% right. You see, Oliver the Gray agreed with you. Right? Protecting the friendship is code for be you crazy. Let me keep you friendship zoned for the greater good of my sanity. Look. Thank you, I'm Waffles. It's not you, it's me. Right? But we're human beings. I don't know where we get off in this society talking to men like they're not human beings. I know y'all want to boil men down to human doings. Shout out to Western society. Shout out to white people. Right? Shout out to white men. Shout out to white women. Shout out to black women. I get it. Y'all want to boil men down to human doings, particularly black men. Right? I get it. So you never consider that black men will see things that they don't find appealing, don't find attractive, and put the vagina on the back burner. Nope, I don't want it. I don't want it, sex. I don't want it. For those of you that ever saw the clip of the white streetwalker from down here in South, it's years old. This is forever old. White streetwalker from South Florida tried to flirt with and give her services, we'll say, to was it an older or middle-aged Haitian brother? And I think he was at the bus stop. I went in for the bus. He was at the bus stop, and you know, she advertised her services to this brother, right? And he ended up striking her, but she just wouldn't stop, and he didn't get in trouble or anything like that. She's the one who actually got in trouble, but because she was super persistent, and he said, "I don't want any sex. I went in for the bus." So whenever y'all hear me say that, that's what I'm referencing. And y'all probably could still find a news clip somewhere on YouTube. But yeah, um, yeah. So yeah, so real talk. When Yenny put the vagina on the table and he said, "I don't want sex." Man, and if you see a man do that, he's not. It's beyond not interested. So y'all been flirting and whatnot, and he's been turning you on more and more. And he suggested where you should go to work on your think piece, feel piece, right? Peddling her wares. That's a good one, Trill. That's the way. That's what I should have said. That's good. That's good. Peddling her wares. She was peddling her wares, and he said, "I don't want sex." Right? Man. So real talk with Yen, and think about this too, right? Real talk with Yenny. Look at what you said. You were working on a video called "Women is King." So you're dealing with a brother that at least is financially good enough to close on his own home by himself. He's closing on his own home by himself. I said himself earlier, sorry. By himself. Right? And you were turned on by him. Okay, fine. So I'm assuming he's physically attractive to you also. Cool. And you put the vagina on the table for him. Your words, not what he's interpreting, and then he's the one coming to us on social media telling us your words. And he turned it down. We're human beings too, dear women, dear black women. Believe it or not, black men are human beings too. And I wish more and more of us would tell y'all why we not trying to smash. This brother was nice. He ain't tell you why. He told you friendship. If you believe that, if you want to, real talk with Yenny. Huh? Closing on it. So that means he's papered up enough. He checked off all the boxes for you. And shout out to Lion, you don't qualify. No wonder y'all felt a way about the plumber. Uh-oh. No wonder y'all felt no. That's why. Ah, there we go. Real talk with Yenny. That's why you were so much on the plumber, huh? That's why you were calling in, because you know what it feels like for a man to essentially tell you you don't qualify. Huh? The brother didn't say it overtly. Now, once again, we're assuming that this is not the same brother that you're calling your male acquaintance now. But even if it is, if y'all ain't smashing, huh? So at least once that brother told you you don't qualify. At least once. He didn't say it overtly like that, but guess what? His actions showed it. Now, when Mr. Z says, I'm part of the Black Manosphere, I talk. This is what Mr. Z does. I talk. I put these young men's actions into words. I frame what women are doing and saying in a way that we can understand. Cool. As I said before, most black men are not going to. Y'all don't want these Negroes to say anything? They won't. Fine. Their actions will say it for you. I said that wrong. Their actions will say it for them. There we go. So this brother didn't overtly tell you what it is. He actually let you down pretty nice and pretty soft. His actions told you you didn't qualify. Now, he framed it real nice for you and put it in the bow, right? Packaged it up real nice for you. Put it in the bow, pretty much did the same thing to you that women do to men, right? The friend zone thing. No, we cool, we friends. I don't want to mess that up. Right? I said it. These men's actions will say it. Mr. Z is doing the talking over here in the Black Manosphere. These other men know, because y'all keep on telling them, don't hurt women's feelings. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. We already know black women can't handle rejection. The funniest thing in the world is women talking about how men can't handle rejection. Get the entire hell out of here. Black women, we already know y'all can't handle rejection, so the brother let her off nice. Friend zone. Huh? Yeah. And Oliver the Great, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Right? Oh yeah, and Vince saying ugly girl with money equals lame boy with money. Yeah, yeah. Huh. Vincent, sign the paperwork. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Sign the paperwork. Apparently this brother said sign the paperwork too. Whoever that random brother is, he's agreeing with Ed. He said, hey Z, sign the paperwork, get her out of here. Oh, sign the paperwork, Z. Sign the motherfucking paperwork. Oh. He was closing on the home, Oliver. Oliver the Great says, did the sex offer of solicitation happen after he bought the home? He was closing on the home. He was closing on the home. Man. Ah. Yep. She was already turned on by him. He's closing on a home. He's the one who suggested a coffee spot for her to do her work in, right? And listen to what she said. He knows I'm impulsive. He knows I'm impulsive, so he kind of turned me down. That's a reason why he would actually say yes. The whole goal is to get you to that point so you can say yes. You were there and he said no. Oh, Yanni, there's no way you don't understand. There's no way you don't understand what happened here, Yanni. You're a grown-ass woman, Yanni. You don't understand. You actually do understand. I hope you understand, actually. Remember, you're the one, Yanni, that said to MTR, if you was a woman, you would have been taken each and which way. Translation, if MTR wasn't a man and he was a woman, then men would be running through a female MTR, a woman MTR. Translation of what Real Talk when Yanni was trying to say. Yanni, if you didn't realize what your homeboy just did, or not just did, because this is a year old plus, right? Right. And better use is in Ebony K voice. I throw the whop at him if he owns the home, if he owns it. Like literally though. And that's why we're covering this, Yanni. That's why I'm covering you. Real Talk with Yanni. You are a real black woman. Clearly. What you're engaging in, what makes it so dangerous is the women that listen to you, the young women that are influenced by you and listen to you, they can't afford to live this way that you're speaking. They can't afford it. They can't afford to live the way you're speaking. Real Talk with Yanni. Oh boy. I kept on referencing this. Shout out to, oh man, look, shout out to you, I Am Waffles, for finding this. I kept on referencing it. Right? And now that I actually have it, like, this go, look, okay, understand something too. We don't know these people in real life. We don't know these content creators in real life. So these people could be very great people in real life. This is the act they put on for this YouTube money. Right? Which makes, to me, honestly, that makes them even worse if they're acting. To be honest with you, if they're acting, that makes them even worse. But fine, we don't know these people in real life. We don't know Bowser in real life. We don't know FD in real life. We don't know Foreign Land in real life. We don't know Ole in real life. We don't know any of these people. T1J, Conscious Lee, right? Professor Odie. We don't know any of these people in real life. Real talk with Yanni, Chrissy. Chrissy doesn't even show her face, so we really don't know, right? Lexus Exodus and all these other people. Cynthia G. So these people could not actually mean anything they say. It could all be an act, right? But what we see with Real Talk with Yanni, if she's telling the truth about this, is that a person that actually is acquainted with her, at least in real life, a man, assuming a black man, who she's been seeing for a while, she initiated. She's telling you she put the vagina on the table for him. And he said, actually, nah, you could keep it. Huh? You have to ask yourself, what's going on that caused you to get turned down by a heterosexual, assuming black man that you put the vagina on the table for? Is he being honest about, no, we're friends and I don't want to mess that up by going here with it? Or is there something else? And I submit to you, more than likely, there is something else. Now he is being the ultimate gentleman by not telling you what it is because feelings. Huh? He may not tell you, yeah, it's your content. Yeah, I see the way you speak. Yeah, I don't want to be on the wrong side of you and the freaking child support court. I don't want to be on the wrong side of you and divorce court. I don't want to just be on the wrong side of you if and when I decide to end this. Huh? And Detroit says, you seen Paris recently? I saw she put out a video and a live, better yet. And I checked it out for maybe 2 minutes, but I had other things to do. I'm gonna go back and check it out. As y'all can see, Paris Milan is putting out things infrequently now. You know, she's married. She's married, right? And it looks like she was in a hotel room, or the kind of, common area of a hotel. That wouldn't be the common area. That'd be more like the quote unquote living room of the hotel. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I saw the little. I watched it at least for 2 minutes at least, but I couldn't really get into what she was saying because it was only a couple minutes. Yeah. Indigo says, "Woof, the emotional labor we do in real life, man, nobody counts it because it doesn't fit into the narrative of either you are Black Gynocratic approved, which means yes, you engage in the emotional labor, but you don't say it, and you are overly deferential to the women, you chastise the men, you insult the men for the women under the guise of constructive criticism, of course, and tough love, of course, right? Yeah, so our emotional labor doesn't get counted because it's not Gynocratic approved enough, right? Yeah. Yeah, we ain't virtue signaling. We're not virtue signaling. And so we're not doing the FD and foreign man in the foreign land and consciously thing. That's what made Brickface Rhoda so important to this conversation. You see the different chapters of this kind of conflict in this conversation that has gone on for some years now. You got the Kevin Samuels era, you got Brickface Rhoda era, you got the Plumber era, all of these small to big different chapters of this conversation. And they just help to lead us to what we've been saying. The Black community is gynocratic. The women want Black men to provide, protect, and shut up. They want to be able to lie on you. They want to be able to use you as the boogeyman. They want to be able to use your death as fuel for their individual movements, ideas, concepts, right? This is where BLM comes in, right? The women are acting as the colonizing agent for the white supremacist order. When you see someone like Brickface Rhoda lie on some imaginary black man who hit her in the face with the brick because she rejected him, and then lie on and record herself around these brothers, lie about random black men who saw this happen and did nothing. Oh yeah, the Derek Jackson era too, true Vince, right? But she lies about black men watching another black man strike her and did nothing about it. That speaks to something. And what that wasn't the worst of it. That was pretty damn bad. What we got to see with how the black community still coalesced around Rhoda, even though it became increasingly clear that she lied. What we got from Consciously and Professor Odie finally, with a whole lot of teeth pulling, gave their half-ass apologies to black men about them standing with Rhoda to the bitter, bitter, bitter end. And the fact that other black women said nothing, and they didn't apologize. Not only did they not apologize to black men for chastising black men, saying this is who y'all are, not only did they not apologize to black men, a number, it was about 2 or 3 black women were on Olay's channel. And when Van Lathan said, you know what, she don't even have to apologize to black men. Should we bring her in to apologize to whatever he said? And those women looked at Van Lathan and said, apologize for what? Apologize for what? So these different chapters of this conversation, and now that we're here with the plumber, and now that we're here with what I covered earlier with the short links in the description, the short video from Real Talk with Yanni's channel, where the brother is telling the sister on Pop the Balloon Show, I can't afford you. Now that we're here with the conversation, it only furthers our point here. Black women want patriarchy by feminist specifications. They want black men to provide, protect, and shut up. They want black men to provide them with a lifestyle and exercise none of the influence and power that comes from being in that provider role. Right? You're supposed to be an ATM machine without exercising any of the power that's supposedly supposed to come from being the ATM machine. Right? And that's what we're seeing. So Real Talk with Yanni, the reason why we cover her, the reason why we cover Chrissy and all of these others is, once again, when you bring them to the deep end of the pool, that's when they start to show you who they really are. If there was no black manosphere, black women like Real Talk with Yanni would get to run roughshod. Chrissy would get to run roughshod. The colorism conversation would just keep on going and going and going and going and going. It would just be a constant badgering of black men who are supposed colorists on the level of neo-Nazis. But now that we brought them to the deep end of the pool, that's when you get Chrissy saying, right, and shout out to Compassion and Callous for clipping this, that's where you get Chrissy right in your face saying, to you average and below average looking women, if you can't practice hypergamy, it's better that you be alone. And I don't care how controversial that sounds. Right? Right? And I'm Waffle says, apologize for potentially getting an innocent brother deleted or thrown in jail. RIP to Khalif Browder. Thrown in, yeah, for the goddamn supposed stolen backpack, right? Thrown in the cop car and sent to Rikers Island for 3 years, deleted himself years later due to PTSD. Exactly. For a supposed stolen book bag. Right? huh. So these false accusations do have real life consequences. But black women, like the Real Talk with Yannies, think so low of black men that they're not sexually turned on by. They think so low of black men. They're perfectly okay with you sacrificing your life for their lie. You unwillingly sacrificing your life for their lie. Huh? Yeah. And I'm Waffle says, which makes comparing Rhoda and Aaron so disingenuous. All the people that engaged in comparing Aaron and Rhoda to each other, they understood what they were doing, but they gotta get a one up. Shout out to whoever that was that said that to Obsidian. Black women are still bitter about Kevin Samuels years later. Even some of the black women that we thought advocated for us, they are so bitter about Kevin Samuels years later that for them, now the gender war has really started for them. And I know, some of our elders has told us there's no gender war, it's over. But these ladies are continuing with the BS. Because for them, they gotta, even though Kevin is 6 feet underground, been there for a couple years now. For them, they gotta have an answer for him. And the answer is to shred black women every chance they get. Online, in public, in real life, every chance they get. Whether that's playing damsel in distress around non-black people, they'll engage in that. Whether it's insulting black men under the guise of constructive criticism and tough love, they'll engage in that. Whether it's playing victim of black men, they'll engage in that. Whether it's intellectualizing their misogyny noir, they'll engage in that. Right? And KMS says, the man who friend zoned Yanni, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. The man who friend zoned Yanni, ma'am, I can't afford you too. The cost isn't just financial. Most of the time, it isn't when choosing a woman. Thank you. So going into what KMS is saying, once again, the cost it's not just a financial cost. We're thinking about energy. We're thinking about time. We're thinking about having arguments with you, conversations with you, arguments with you. We're thinking about all of that. Child rearing, childbearing, child rearing, the lifestyle you're trying to live, your freaking mouth. As I said before, all that exaggerated facial expressions, all that sassy and snarkiness, Real Talk with Yanni. So assuming that this guy knows that you have a YouTube channel, right? Assuming. Because you said he's the one who suggested that you go to the coffee shop to work on this, right? So assuming he knows that you have a YouTube channel and he's checked out some of your content, Real Talk with Yanni, you don't think that scared the living crap out of him? Yeah, you want to talk about real man? Because Yanni keep on saying a real man is a man of few words. Okay, fine. Yanni, a real man will weigh what it would be to be in a relationship with you. And I'm not going to tell you that he made a decision based off of that. But a real man will look at your content, assuming that he knows your content, and he would choose wisely whether he wants to engage with you any which way outside of the friend zone. Right? That's what a real man would do. And Cartel says, and thank you, right? Cartel says, men, protect your meat. Meat equals money, energy, attention, and time. Right? Money, energy, attention, and time. And that's something I think women don't really appreciate. They don't appreciate when they come off. There's a few of them that I think get it. Bree was one of them, but like she said, she's on the spectrum. Truly, right? And yeah, neurodivergent. So I think Bree is one of those few people. That's the young lady that I covered maybe a week ago at this point. But yeah, she's one of the few people I think that acknowledges. I think Ostefko kind of acknowledged just a little bit too. That they're socially awkward and that it affects their relationship with men, right? But when you look at the real talk with Yenny, what about her shows you that she understands that she is a handful, and that she's got the way she moves, the way she speaks, the way she advocates on the internet, on social media, is going to affect her in real life with men if they know her and her channel, right? That's funny. Trill says Arby's. We got the meats, and I'm thinking about the jingo in the background. Right. So once again, emphasizing men are human beings also. I know y'all want to boil men down, especially black men, down to human doings. No, men are human beings also. And just like women put their finger to the wind and say, I don't know about this guy. He seems like he might backhand a chick. Just like how women say that, just how fine, Yanni, you said, right? A real man is a man of few words. And a real man that can afford his own place, a home in Houston that he's closing on, that he can afford himself, and everything and all the responsibilities that come with being a recent homeowner. If that's what a real man is to you, what do you think that real man is looking for? And clearly, at least from what we can see, from what you said, that real man, you hit on, you put the vagina on the table for him, and he said no. Huh? Yeah. So as KMS said, that real man said, ma'am, I can't afford you too. And it's not just the money. It's not just the money. So that ties in everything that we were saying from the not just the short, but the original clip where Real Talk with Yenny is going in on Donovan Sharp, and she continues to stress that a real man is a man of few words, and we will not normalize sassy men and men that do too much yapping. Yenny, we're living in a new era, and the brothers with a couple of dollars and they're doing well financially, you know what they're thinking right now? They're not going to be attached to a woman like you. You look like a handful. You sound like a handful. You're too much. I don't have to say it. Their actions are showing it. Real Talk with Yenny. Right? Your own homeboy, who you were turned on, who you made a move on, turned you down. That's a testament to what we talk about over here in the Black manosphere. These young brothers they're not dealing. They're not. The ones that want black for real, they're going to find someone that's going to get on their program, or they're going to go to Africa or go find them an Afro-Latina. They're not dealing with with you, Yanni, with you. I can't even say with these other black women. No, with you. So now you got a male acquaintance. It might be the same guy, possibly. We don't know. And your male acquaintance is telling you the internet is for women and gay men, which sounds so self-serving for a woman like you who says real men, they don't clap back. They're men of few words. So of course you like for a man, a black man, I'm assuming, to tell you a real man takes verbal abuse from women like you. Of course you like that. And he just eats all of those insane, over-exaggerated facial expressions from women like you. Of course you want a man to say that because you're Yanni. Huh? Of course you want a man. Think, what? That's like us saying, hey, a real woman, I had a homegirl and she told me a real woman don't say nothing. She's seen it, not heard. Yeah, my homegirl told me that. My female acquaintance, yeah, she told me that, yeah. Let's normalize women being barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Huh? You see how that sounds? Real talk with Yenny? Let's normalize a woman knowing her place and a woman knowing she don't speak until spoken to. Yenny, how do you think you just sounded? That's how you sounded. Because that's what you meant about men, black men. And Shrell says, too much of too much is too much, which is 100% accurate, right? And so they just don't appreciate it. That's all. The real talk with Yetis, they just don't. Real talk with Yetis, they just don't appreciate how much they're too much. It's that simple. Just like you said, Trill, they don't appreciate it. They don't appreciate it, man. They don't. They get around other black women and they blow each other. You think B Taylor's gonna tell Yanny to slow it down? Who's gonna tell? Who go check me, boo? Exactly. Who's gonna tell Yanny she doing too much? Who? Assuming that the real her and the one that she presents to men that she meets out here in the real world is the same Yanny online. We're assuming that. But even if that's the case, whoever that brother is, if he suggested that you work on whatever you had to work on, the woman is king thing that you said you were working on, if he suggested that you work on that at the coffee shop, then we assuming that he knows that you have a YouTube channel, he's checked out your YouTube channel. Yep, nope. No can do. Huh? And I'm telling you, and Cartel says, I'm gonna show you better than I can tell you. And about 25% of your young men are marrying out. But of course, and that's the ones that are married, right? Of the black men that are married, about 20% of them, 25%, excuse me, are marrying out. Bruh. And I can see that increasing in the near future, the next time they take the census, because black women like Yanny. That's why we got to continue to ask ourselves, are these women self-aware? Real talk with Yanny. You said you're not going to body shame as you were snickering and kind of mocking and making fun of Donovan Sharp and how he used to look and how heavy he was. Cool. Real talk with Yanny. Forget your physique. Are you self-aware about the way you sound and the way you look to men, to straight men? Not to LGBTQ brothers. Like Themis, who's going to blow smoke up your ass. Like Herbie, who's going to blow smoke up your ass. Huh? No. Not to other gynocratic black women. No. Do you understand how you look to everyone else? Huh? And what that means for your dating and mating prospects. Because you might be straight for the stroke, Yanny. What about after that? And how many men think you look straight for the stroke, and then you speak to them and they're like, actually. Huh? And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Huh? I don't think they appreciate it. They do not appreciate it. Someone about to put the link in the chat, right? But yeah, I don't think they appreciate it. That's all. And I covered this today because I really wanted to get down to the nitty and gritty of real talk with Yanny, being this type of character, showing a brother telling a very pretty dark-skinned black woman on the Pop the Balloon show, I can't afford you, and you read through her comments and it's just a smorgasbord of wayward black women saying, I wish more black men would do this, or I wish more men would do this. And on the other side is, oh, this is a manipulation tactic. Yawn. Right? Yeah. So yeah, yo, that real talk with Yanni. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot, yo. Right? Yeah. Of course, you're the first one. Better you. Of course, you're the first one today. We're talking about real talk with Yanni. What's up with you?
Nothing much, man. Why you blowing up my spot, bro?
Why you told her that it's only women and gay men that be on the internet like that?
I'm pandering. Oh
No, that
man.
shit is crazy, bro. When I heard her said, I'm like, but of course you would gravitate to a brother saying that. You believe that anyway, right?
Man, it's a lot of women really want to invert what they perceive a lot of social norms have been.
Yeah.
And because
Yep.
of that, I was talking with somebody the other day, and I brought this up. I said, like, yo, in the Black community, there is a tendency to want to take this intersectional approach and to push initiatives and policy to the smallest groups of the Black community. But if you look at outcomes in terms of life expectancy, income, lifestyle, socioeconomic status, a lot of times we don't compare to our counterparts, and those groups in particular are adversely harmed. And I asked them, I said, do you think that's because you neglected the mass to try to focus on a few versus if you
Mm.
uplift the masses and then move your efforts to a few, you would see where those efforts are more equitable. But because you're not in the same position as these other groups, when you try to move on to these policy bandwagons, they hurt you. They hurt the collective mass of you, and you're
Hmm.
reaping the benefits of that.
The miseducation of a Negro. Anyone? There
So
you go.
it, it's one of those things to where with women,
Hmm.
I, I've argued this a lot, and I've said this in the past before, like being in certain corporate spaces when having these discussions. It's really in women's best interest to have strong men, whether they're on this "I am feminist, hear me roar," or if they're traditional, like I want a patriarchal man. Because if you don't have strong men, guess who's on the front? That automatically by default puts on the front lines to be the soldier against white supremacy. You. And most of you say, I don't want that. And if you
No,
don't want
forget
that,
just not don't want that. Y'all ain't built for it. Y'all ain't built. Y'all be the white women be ripping y'all apart in these white collar environments.
Mm-hmm.
facts.
They're the ones who's most likely to get into those closed door meetings, and pun intended on this one, closed door meetings, and then you find out she got promoted. Come on, man. Like once they hit their token quota and you don't have no one fighting for you, that's it.
What does
Amy
white
always gonna
supremacy?
get ahead of you. Go ahead.
What does white supremacy do with their tools once they're done with them?
Break them.
Shout out to Professor Black Truth.
Right. So that's yeah, no, wait, what you're saying, and I agree with this. And so I've said this multiple times. What we have are black people, black women in particular in this conversation that find themselves in these kind of elite, small, rare air circles, and then they start giving advice and they start giving commentary, and you're like, but how does what you're saying apply to the masses? It doesn't. So
Mm-hmm.
what you actually engage in is the sister girl thing. So what other women glom onto is the sister girl thing, but they don't appreciate the classism, the elitism, the just income disparity, right? Like they don't appreciate that. So you have Real Talk with Yanni, you have Chrissy, you have Bowser, and they get to speak the way they do. And even though they're not necessarily from the same class, because I know Bowser grew up way different than Yanni and probably different than Chrissy, but once again, these women are doing well financially,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you a 40, $50,000 a year black woman, which is just about all of them, 30 something thousand, 40, $50,000 a year black women. That's just about all of you. If you're lucky, that's when you start moving 60 plus. If most of you are $60,000 and less, what the hell is Yanny doing for you other than making you feel good about defecating on black men? What is Chrissy doing for you other than making you feel good about defecating on black men? What is Bowser doing for you other than intellectualizing anti-black misandry?
What's that old saying? Misery loves company.
True.
Can I ask this one simple question?
Go ahead.
At the end of the day, who do you think is going to fight harder for you? Chad or Dre?
Ooh,
There you go.
well,
There you go. Well, there was a Dr. Tommy Curry called into Yvette's show years ago. This is like 2017 or 2018 or something like that. And there was a sister in the comments, and she made it sound like, and even Dr. Tommy Curry called this out, she made it sound like she really thinks that Chad might be a better advocate for her than Dre is.
oh, well.
I can tell
And
you this.
Dr. Tommy Curry called it out. Go ahead.
I can tell you this: the challenge to in corporate spaces being black is the establishment of pipelines, because when you have people who really truly seem to be about black advancement, a lot of times very few of them get in. Every now and then, like, you end up being the turd in the punch bowl, so to speak. But if you kind of go along with the agenda, they'll let those people in. And a lot of times what'll happen is you'll see where when somebody really is about it, they end up getting targeted. They end up getting on, as Carice Anderson calls it, the SLU, the secret list of offenses. And your offense is that you're too goddamn black in this company.
Yep.
And go ahead.
No, my apologies, Dre, because I got to apologize you because Trell, I was thinking it, but it still applies. So, Trell says pipelines giggity. And when you said establishment of pipelines, I was like, wait a minute. Better you doesn't actually mean this, pun intended, but pun intended. And I don't mean that just to be a 12-year-old funny, but for real though. Establishments of pipelines. We find out what Weinstein is on. We find out even more about the casting couch than we thought we did, right? And it really is establishment of pipelines, bloodlines, nepotism, connections, and if you don't have people advocating for you, particularly black men, you leave yourself up to the whims of white women and other black women who are all competing. And then obviously the white woman has her white male as advocate. Who do black women have? Y'all already cut the legs from under black men. So now you go in there by yourself? In a room full of sharks? Okay, all right. I guess y'all think y'all Jay-Z. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Z, they wanted equality. What's the big deal? They wanted equality. Hell, they wanted the bear. Let them call the bear.
Hysterical. Hysterical, man. Yeah, but no,
Compassionate Cows for that clip. That picture, by the way.
That's he's in here. He just got in here. But yeah, man, like
that's
crazy.
By the way, Z, come on, man, you got to stop overlooking this shit. I'm dropping some serious dimes in there in the chat. Damn it. You know some of the shit I say is true. What I said earlier. Does anybody remember the movie Pretty Woman? Julia Roberts. Everybody?
Yeah.
That's the scenario most women want. When you hear these black women talking about they want this, that, and the third. They want you to be Richard Gere. If you ever look at Richard Gere's character in that movie,
in other
he
words,
was not a cat.
Yeah, in other words, they want to be a hoe and they want a rich man to come save that hoe.
Yeah, but even in the end, he was going to be wrapped around her finger because that relationship was doomed. It's meant for heartbreak because she is not above her nature. You think she might be street smart and whatnot, but she's not going to fit in that type of society, in high society. Plus, he's not that type of rich dude. He's like his character is basically one of those guys who buy out companies and breaks them down, sells them in the park. He doesn't build anything. He's like one of those.
Wait. this is the thing, because I'm glad you brought up what Richard Gere's character in that movie was, and it was essentially Mitt Romney, but
among other
this
people.
is right among other people. Yes. When did women give a hell about what you did to make yourself rich or what you did to keep yourself rich? Outside,
It doesn't
and
matter to
this is a
them.
real quick. This is a super thin line of what's legal and not legal,
Mm-hmm.
right? So maybe they care about what's legal and not legal because they don't want to get caught up in that. Maybe, but for the most part, women don't care nothing about that. Right?
No,
The
absolutely not.
lifestyle. I got you there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But understand, we have to understand that women operate on the basis of the ends justify the means. They're so short-sighted, short-term. They are about getting what they need in the now. Consequences be damned. Not that many women are long-term thinkers, and to be a long-term thinker, you need to have a certain level of self-awareness. And most women don't have that self-awareness. Hell, most
That's
women, as
an
Patrice O'Neill
understatement.
would say, Patrice said, a lot of women don't have a filter. They just blurt out and say whatever the fuck they want and not consider the environment they're in. I mean, what do you think Bernie Mac had that joke about a woman asking him if pussy tastes like pumpkin pie? She was not aware of her surroundings or the situation. She just went after him, asked him, because she felt like talking to him, asking him that bad question. And he's like, "Get the fuck away from me! I ain't never had no pumpkin pie." But yeah. Oh, I think we have Toya in the chat here.
Yeah. What's going on, Toya? And then after Toya, we'll get Vince.
Hey Z, hey everybody on the panel.
Hey, Toya.
What's up? What's up?
Hey,
Hey,
man.
Hope
What does the
y'all
lady think about Real Talk with Yanni? Did I do too much? Did I go in too much? What do you think
no,
about the links?
the re the reason I joined is to say because she doesn't resonate with me. And as much as I've gone and listened to some of the things that she's done, I can't make it through a whole stream of hers because I'm not the target demo. And to your
Mm.
point, I don't live the lifestyle that she has access to. So yeah, I can't understand why gobs of women listen to her and they are making much less than she is, but thereby fattening her pockets even more to distance herself even more from them. So it's kind of like
Mm.
this weird symbiotic relationship
Yes.
between aspirational wealth and, like I always say, intellectualizing misandry. It's this lovely echo chamber with grass walls and neon lights where no men are.
that, that's a first of all, that's a beautiful way to put it. But
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe because you don't see yourself living vicariously through her, so it kind of kills
Yeah.
the fantasy. It kills the
Yeah.
fantasy because you're not living vicariously through her, right? Where you can literally make money defecating on black men. Isn't that everyone in America's dream? That's like the American dream. That's as American as American pie. I'm making good money. I'm making six figures off of pop culture gossip stuff, exercise stuff. Okay, cool. Which is once again helping me to be fit and to be healthy and eat healthy. And then I'm making money off of talking crap about black men and intellectualizing it. Oh, that's
My
beautiful. That's you can't get more American than what I just described,
my
right?
dreams look
And
different,
and
Mr.
people
Z.
are paying you like you're getting AdSense money out the ass for working on yourself, eating healthy, being super sassy, talking crap about black men and pop culture gossip. Oh, I'm doing something
Big
wrong,
back
y'all.
in the
I am
spirit
doing
of the
something
podcast,
wrong.
man.
I'm about to throw all of y'all under the bus, man. Look, I'm turning a new leaf. Tomorrow's gonna be a whole nother Z. It's F the black man is for a Z. Watch, because I'm doing something wrong. I need to get rich too. Goddamn. No, I can't do it. But I mean, we're literally witnessing this with not just Real Talk with Yanni, but with a whole lot of content creators. So I mean, and they're making good money, successful. Um, and all you got to do is have some editing skills, and that's what the women relate to, right? They relate to Real Talk with Yanni and this sisterhood thing, and that's where the sisterhood lies, right? So she could, like Toya was saying, she could continue to grow that gap of excuse me of wealth and income, and as long as she speaks to what concerns black women the most, not student loan debt, not the housing crisis, not inflation, not automation and black women losing their jobs, not homelessness. No. That doesn't concern black women the most. Keeping black men in line. As long as she could speak to that, then she part of the sisterhood and forget what her income is. She has the right facial expressions. She uses the right words. She continues to sun black men. I mean, hey, she's doing her job. And y'all go ahead and finish that, Toya. But yeah.
I just want to comment on what KMS just put in the chat.
Okay, go ahead. You can read it if you want to.
Okay,
Mhm.
Toya, most black women all see themselves as temporarily inconvenienced boss bitches. I'm just one viral moment away and the fuck all you ninjas. And then
I
fuck
agree.
all you ninjas. Yeah,
I agree.
I agree too. But this is also why I tread lightly even here in this space and never
Mhm,
forgot the fact that I am a guest. I
mhm,
am a mere guest here, and the value that I've received is not lost on me, and it's value that I continue to spread wherever I go. But
mhm,
I, to better use point, and a conversation I was having with my dad yesterday. Shout out to my dad. He took me to see TK Kirkland last night. But anyway,
Who raised
I
you people? Go ahead.
yeah, I always say, like, even for women who claim independence, it was built on the backs of men whom you know
Mm,
and don't know. The only
yeah.
reason we can claim that is because of y'all. So
Mm,
I struggle to understand where this dichotomy exists, if not only in the brain and feelings, because it's not real.
mm,
It's not real independence.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've said this before, and BJS has like backed me up, and he said this before. Ain't no such thing as really human independence. That's not real. Which one of us can completely fall off the grid? I mean, I'll put you on an island and go make it happen, bro. That's it. Just you. Nope. Go live off the land and whatever animals occupy this island. That's it. None of us are truly actually independent. So that independent thing is BS from the jump. But going off of the framing that you're using, it just sounds nice and it sounds empowering, right? It sounds nice and it sounds empowering. And so I think that's why you see, especially for women engaging in it, it sounds empowering in it. And I'm pretty sure it feels empowering for you to feel like black men are these sexist, misogynistic a-holes. And they're just losers, right? The vast majority of black men are just losers. Um, and
Yeah, we're not
the
shit. The
yeah, we're
usual.
not shit, and so independence means you're not shackled by black men's ineptitude, right? And I would argue that's when I listen to, I'm gonna just say her name. When I listen to Kim Foster talk, that's what I think she's like, thank God I'm part of this class and I've been educated, I have this type of education and I'm not subject to black men's ineptitude. I'm not subject to these Negroes and their classlessness, right? Their lack of class, their lack of understanding the difference between an F-150 and a BMW 3 Series or 5 Series, right? Thank God I don't have to subject myself to them and their crass ways.
Hmm.
And I think there's
Well, you,
other black women that really, really, really want to enjoy that. They really want to enjoy the as close to white womanhood as they could possibly get. Once again, not when I say white women, we're really talking about upper middle class and above. And when you
I'm
see Yanni, I think that's the goal. That's becoming more and more of the goal. The longer she stays where she is financially, and I think we're just watching that happen, right? So yeah,
they aren't free. Um,
you said they're ornery,
they aren't free because
or
this
they
is the
aren't
thing.
free. Okay, go.
There's an Anne Frank quote said that they came from my neighbors and then they came from me.
Hmm.
And all
Yeah.
you've done is really reposition yourself in an anti-black misandrist society. Once they get rid of the men, who the fuck think they coming for next?
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, black women don't think. I don't think black women think that that's they don't think that because okay. Let me put it this way. It's very interesting watching black women be jealous of the hyper visibility of black men that ends up getting us killed oftentimes. The jealousy of black men's male member that once again gets us killed oftentimes. So they don't think that Every time you take a black man off the table, whether that's imprisonment, whether that's deletion, whether that's just crushing him financially, they don't really appreciate what that means for them. They don't understand the one-to-one correlation of that. So when you asking them the question that you just asked, it's like, well, they ain't gonna do nothing to me, right? I keep
They're
my head
they're
down.
they're not
Go
designed.
ahead.
They're not designed to understand that.
Yeah,
The female
yeah,
is not designed to understand it. The
yeah,
female
yeah,
is designed to go with whatever the environment, what prevails in the environment.
yep, yep, yep.
And if you know, if the next group of conquerors come in, they spread their legs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just that's human history. That's mammalian history. You know, the next lion comes in, kills your lion, eats your cubs, and
Mm-hmm.
you immediately go into heat.
Mm-hmm.
That's the female. I mean, and I'm not saying
This
that to be cruel. I'm saying you got to understand the behavior of black women. Unfortunately, it's a natural. It's perverted, but it's a natural behavior of the mammalian female. They don't have the commitment to the status quo of the community that we have. They're designed and predisposed towards survival of themselves first and foremost, and then secondarily their children.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
it.
yeah. Well, what I would say, and to that Black Guru, and shout out to Lion because he basically said this: hypergamy only works if the man says yes. So
Mm-hmm.
we could talk about all like the excessive solipsism and whatnot, and to be honest, right now, I mean, considering the rates of abortion and child abuse, we gotta stop with this lie about it's about the survival of the children. It's not. It's just jealousy. It has nothing.
And lifestyle.
Yeah, this is literally zero to do with the children at all.
Bro.
Zero fucks given about the children.
Bro.
Because if it was
Children.
about the children, the boys wouldn't be struggling so much academically. There wouldn't be so much
They
dynamic
would know how to
in the boys.
read.
Exactly.
Well, look, I said, if you recall, what order did I cite?
Yep. Themselves and the children.
I said them,
yeah.
but understand, they are most concerned about themselves. The children are a product of them. They love the children because the children come from them. So whatever works for them is important. If the children works for them or facilitates their interests, the children are important. If the children don't work for them or don't facilitate their interests, like I said in the analogy I provided, the next lion comes in and eats their cubs.
Yep.
Yeah.
And immediately they spread their legs.
Oh yeah.
Let me wait, y'all. Wait. Let me read this. Because this applies to the conversation. I don't want to wait. I don't want this to wait too long. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Freedom, LOL. Women don't want freedom. They want GTA-V or Grand Theft Auto. Right. I can raise as much hell as I want, and right before the consequences show up, I can bang out, pun intended, and reset my last save point. So reset the game, save it, and reset the game. And yeah, so like it's not really about. So that's interesting. It's not really about freedom, but I do say we say the word freedom. It's really negative liberty, right? Free of consequences, free of any type of what they consider restraints. So yes, what KMS is saying, at least to me, it makes perfect sense. But y'all go ahead, y'all continue.
Well,
I would just simply say this to
I just
what
wanted-
Mr.
Better you and then Namer.
all right.
There's, and I do think there's been some social progress to where that is more viable today than it was in yesteryear. But even just where I grew up and hear some of the stories from my grandparents, women were lynched far less than men were. But there were some women who, when they got that attention of those anti-black folks, just like what they did to Nat Turner, they gut them like they were a fish. So I don't know how much that's dissipated. And I think sometimes we underestimate just how virulently anti-black society is. I think that'll work for some, but for the vast majority, I think that's a precarious situation to put themselves in. But I don't necessarily disagree. I think that's somewhat of a miscalculation.
I mean,
on their part.
we get this, right? So
Well, it depends the extent to which that the powers that be are willing and would find value in making them a subordinate caste of people. I mean,
yeah,
if they can benefit from doing that, that's what they're doing, because they do have vaginas.
yeah.
And because they have vaginas, they have some utility, frankly. And so if I can utilize the result of their vaginas in a way to my benefit, I might do that as the conqueror.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I don't. And let's bring this into a more 21st century context. I don't think the society needs to even be that physically violent to black women, right? Look at the 50 dates, the 50 dates in 50 states white dude, right? Young white dude going on these dates, and black women feel that when he doesn't, there's not one of those girls that's really black, right? If you can starve them for attention, you can leave them with the crumbs of attention that you do give. You can leave them with putting Lizzo on the cover of something. You can lead them with putting Gabby Sidibe on the cover of something. You can lead them that way. You can lead them by acknowledging Beyonce's talents, or doing way too much with Kamala Harris, right? You can lead them that way. If it doesn't necessarily have to be that visceral, because especially we understand how women feel about attention and validation. That's why I brought up earlier the hyper visibility of black men that ends up getting us killed often, but yet black women are jealous of. They're jealous of your death, right? So
It's the
yeah, go ahead.
attention. It is the
Hmm.
attention. First of all, what I wanted to say was like,
Hmm.
just to piggyback what Black Rube said earlier. Here's another way to look at it, because we have to have different perspectives and understand. Women do, unlike fathers, mothers, when they look at their children, they look at the child as a part of, as an extension of themselves. Fathers, they say each other's extension of themselves, but they recognize that child's personhood, because they see that's an individual right there. The child, however, a baby for the first 6 months of its life sees itself as an extension of its mother, but it develops its own personality and whatnot. And mothers have a hard time accepting, like, when their children come of age and become their own person. They still look at that child as an extension of themselves, because you came out of me, you are an extension of me. You see me as one of your appendages, not as a fully formed individual.
Hmm.
Another thing I just wanted to mention was regarding Yanni and the way she talks and everything. You understand, like, this is a woman who has claimed that she is an SA survivor.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
of
she
course, I
did.
know
She does. Yeah, she
and
claims that.
here's
Yep,
let
yep,
me
yep.
get claims that. Now here's the one I'm trying to get at on that.
Mhm.
Especially when she can carries herself and such. You have to understand, you are going to be scarred for that. And when I'm scarred and damaged in such a way in which, my question is, did she ever seek help for that? And more importantly, not only the question, not only should you be asking whether or not she came to terms with it, has she forgiven herself? Because that's the thing. A lot of people who've been abused, who suffer any kind of abuse like that, they have to come to terms with it. And the first thing they got to do is learn how to forgive themselves for not being able to protect themselves in such situations. Otherwise, they're just going to lash out. Men who survived abuse like this, especially when they were kids, they usually they either try to put up a facade and try to live their lives as productive as possibly, or they're just going to go into self-destruction. We're talking substance abuse, extreme forms of lifestyles or whatnot that could put them in very risky situations. That's the thing that people need to understand when you see this person, the way she acts, everything liking. That's just a mask to hide the broken you. What are you really like? Who is the real person? Have you lost? We understand you lost your innocence. I mean, prime example of somebody that was like is Gabrielle Union.
Mhm.
Gabrielle Nicole Union, because she talked about how she was a survivor of such an assault when she was still a student at UCLA. Unfortunately,
Oh,
she was able to get help.
I think she bought this up
She went
before.
to
Yeah, yeah, I
UCLA.
think. Yeah, yeah,
She
yeah.
brought it up. I remember she was assaulted. The cops were there. Immediately, they took her to a medical center. I think UCLA's medical center. That's where she got the FA kit and everything, and they finally apprehended her. But she talks about what happened, through the process of how her parents had to come down there, and they have to do that, and they have to go through therapy to become her support network, so she can come to terms with the thing. And she said that growing up, she was not known as Gabrielle; she was known by Nikki, based on her middle name Nicole. But she talks about how she had to forgive herself and rebirth, and forgive herself and reform herself. And in which she said, and this is when she was interviewed with Oprah about it. She said that night, Nikki died. Nicole had to die for Gabrielle to be reborn. She had to forgive herself, but I'm sure, or maybe she hasn't, but she knows she's got to live with that for the rest of her life.
Well, I think that might lead to the ass eating in the ass eating Gabrielle Union and Gabrielle
She
Union
saw
said that
Sally?
on she said something she said something akin to that on Hot 97. Yeah.
Did she
Y'all
eat?
missed
Did
it.
she toss a salad?
Yeah, but hey, if I heard wrong, somebody tell me in the chat.
Look.
Right? So,
Dave
let me land real quick.
college.
She joked
Right?
about eating Dwayne's ass. It was
Yeah,
like,
yep.
it wasn't even, it
Yeah.
was no big deal to her.
At all. She
Hold on,
said,
what?
man. She said that. I think, who was it? It was Ebro. I want to say that was interviewing her on Hot 97. I want to say it was Ebro. Yeah, that interview old too. Y'all late. Yeah.
No, I don't live my life into that shit. But I remember, who was it?
But no, name. But there's a reason. Wait. I don't want us to go too far. The reason why I'm bringing that up is to speak of to go to what you were saying about the essay. So the essaying, and then we end up with the toss-in salad. And y'all already know Mr. Z was going to go here.
Yeah.
And Gabrielle Union's son is, I said Gabrielle Union's son, might as well be. And Dwayne Wade's son is what? I'm just saying. Yeah. Name, I didn't need you to say it. There's a reason why I didn't say it. Okay. Yeah. So let's I wanted to go to something that was it Compassionate that said it? Yeah, it was Compassionate. Compassionate said, shackled by black men's ineptitude. So I said that earlier. I don't think we really appreciate how many black women in particular feel like that, and how many some brothers feel like that too about black men. If you listen, bro, listen to them talk. If you listen to them talk, it really is. If y'all wouldn't act that way, then we wouldn't be in this position. And for black women in specific, it's if you would be who I told you to be, then I could live Miss Ann's life. I can't live Miss Ann's life because you're who you are. Right? Like especially if you listen to Bowser speak, if you even listen to Cynthia G speak, that's some of the sentiment that's being expressed there. It's not fair that I'm shackled to you in the black community. Excuse me. And because of that, I'm shackled to your ineptitude. Listen to when black women speak about listen to how when black women speak about successful black men not choosing them, or all the unsuccessful black men, right? Think about Ebony K. Williams. When Ebony K. Williams is speaking about the bus driver, that's what she's saying, right? Mediocre men. I'm not gonna be shackled to you and your ineptitude, right? And your ineffectiveness to rise above. I did it to rise above in this anti-black white supremacist society, right? That's a lot, especially when you deal with, I want to say, a certain class of black women, particularly the successful ones, right? The 93s and the 100 octane, et cetera, et cetera. That's some of the sentiment that's being expressed here. I'm not going to be shackled to black men's ineptitude. That is why you get an Ebony. That's one of the reasons. I really think she got something going on upstairs. That's why you get an Ebony K. Williams doing this very public display of being a single mom through in vitro, through artificial means. I'm not going to be shackled to black men's ineptitude, right? And I think you're going to see a lot of successful black women in particular, because they want to make a public display of it, that engage in that type of rhetoric, right? And that type of action. America, screw what you're talking about. I will not be shackled to black men's ineptitude, right? And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
But that's if she can bring the child to term, because let's not forget, Miss Williams is 40, 41, correct?
That's not the point, Nema. The point was
No. Hear me out.
the message. Yeah, go ahead.
I know the message, but the point is, she is still a high risk pregnancy, which means even if a lot of women are still doing that, it means nothing at the end if they can't bring that child to term. Because a high risk pregnancy, there's going to be complications. We're looking at possible stillbirth and stuff like that. This is stuff that an OBGYN would explain with ease. That's why I'm sure in her case, she's got the money and has the access to a good obstetrician who's closely monitoring her and making sure everything's up to term. I'm sure she's been tested, she's been screened for defects and everything and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Name it. That's not what I'm talking about.
I mean, to address your point, Z. Again, this is why there's only so much as a man you can rely on women to be in major decision-making decisions from the standpoint of the survival of your group. Because of the solipsistic nature of the female, in the end, it's going to be your fault, whatever happens. It's going to be the men's fault. And I'm not saying that whether it actually is, I'm just saying from their standpoint, that's going to always be the default position of the female in the group. So if you want your group to survive, you do have to figure out a way in which you can not only deal with the external forces, but how you're going to deal with them, if you can. Mm-hmm. And that's why I've said in the past, the only way you really can save the Black race or have a chance is you have to be willing to do some things with the women that risk your life and your freedom. Because you'd have to do some things that are not in the part of the U.S. Constitution or in the state statutes. I mean, you'd have to do some things. You'd have to You'd have to break them. You'd have to break them in a way in which you could then utilize them to build. And when you hear from an Ebony K. Williams, you hear a woman that will defiantly defy you.
Yeah.
Her whole life has been in defiance of what you would need her to do and be. And not only would it be in defiance of it, but it would be in contravention of what you see. Ebony Williams is the kind of woman that not only would defy an individual man, but she'd be an enemy of the state, so to speak, because of her higher intellectual capacity and her beauty and her, she'd be a danger to any effort for Black men to ascend. So then you'd have to make some real decisions, like real decisions about an Ebony K. Williams that you cannot say in polite conversation.
Here's something. After it, my apologies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here, real quick, Black Uru, and after Black Uru, Nema. Bowser said on one of her most recent lives that she's considering going to law school. So when you're dealing with and the way she came about that is because of the situation with the brother who's no longer on YouTube. Y'all know who I'm talking about. So that speaks to exactly what you're saying. Exactly what you're saying. These are people that are
clear and present danger.
Literally. Literally.
If you look at us as a group and Black men trying to, that's why I said the worst possible mating decision I think you can make is to marry a Black attorney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Well, and so, and then give me one more second. Why I brought that up about Bowser is to go to exactly what Black Uru is saying. She's considering getting into law because of whatever situation she had with the brother on Rumble. What's frightening about that is she's admitting, I'm getting into law because of you Negroes. Think of all the great y'all. Yeah.
So I can fight y'all
and represent other Black women that want to fight y'all.
Saying, so I can kick you Negroes' ass. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yep. Yep. And once again, I keep on telling FD, if you're listening, you're not. If you're listening, this is what I keep on telling you, brother. You think it's a joke, you think it's some little social media thing. I'm telling you, it ain't no social media thing. And you laying up in the bed. I'm not talking about your literal wife. You're laying in the bed with these type of women, right?
Was
Browser's
it
one
a
of the women
social
that
media
circle your
thing
space. Yeah.
when Susan Rice said she was going to turn the U.S. government against
Against Snoop.
Snoop Dogg? Was
Hmm.
that just a social media thing?
Thank you.
That's how they do when they get in power.
Yep.
That
Ooh.
Susan Rice thing was an example of what they do when they get in power.
Well, her old ass looking son. Anyway, go ahead, Nemo.
Well, first
Son,
of all,
goddamn in his 20s. This nigga look like he's 45, looking just like his dad. Anyway, go ahead.
was it his fault he looks like his daddy?
Look,
His dad's got the
hey,
diamond
Mr.
teeth.
Z did not tell y'all that I did not engage in ad hominem attacks. To hell. Anyway, go ahead.
I know. I'm usually on the receiving end of certain ad hominem attacks from time to time, blatantly. Well, then I know you. Well, I realized you've been around Eric Trans and Ethiopia before because the way you just hit me with an ad hominem attacks. That's how we show affection with each other. We insult each other, teasing.
I
Well, you've
have.
been
That's
around that
funny.
game. Anyway, you have until they hit you with the headbutts. Anyway, first of all, jokingly to Black Guru, I cannot believe this man said incentives. He was low key saying incentivized women. I can't believe that. But all joking and all, understand, like you said, Bowser wants to go back into law school. What is it? What, she's gonna be like what? Gloria Allred or some shit like that?
I promise you, that's exactly what I thought. Yep, that's what I thought.
I would not be surprised, but first of all, good luck. First of all, where are you gonna go apply? That's the question.
No, what she's going to do is she's going to go to law school and she's going to become expert in all matters concerning social media and utilize those to circumvent the Black manosphere. You got to think chess,
she's gonna be
fellas,
like,
not checkers. She's going to use all her experiences. She's going to use all her experiences in what she's done in social media. And take a law degree and understand when you get a law degree, it's not just the degree, it's not just the license, it's the list you get put on by virtue of becoming an attorney.
Yes.
You're in a different class of people when you become an attorney in the United States of America. So now, but everything you get to say, you get to put a JD behind your name. So you are instantly recognized and regarded for things that you would have been previously ignored for. That's the power of a law degree.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah.
One thing I got to caveat on that, my dear elder.
And then after this, we'll get KMS, and then we'll get Socrates. Go ahead, yo.
All right. First of all, I promise I'll never sing G6 for Black Guru's sake. She said, "Hey, she's got my pictures of that song." He's right about that because isn't that what Evie K. Williams does? I mean, she is a law graduate, but she didn't really practice law. She was just doing legal.
Wait. Here's the thing, Nemo, because I'm already ahead of you on this. Ebony K. Williams is an attractive woman, so she's just mad disrespectful. She doesn't have the visceral hatred of black men the way a Bowser does because she was never the cute chick. Yeah, that's the fundamental difference. Oprah, anyone, right? So she doesn't have Ebony K. Williams is just defiant. She's just, I'm gonna do my own thing, and my beauty has allowed for me to act like this for decades. The difference on the absolute opposite side is a resentful, darker skinned black woman without those type of features who's coming from the other side, which is I never was Ebony K. Williams. And so if I do go to law school and graduate, I'm going to use that to enact my penance for every time y'all didn't choose me. So what you're going to see is social media, number one, but I also think you get in, like you said, Gloria already, yes, because I do see her eventually going at all them Negroes that these sisters want to trump up charges for that are athletes. I do see her going after all the social media dudes that women want to trump up charges on, right? So understand something. When you're dealing with someone like that, they get to hide, and that's why I keep on saying they get to hide their anti-black misandry behind intellectualism. She's already a Harvard grad. If you let her graduate law school and she's on this, as Black Uru was saying, now it's a JD behind her name going at black men, and white supremacy is gonna love. Oh my God, they're gonna love that. They're diddling themselves right now just thinking of a Bowser.
Harvard degree, a Harvard degree almost guarantees her entry into
law
an
school.
Ivy League law school. Almost guarantees her a Yale or a Columbia law school, which further turbocharges her leverage once she obtains her law license.
Yeah.
Or Princeton, or Dartmouth, or
man.
Go ahead, man. Or Big Kev, whichever one was.
Yeah.
Well, you go ahead. I'll
This is
finish my
also
thought afterwards.
I was about to say, this is also why I say, that, contrary to what some people say, I understand, we don't want to, worship quote unquote Pookie and Ray Ray, but at the same time, it's like, this is also why elitism, being elitist and classist, isn't going to help us out either, because like you said, far too many people that get into higher education become like a Bowser, and what happens is, like you said, one of those two things: they either become highly educated to be classist and elitist towards other black people, or they run a lot of these majority black institutions like the HBCUs. They run them right into the ground due to corruption and incompetence. So this is also why it's exactly. So it's good that people, are like educated if they can make money from it and stuff like that. But like people shouldn't lean on being super classist and elitist, because that creates a whole other can of worms. I mean, just look at the situation in Liberia. You know what I mean? So,
let me say this real quick, and then we're gonna get KMS in. Shout out to Toya. And Toya, I'm a because it wasn't controversial. I'll read the comment from the back chat where Toya said, "I wonder what Bowser's boyfriend has to say about this." Brothers like that think they're the exception to the rule. They don't think this applied to them. They think they're so in with their lady that they're not just part of the one big Negro. He don't think he's part of this. He as a matter of fact, going against the brother Alpha that's on Rumble right now, he was trying to make sure to establish to her, I'm not him. So he don't think he's him. He don't think he's the brother on Rumble right now. He don't appreciate that, bro. You're one argument away from being him. You are one slip up, and when I say slip up, I'm saying what she perceives as a slip up away from being the brother on Rumble right now. And that's the thing with those type of brothers. They really think that they're the exception to the rule. It really is pandering to the next level. And so for him, if she go to law school and she start to represent a certain way, he's not going to realize who he's really dealing with until he's in divorce court himself with her. Right? Everything short of that, he's just dream walking. He's just he's sleepwalking. He don't get it. He don't.
Well,
get it.
I think it's highly unlikely that a woman who later goes in law school is going to stay with the dude that she's with. That's just too much of an infusion of arrogance and delusions of grandeur and shit being fed into you. She's going to be in there. And like I said, if she's in some Ivy League law school, she's hanging around fourth generation, rich white guy or whatever. She's not going to be with that guy when she's done with that. That's not going to happen.
You could have left that man some hope, man.
Here's the thing. So according to her, she's not really into white dudes, but you did go to prom with a white dude. I'm just saying, you said it.
It's a lot of chicks. Yeah. It's a lot of chicks that will say that outwardly. I had an ex-girlfriend myself I went to college with who used to claim she was, fight the power. It was the 70s and 80s and whatever. And she married
white husband right now.
She went to Brown Medical School and she married some trust fund baby dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, look, money, especially white skin and money.
And the interesting thing is, I met the dude. He was a pretty nice guy, kind of like a crusader type, He's a nice guy, but yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Miss. Go ahead, please.
No. Black Ruby is absolutely right. I mean, once she gets the JD behind her name, that she getting rid of that dude, and it's not affecting get to. It's not that she's going to go to a white dude. It's just that I don't want to give too much of my life away, but I can say this: that her becoming a lawyer, she becomes an advisor to the ruling class. Being a lawyer, she becomes a servant of the court. So she's going to be elevated when we put in the positions that she could only imagine at the particular time. And furthermore, as far as her going to law school, her already graduating from Harvard, she's going to go there for $0.99. All she has is one letter away from getting all the funding she needs to become a lawyer. And I want to say this to her. Someone said earlier about her fighting the same fight as like Ebony K. Williams. That's not the case. Bowser actually hates Ebony K. Williams because Bowser sees Ebony K. Williams' situation as wasted talent. There's something that
because of her look.
Yeah.
Wasted talent and wasted pretty.
Wasted talent, wasted pretty.
Which is a fatal offense.
Oh yeah, and the funny thing about as much as men bemoan women who waste their talent, waste their pretty, women find that egregious. They find it as the ultimate sin. So Bowser is not a fan of Ebony K. Williams. Bowser secretly despises her because Bowser's like, I have to be heard. Yet all you had to do was just show a little leg, show a little tit, and there'd have been dudes that I would dream that I would kill for it, offering you the whole entire world, and you fucked that up. So no, they're not fans. They're not friends with one another. And I don't want to go too deep.
No, we hear you. And when you're speaking, real quick, Nima, while you're speaking, I'm thinking about it. There's a clip on Compassionate's channel where he has the white. I don't know which show it was from, but the white dude's like, I'm smart, right? Like I'm capable or something like that, and he's like. He's mad because I guess they keep on skipping over him or whatever, and he's like jealous. And I could see Bowser being that person that's looking at Ebony like, bro, you gonna waste your talent and your looks like that? Like so, I wish I had those looks, but she's not gonna come out and say it overtly. But yeah, I definitely see what y'all saying about despising her because it's wasted looks and wasted talent in her mind. Yeah, go ahead, yo.
The thing with Diglett is
his step. Every time you say it, go ahead. If y'all don't know who Diglett is, look up Diglett the Pokemon so you can see why better you calls her Diglett and not Bowser. Jesus Christ. Oh, scary. Go ahead, yo.
She ain't got no final boss energy. Nah, fuck that. I'm sorry to cuss on your channel, but
we using profanity. It's too late.
Reckless, man. The thing that I find ironic with her and her repudiation of Brittany Renner, from a fitness standpoint, from an aesthetic standpoint, I don't feel like she has that bad of a frame. Like if she got into the gym, she could really she has a petite frame. She could really make her body pop if she got into the right workout routine that would enhance her aesthetic. And especially if she coupled that with good diet and dressing well.
Wait, Vince, before you go. There's a problem here, Better You. Black men aren't deserving of that, Better You. Even for her own health and her own good, black men aren't deserving of a fit Bowser or Diglett in your case, right?
Well, this is the thing, though. I thought it wasn't for us. I thought it was for them.
Yeah, true. No, but we would know it's for us. Everyone would know it's for us. Forget what she say. Everyone would know it's for us. And now she really can't do it because Brittany actually opened her mouth and said it. So it's out of spite now. Even if it wasn't, the fact that she made a video about it, now she really can't do it because it's like, okay, now I'm going back on my word. I'm being hypocritical. I don't think black men are deserving of that. I'm sorry, Brittany, I just don't. Right, and that's what she on. But go ahead.
And even if that was the case,
okay,
body types are body types. NFL tackle. I don't care how much weight he loses, he's going to be a slimmer NFL tackle. He's not going to be a wideout. He's not going to be a running back. Diglett knows that. She knows that internally. She knows it doesn't matter how lean I get or how fitness I become. I'm never going to be Ebony K. Williams or
Brittany Renner.
So from a physical standpoint, she's saying that as in it's futile. I mean, it's good for her health, but she's like, I'm not gonna be up there on my aesthetics.
No, she's a 4.
And
Yes.
yeah, no, she resents that because what you're saying. Okay, let's say okay, we give her another point and a half because she fitting the calves are looking right and the thighs and whatever.
He's still
But
a
you
four.
can't fix exactly. You still can't. The tummy nice and tight, but you still can't.
Your face is still a four.
Yep. I ain't want to say it. I'll let you say it, BGS. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, the thing is, what I get upset about is, and the thing is, dudes know that, okay? A dude that's not conventionally handsome, right? He knows that he's not going to try to get mad because he's not conventionally handsome. He's going to try to do other things, okay?
Mhm.
What Bowser or Diglett, whatever you want to call her, in this iteration, okay, is upset is because she wants extra points, okay, for a look. She wants the same kind of man that Brittany Renner can get, okay?
Mhm.
She wants the same kind of man that Ebony K. Williams can get.
And her
Okay,
ego won't let her admit it, though.
because I went to Harvard. Doesn't matter
Mhm.
that you went to Harvard, okay?
Mhm.
Doesn't matter. You're gonna. The thing is, you're not gonna get the same kind of guy because your man, if he could, would pick a Brittany Renner or an Ebony K. Williams over you
Don't
if
tell
he
her that,
could.
BGS boy.
Well,
She just blew up. She just
there
blew a
is an
fuse.
exception. There
Mhm.
is an exception, BGS, and maybe we need to know more about it. How did Katanji pull the
I thought her.
white
Yep.
trust
Yep.
fund
Yep.
surgery?
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
How did,
Yep.
I mean, I
okay.
like to know the
Oh, that's
background story
that's
on that.
easy. That's
Mhm.
easy because okay, people at that level, and KMS probably knows this. People at that level, right? They don't uh they don't marry.
Mhm.
They don't marry for looks. Okay, they marry for position. Okay, they marry for legacy. They marry to elevate themselves. They marry for power. Okay, their side chicks got the looks. The jump off has the looks.
Yep.
Okay,
And that's what Bowser has an issue with us on. So
What they could what did because I mean I think this is important. I think you're making an important point, BGS.
hmm
But see, I don't know enough about Katanji's background family to know why she would be selected for that purpose.
it could be family. Family matters a little bit, right? Because there's connection, right? Well, once you
Yeah.
get in, if you have the talent and you're tracked, okay, and they can tell very. You should know, man. You were tracked, okay. Okay, they could tell by
Yeah.
the time you're in high school and you get tracked. If you follow along a certain track, okay, they can
you're gonna be the
tell
one.
where you're going, right? And she
Mhm.
was tracked,
Well,
okay.
but I'm just
Right.
saying this guy picked a homely black woman. He didn't
Okay.
pick a homely white woman. So I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
It,
Like I said, I had an
it,
ex-girlfriend,
it,
although she was better looking. I had an
uh,
Mhm.
ex-girlfriend that married a trust fund
it, it, uh, if,
East Coast dude.
okay.
Mhm.
But her thing was she had transferred. She was in this program.
Mhm.
Mhm.
We were in HBCU, and
Okay.
after our sophomore year,
Uh-huh.
she got in this program with Brown University.
She was
So
tracked.
she became kind of this special thing, you know.
She got
She became and then she went into medical. She got a medical
she got
degree
tracked. She
and did
got
very
tracked,
well.
and
Yeah.
she got tracked into a higher status. In other words, her her endpoint, or what her perceived endpoint, was going to be higher than yours. Okay, so she was tracked.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
just like
she was better looking than Katana.
we would say
I mean,
Michelle
from my
Obama. Michelle Obama's not a beauty. Okay, but Michelle
Mhm.
Obama was tracked. Okay,
Mhm. Mhm.
yeah.
how did she?
Yeah, well she got tracked back at Whitney Young High
And
School in
she
Chicago.
was
Mhm.
That's
tracked.
kind of
In other words, she went to an Ivy League school. She was tracked to marry an upper level dude. Okay,
Yeah. And,
because it's more about legacy. It's more about power. It's about attracting power to the family and to her children. Right. So Ketanji Brown was tracked to. Evidently, it's the winner because she's Supreme Court justice. Okay, so
yep.
they tracked her accurately. So of course,
Yep.
a trust fund baby or a billionaire or somebody of that ilk would marry a Ketanji Brown no matter how she looked.
Mhm. And that so when we're speaking about Bowser or Diglett in this case for better hue, that's what I think her contempt for the masses of black men is. And that's why I keep on bringing up the blue collar thing. It's not blue collar, it's not personal because Z is blue collar. She's making an argument. She's making the argument that BGS just made. I'm a better class, and okay, fine, agreed, cool,
Okay.
and I'm deserving of, and there you go, right? So it still is a jealousy of a Brittany Renner, and she actually said that, mentioning her, which is like, I'm aiming higher than that. I don't care for a PJ Washington. I don't care for that. I'm trying to do bigger and better things than that. So it's speaking to, as I said before, the way black men are viewed, their ineptitude, their lack of class is an anchor on my ankle, and I despise that because I'm shackled by the way I look, right?
So who's an up and coming? Okay, say I don't even know where she is. What state is she in? By the way, anybody know what state she's in?
Was it Kentucky? It's one of she said it the other day. It's it's not Texas. I don't think it was Texas. She's in like, not Missouri. It's Missouri or Kentucky or something like that. She's in right now.
Get the hell out. She can't make no moves.
So
Kentucky.
So in other words,
or is she's not in Texas. I don't think so. Yeah.
Go say she was good looking enough to attract an up and coming politician that was tracked for
there we go. It's Indiana. Thank you, Trell. It's Indiana. Okay. It's Indiana.
Okay. Basically, if Indiana, so she should be able to attract a dude from Chicago that's up and coming to go into law, into politics or something like that. How come she's not tracking a dude like that?
It's too late.
It's between. Let's be honest. Between the age, because she's a couple years younger than me, so let's say she's 35 or something right now. And then I think the look.
Let me have this.
Go ahead.
Chicago has a particular class and group of people. They went to high school together. They went to college together. They in the brother sister fraternities together. They in the same South land of Chicago, group and that group and whatever. You don't just casually walk your little ass up in that.
But she's got
in that class in Chicago.
She's asking.
Yeah, but you still got to maneuver.
Wait.
You still got
both of the old heads. To both of the old heads. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So, Black Uru might have a point because she did make a video about when she went to Harvard, she got to be around the Negroes that he's describing right now, and she realized, oh, maybe I'm part of the lower part of the upper middle class of black folks because those are the real ones. She did make a video about that.
Was she in the Mid-Coast wing of Jack and Jill, for example?
I doubt it.
That's one of the things.
Yeah. Go ahead, BGS.
Well, what I'm saying is, okay, you do have a Harvard degree, and that does mean something, okay?
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't mean anything is bunk, okay? It does mean something, okay? That your Harvard card will get you in the door, okay? So my thing is, okay, if you don't want a PJ Washington, you don't qualify for PJ Washington in the first place, okay? Let's get that out of the way. Okay?
No.
So she don't qualify that because there's
not a never, but go ahead.
No, the thing is, there's nothing.
And Brittany really fumbled the bag on that. She really fucked that.
That's why she's upset, because she got lucky and fumbled the bag.
Yeah.
Okay?
She really fucked that up.
Yeah, in fact,
because all she had to do was go sit her ass down and be quiet and act like she was gonna be a real wife, and he might have married her.
He married the next one.
There you go.
And
there you go.
That's how come she blew up. She's blowing up all the place. How come she blew up on Pearl, right? Is because she's still pissed off because she did fumble the bag. Okay, because she left with $2,500 a month, right? Which she's pissed about. Okay, is what it is. Okay, and the next chick takes the same deal that he gave you, the exact same deal. But that chick had that baby, sat down, shut her mouth, and a year later he married her. That could have been her.
Look, if a black man has a father in his life, and a good father in his life, there's a much higher probability that he will conclude that he should marry the mother of his children.
And he had a good father.
That's a profile.
Yeah, he had.
And he had a good father in his life. Yeah.
The thing is, she doesn't qualify to be a wife, and I think she kind of realizes that.
Yeah.
Just to BGS's comment, as far as with Diglett, No.
I hate that you said this too, KMS.
I'm gonna have to look up that character.
Look up Diglett. I promise you. I promise you. Black Uru, you're gonna laugh your ass off. You're gonna laugh your ass off. I promise you.
I saw the image and it's fitting. But
yeah.
To BGS's comments as far as with her, as far as her Harvard degree, no, it does matter. But the problem is that she also missed her window.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Johnny Brown Jackson, she met her man in college, where while she was in college.
Okay.
She's going back. She's going back as an older lady. That's going to be a strike against her. And then furthermore, and this is the point. This is what is damning to her based on her. What she said is that, and I'm paraphrasing, is that she wants a gorgeous man to flaunt off.
Okay. No, that was Ostefco. That was Ostefco. That was Ostefco. But to your point, KMS, though, she's not too far. She did call her man. Well, let's take that back. She did say that she's shallow and she knows who she has, and I was like, bro, I need a woman that's on drugs like you. Because she said, I'm shallow. And then when you see her man, you're like, look, I'm a straight dude. I ain't supposed to judge, but
She's settled.
But for who she is aesthetically and for what she represents, the type of man who's going to be involved with her is going to ask her of some concessions that she's not going to be able to make, because that'll literally undercut who she represents online.
I agree.
Listen, like for me to be arm in arm with you, I'm at my mistress going to have a mistress.
Yeah,
and you're going to have to deal with that. So it's going. There's so many concessions she's going to have to make that she
would have to make the Bill Gates deal.
Don't put past them the possibility to lie. Don't put past the possibility to them to try to fake. Don't put past them someone like her to present one persona online and be doing what the hell a man tell her to do in private.
There's no. I agree with you.
With her, you know.
With her, no. It's deep rooted because okay. You know, because like Black Uru has daughters. One he said is shapely, one is cute. You know, petite. So you didn't raise the meh daughter, Black Uru. So there's a certain level of resentment. I could smell it because I'm around her age. There's a resentment that she got. She ain't listening to no dude, right? There's a resentment that Bowser has, that Diglett has. It's
intersectional feminist. And
it's raging hot, right? I know this because I know women like her, right? The resentment is raging hot, and she just knows how to intellectualize it, but she barely can keep it compressed. And if she was to graduate law school, oh my God. Oh yeah.
Black Uru, I respect her as an elder, but I'm going to tell you this: she mean that shit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep.
Means it, and for her to get the type of man that she wants to flaunt, the type of concessions she'd have to do would literally undercut who she. It would be an affront to her.
Yes,
I don't think she can't. She can make one Faustian bargain, but she can't make two.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
She should invest in pet food.
Well, I mean, she got a dude right now. Let's see how long that lasts and if it turned into something. But and this is another thing. She don't want to have children. So even when you get, she doesn't want to have children. And I'm almost certain she's anti-marriage, but I'm not 100%. But I recall her saying multiple times she doesn't want to have children.
So what is she complaining about then?
But it's still you know what I think it is.
Who she's stacking up with.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, man.
I think she still earns more than this dude, but he still makes good money.
Her not wanting to have children means she ain't with the man she really want to be with.
I think so.
Women want to have children with the men they want to be with. That is biological. That's biological.
Yeah, I agree. Because remember, we saw this with Jeannie Mai. Remember, Jeannie Mai was anti-kids, and then she got with Jeezy, and all of a sudden,
yep, he cracked that, and even after he left her, she was still trying to cling to him. He cracked her leg.
Yep, he cracked those eggs.
Yeah.
But no, for real. And L's active. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, "Mr. Z PhD fun. Look, don't do this to me, y'all. Y'all over here law school, and y'all got BGS up here. Stop it. Law school and PhD fun."
Go
Matter
ahead.
of fact,
There you
Waffle
go.
said
It
he
could
was
have been
going to law
worse.
school earlier too.
Oh man.
Mr. Z, first of all, if you did went back to college, you will probably be
I hate
like
y'all
my
doing
younger
this right
brother.
now.
I got a
I hate
younger
y'all
brother,
doing
okay?
this. Go ahead.
Hold up. I got a younger brother. He's a year younger than me. A year
Mhm.
younger than me. All right, November Scorpio, 83. Um, he's a lot like you, although he's a cross between you and Charles, the way he's built and everything. He's 5'10", 5'11". He's got that stocky build. He doesn't roll sleep boxes, but my mother just brings up. Well, my mother knows better than to bring this up, but I know a lot of people bring up the fact that while I'm a community college graduate, he is he's got his BA. Where does he go?
He's
You've
right
been
here.
breaking up for a while anyway. You might want to
He got
drop
kicked
it.
down the street.
Yeah, you've been kind of like it's been kind of crackly in your background anyway. But go ahead. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay,
hmm
but like I said, he's 5'10", master's degree, and it doesn't mean much, but but the fact he has a master's degree puts his foot in the door in so many in many ways, and gets him access into certain places that you cannot get into until you get to that level of a qualification.
That's true.
Plus he can dance. Like yourself.
This is true. Mr. Z does have two left feet, like
Two
the one
left feet
Haitian
and two
that
right
does.
hands. That's why he's so balanced.
Right. And let's let Vince go because I like to let the younger brothers have this time. Go ahead, Vince. What's up?
Yeah, I wrote my shit down this time.
Bullet points.
That's smart. That's smart. Go ahead.
I want
You
to keep it
learned
short.
it.
I've
Right.
been thinking about this stuff all week. Like I've been thinking about shit for a while, man. And one of the things
Mhm.
that really is smacked me in the face is seeing that these relationships are socio-economical. I know it's like go figure, but for me, I'm just like soaking that in. The article I told you about in 1990. Shout out to the Black Jobs. In 1998, they came out with an article about the crisis on Black families and stuff. I'm born in 1992. I was 6 around that time. I didn't see how much that was going to roll out into what we're seeing now. So I'm like, Jesus, like it's like, whew. And one of the concepts, one of the things I thought about was these asymmetrical relationships, and to make it relevant, these asymmetric parasocial relationships that we're seeing that Yanni's having with her peoples, because she's really being inconsiderate of her socioeconomic class and who she's talking to and stuff. She's not keeping in mind of the people who are first generational wealth, first getting out the hood. I don't even think people are even considering that part. And if they're feminists, they should even be thinking about the children of the Black women even at that time. So it's ass backwards, just like you say. They hate Black men more than they love Black women, because what
Yeah.
about the kids? What about these kids coming up and
Hey,
now,
Vince, let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Vince, let me ask you a question. Does a dope dealer care about the status and the issues of the dope fiend?
Can you repeat that? You broke up a little bit.
Does the dope dealer care about the
Does
status of the dope fiend?
and the issues and the problems of the dope fiend?
Nah, they just want that bread.
Exactly.
That's Yanni. That's Yanni.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. So I
Yeah.
don't know, like the things that she say to me, the things she say and the things that FD says kind of like invalid, because they're not. It's like it's an element of being genuine that's not there, that I can't buy it. I don't care how
But
smart you are.
here's the thing. The difference between FD and Yanni. FD's already married, family man. He has the degrees. He knows the academics. So, and he's rubbing elbows with certain bread tube and cornbread tube, including Bowser. So he can occupy a certain class that Yanni, with her money, can't occupy. She finds herself in a very interesting place where you're social media famous-ish, right? Not really, but kind of.
Right.
At least to a certain level. You're not celebrity level, right? You're not an academic. You're not associating with them. So FD will be able to move, and Bowser will be able to move in a way Yanni can only dream of, right? So yeah. So does that mean that she can't meet them? That doesn't mean that. It just means that she's like one of these like wannabe.
She's not in
Say
that
again?
class. She's not in that
Yeah,
class.
she's not in that class. She's not in that class.
Well, but let's consider this. Sin G did appear on Fox Soul.
True.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so you did have a kind of a crossing of what Vivica Fox and Lisa
Mhm.
Ray, what they represent status wise
That's
with
true.
that of this internet
Yeah,
phenomenon.
but
So
she's still not in that
yeah,
class though.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. No, that's true. That and but I agree with BGS when he says like, but she's still not part of this. She and
No, she's not part
even
of
with Cynthia G popping up on
it. Yeah.
that, like she don't have the look, she don't have the sound. She sound like a black version of Fran, like right. So like she just it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was never. They brought
Cynthia,
her on so that she could pretty much say what a
I
lot of
think
them women feel.
Sin G's.
Mhm.
I think Sin G's problem is she's too hardcore with it and
she's not.
I
inflexible
agree.
with it.
I
Okay.
agree.
Yeah,
Sinji was a former hooker. Okay, she was former
Hmm.
call girl,
She,
right? And she's got a lot of stuff in her background that she cannot be in the class of those. Now for Fox
yeah.
Soul, she was just content. Okay, she was content. Okay, but she's not in. If they try to bring her in the same kind of grouping as with those women, they wouldn't like her. Okay, because
Yeah.
she doesn't belong in their class.
No,
Hmm.
no.
Because
No,
I mean,
she's the much dirtier version of maybe what they are. They
no,
She
can't
yeah.
they can't have
not
that
even that. Not
around.
even
Uh,
not even that. Okay, she's a working class girl with slash 85 because if you look at her family background, she came from an 85 background, right? Damn near
mm,
homeless. Okay, now she went to school, she got an education, she happened to get kind of YouTube famous, and
mhm.
she's content, but she's
So it
not in the
doesn't even
class.
matter that the message is that she brings eyeballs.
She brings eyeballs, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And they put her across the room essentially from Dr. Umar Johnson and let her say to Dr. Umar Johnson's face,
Mm.
delete unborn black male babies. They let her say that.
Yeah.
The disrespect, I get it if you don't like Dr. Umar. I get it.
And Umar's punk ass let her get away with it.
And not only that, he forgave a woman that didn't even ask for forgiveness. So you're right about that black rule. And then on top of that, he was doing his own live, and he said, "Oh, I'll forgive her for that." Like it was nothing.
It's
She
not.
didn't even ask for his forgiveness.
It doesn't
Oh,
have. Okay, the thing is, and this is why that's why I know that certain people are not pro-black or not in that
yeah.
community, right? Because it's
Hmm.
very obvious what he's doing to me. Okay, this is why
Hmm.
I had. This is why I haven't left the sector completely, but the thing is why I had to step away from it because I got
Hmm.
tired of the shit that Umar's doing. I know what he's doing. Okay, I know
Pandering.
I know I know the demographic that he's shooting for, right? And why he forgives her. Okay, because I've seen. That's why I left. I got sick of dudes doing that shit. Okay. I call it hotepping for pussy or hotepping
Hmm.
for dollars because that's where your money comes from. Of course, he's
Yeah.
gonna forgive her and call her queen and say that's okay, blah blah blah, because it will look bad to the people that are actually giving him money to not do that.
the
So
Yeah. If he
the
he's
forgive
hive
one.
her.
gonna look at him crazy.
To
Yeah.
what?
The hive gonna look at him crazy.
Yeah.
The black gynocracy will attack him if he goes too far. So he doesn't want to mess up his money, and I don't blame him. Like I said, I've interviewed Dr. Umar 3 times, right? So I know
Hmm.
him. I know the Dr. Umar is
Mm-hmm.
different from the Umar that he presents out on that stage to
Mm.
get his money, right? He's after the bag right now, so of course he's gonna, queen, and I forgive her. I forgive the sister. The sister is wayward because of white supremacy, and she don't have the brothers to actually lift her up and teach her
Mhm.
right, blah, that kind of crap. Okay,
But this what I don't get,
Yeah,
right? But
real quick, Vince, let me read this real quick.
go ahead.
Thank you, Louis, for this. And Red Pill Sleeper Cell says, great stream. And thank you for that. Thank you. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And thank you for the super chat, Louis. Go ahead, go. Go ahead, Vince.
I'm like, if you have your education and stuff, and you on this right path of the social economic ladder, like, why are you rushing to get the bread if like the money gonna come? And like the way, like to me, it's just like the way people are doing people is wild in that sense.
No,
Like,
everybody.
Mm.
Okay, I got so many PhDs, man. It ain't funny, right? Okay,
Mhm.
and there's brothers on here that can tell you there's a lane that you have to get your money in. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
basically, Uber can tell you there's a lane. If you get an education, there's a lane that you get your money in. Okay, and every lane, just because you have a PhD, gets every education, every lane ain't for you. Okay, that's
Yeah.
his lane.
right,
That's the lane he picked. That's the way he has to get his money. Okay, if he goes back to being a school psychologist, he ain't gonna make the same kind of money. He's not. I don't care if he has a PhD or not. You're gonna top out at 100 grand.
Well,
But
also, it's very obvious to me that Umar is an egomaniac, and this current lane allows him to vent out his ego
kind of,
maniacalism.
kind of.
Because and the only reason I would say this is from what I've observed,
Mhm.
Umar is a talented, if not brilliant, child psychologist.
True.
He can make a wonderful living, productive living, a published living
Mhm.
as a psychologist. But it don't come with all the style. It don't come with the Breakfast Club.
The
It don't
styling
come
and
with all that
profiling.
shit.
Yep. Mhm.
So a lot of this
Uh-huh.
is his personality type is a lot
Right.
of why he does what he does.
The-
We
But-
know
but-
guys like Umar. We grew up BGS with guys like Umar.
what I'm saying is, okay, not only not only do I grow up with guys like this, you got to remember, I'm in
You're in the circle. You're in the group.
I'm in the community,
Yeah.
okay?
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah,
in the
you're in
community.
LA.
No,
You're in LA.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's talk about the national community. I know these kind of
Yeah.
guys, well, what's his name with it? It's on Jared Ball. What's the dude's name with the glasses?
Diallo
Yeah,
Kenyatta.
my partner that I was online with for like 12 years, he mentioned his name. He looks up to the guy, okay?
Mhm.
He looks up to the guy. I'm in that community. I got tired of having my shirt sleeve pulled, but you can't say that shit to the sisters, okay? Got tired of
That's
that.
Every time you say it, every time you say it.
like
They
that.
pull in the back. They pull in the back of his shirt. They pull in the back of his shirt.
brother, BGS. Yeah, I know, man, but you can't say it to the sisters, man. You know?
And by the way, Dr. Umar Johnson had a recent interview. I already watched it on Breakfast Club, and he was on the same thing. You know, these brothers, they slowing down with the bunny hopping, and he framed the whole conversation. Obviously, like black men, we're slowing down on the bunny hopping because we realize the problem, and you know, just when he was speaking about black men, it just we're betraying the community. Yep.
The child psychologist thing don't come with all the attention that the bunny hopping brings.
If he goes a child psychologist route, he wants to make money, then he's going to have to appeal to white people.
White people, yep, that's
because
true.
that's where that's the lane. That's where your money's going to come from, right?
Now you know how he could make money at it if he got on with the white guys y'all been featuring lately.
He would have to take on a different lane, okay? But he's already embedded.
Your Reeves and those guys, yeah.
He's already embedded into this pro-black community and stuff like that because that's where he started to make his money. Okay, that's where his background is in, and that's where his lane is. That's where he's going to make his money. And there's certain things that you have to do. Okay, because sometimes, and in fact, I was just on a show where I had to bite my tongue. Okay, because I'm on a female show. Okay, and thank God my mentor, she's very good at kind of pulling me back. Okay, you got to remember where you are. You got to remember the room that you're in.
All right, y'all. Let me read this real quick, and then let's let Vince go, then Leon, then AB. All right. And Leon's up here, and Leon says Brittany Renner is as a matter of fact, after I read this, then Leon, then Vince, then AB. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Brittany Renner is a pretty white trailer trash from Mississippi. Bowser is middle class, low level, unattractive, hard worker, labor woman, class, Afro studies. But this is the thing, she despises that. If it wasn't for the brother that she's with now, she probably would be with let me take that back. I would argue that she hates that it seems as if it's the same thing with Ebony K. Williams. Like the world is trying to push her to the blue collar brothers, and it's like it's not fair.
It's not fair.
It's not. It's not fair. And that's why if you ever hear Bowser speak, she's like blue collar. Ew, no, not me. I'm better than that.
How come she didn't get a doctorate if she really wanted to be of that class?
Well, she's about to go to law school, maybe, possibly. So she's gonna try to weasel her way in through the back door.
So why you wait this long? Okay, you know what the track is. How come you didn't take your track? How come you didn't get your PhD and go that track?
I'm a PhD. Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
it looks like she's gonna try to find another lane. And yeah, this lady right here, I see her as being a
She
long term
probably
problem.
BGS wasn't amongst your higher end intellectual types, and getting a
Hmm.
PhD, especially at the Ivy League level, is some real type work. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you can't just fuck around with that.
Okay.
And she thought she could just bail out and work her Harvard
Oh,
or
Yeah,
BS degree.
she did her major was Afro studies, so I think Black Uru is kind of right on this. Her major
so
was Afro studies.
so so why
Yeah.
she go
So
to another a lower level college and get her PhD?
this is the point.
Mhm.
So um, BGS has seen DMs of me, pictures with different ladies of all races. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing that you have to get about middle class black girls is they're the last pick, plus they're the minority in the middle class. It doesn't matter where you are, you're the minority. So what we know about race, people want to assimilate to the bigger group with the
Mm-hmm.
money.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I've shown BGS my wife DMs of girls I went to prom with. I went to 4 different proms. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Me too. So what I'm saying is, when you look at it, I played sports just like his son. We grew up the same place. He knows how racially mixed that area is
Mm-hmm.
and different. So girls that are black are already in competition with Latino and white girls, and we hook up with Latino, white girls, and everything else. So to say that she's middle class, which I wasn't born middle class, my parents made it to middle class. She more likely her parents made it to middle class, and then you're still the minority. Plus, you're not super attractive, and you weren't involved in a lot of shit, but you got good grades, and you went to Harvard. You didn't get a crazy degree. You didn't go to Howard. You didn't go to Spelman. You didn't go to any of these places that were near male or female HBCUs. You went to a white predominant university.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you again an extreme minority, and you're still not the most attractive. So when you look at the numbers, if you're born middle class or higher middle class, you're already in competition with other fucking groups. Plus, you're not attractive. Plus, you didn't hook up with the boys in high school because they didn't want you because you were still lower than
Yeah.
the bar of attractiveness. So you have to deal with the reality of where you're projected. And what she did was she got a degree that was worse shit. If she didn't have social media wasn't out, and if
Yeah, bro. I mean,
she didn't
remember
have,
she fell off with
hold on,
poor
let me
Harriet. So you're right. You're right. I'm just saying you're right. Go ahead.
One time.
so
One time.
so if she didn't have her poor Harriet website and social
Mm-hmm.
media was out, she would be with a blue collar brother at the end of the fucking day. And let me make it make sense. BGS seen my wife. My wife looks way better than her. They're
Okay.
born in the same fucking class.
Mm-hmm.
She went to Harvard. My woman went to a medical school. Okay, different. But guess what? Poor Harriet wants a nigga that looks like me, but is in higher class.
Okay.
But see, BGS knows I'm more egalitarian, but she wants the status with the egalitarian part of it.
She should have tracked out then. So in other words, she should
Nah, she's not getting brothers like me.
Oh, hold on. Look,
Oh, my bad.
unless you know what I'm getting ready to say, finish my sentence, okay? Okay. No, she wants somebody better than you, okay? But she didn't track out.
Yes.
She wants a Barack Obama. That's what she wants, but she didn't track out. Okay.
Oh, that's not happening.
Why is it not happening?
Well, like even when I've talked to you about Michelle Obama before and her caste and where her family originates from.
I know,
They've been following them.
but Michelle Obama tracked out. Okay.
Yeah, she was born to.
And so was this one. Guess what she did?
No.
Yes, she was. If you get into Harvard, you're tracked. Okay.
Okay.
You
Yeah, I
don't get
agree
into
with that
Harvard by
part.
accident, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Especially being a black person, right? Okay.
Mhm.
You're tracked. How come you didn't finish the track? Okay.
Because she wasn't talented and smart enough to. Michelle Obama not only graduated from Princeton, but then she went to Harvard Law School.
Law school.
Yes.
How come is Ketanji Brown beautiful?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Brown.
I think she's alright-ish.
No, she's not alright. No.
I'm not saying she's ugly.
She's
I'm not
brown.
saying she's ugly, but she looked like any. We can walk out in the streets and see a dozen
And that's what
Kentucky
I'm saying. Yes, that's
inside
I
of
agree
10
with that.
minutes.
Exactly, I
Ketanji
agree.
Brown
I
is
agree.
browsed her,
Wait,
okay?
you talking about the Supreme Court judge?
Yes,
Yes.
No,
yes.
she's average. She's average, but that's
She
her
she
status
Kenta-
is
she Ketanji
extreme.
Brown, but she tracked out. Okay, you got to track out. Just like Abrams, right? If Abrams wasn't gay, she would track out. She'd
Damn.
get her higher class dudes.
Stacey.
Stacey Abrams. Okay.
You know,
Well,
no,
but she would have
but
also had to be a little more conscious of her
her
you
weight.
know,
Let's just say what it is.
Yeah,
But
her weight.
But
you have to
yeah,
you have to maximize what you have. But the thing is, Bowser's pissed because that's your fault that you didn't get the guy that you wanted, right? You didn't finish the job. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's
she
not her
did
problem.
complain, and it's on Themis' channel right now. She did complain about having for her it was she felt like she had to go to prom with the white dude because in her words, the black jocks weren't checking for her in high school, and the black nerds weren't checking for her neither.
Yeah, and that's
Her
what I'm
words.
saying. It's like
That sounds like a personal problem to me.
if I finish school in a middle class place, like she's not competing. it's like you're
Okay,
already the
but
minority.
let's tell the whole truth about what happened.
If she has an
And
attitude, too.
let's tell the whole truth about what happened in that environment. Because I sent children to school in that environment.
Mhm.
This is what happens in that environment. The black jocks get everybody. They
Yes.
fuck everybody. They run through. I mean, they are like gods on campus.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, they hit everybody. Probably even some of the younger teachers, right? The nerds, they're ignored even by the black girls. But see, this is what happens. The little white girls, the little Asian girls sneak up on them, you know. And so then by prom time, you know, the blurbs, they're firmly ensconced with the Asian girls, with the white girls, maybe the Latina girls. So now I ain't taking your ass to prom. You weren't feeling me back when we were freshmen or sophomore. So why I'm taking you to prom now? Because your ass can't get a date. That's what I've seen. That's what I've actually seen.
And let me read this real quick, y'all. And Bowser says, I said Bowser. Ooh, L's out there called you Bowser. My bad. And L's active says Bowser academic nemesis fun. Hysterical. Look, me and her going to war with each other in the courtroom. I would relish it. Oh, I would love it. I would love it. I would try to put, figuratively speaking, I would try to put her head on a pike. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Well, to add a little bit to what Uru just said, even with like the younger generation, like my son.
Oh, and Better You. After Better You, AB, and then Socrates. Go ahead, Better You.
Gotcha. And my bad. This only takes a second. Like, I remember taking him to a birthday party with one of his friends, maybe like a year ago. And I remember there was this, it was a bunch of little black boys, it was a white boys party. And finally a little black girl showed up. I'm like, hey, all right, cool. And she was just kind of alone. Like you could see where the group was, and the group wasn't really messing with her. And I pulled my son to the side. I'm like, hey, why don't you invite her to kind of, play in the group with you? And he looked at me. He was like, who, her? I'm like, yeah. Nah, she mean, bro. You don't even know, Dad. And he literally walked off like, yo, you fucking tripping, bro.
Yeah, no, wait.
Right.
And Better You, how old was your son at the time?
Could have been older than 9, bro.
Okay. You know why this matters? We keep on hearing black men who date and marry black women who have black sons telling you their sons, even regardless of what the dad is on, dad could like super dark chocolate. The sons are telling you absolutely not because these black girls are mean. And this is before they could really get hit with all of this supposed anti-black misandry and misogyny and sexism. So y'all go ahead.
My grandson just went through that at the same age, right? He's in an all-black school, okay? He's got a black girl he thinks is cute. He walks up and tells her, I think you're cute and I like you. And guess what she did to him? She was mean to him. Because that's Klingonese. Even though she liked him. But that's how they relate, okay? So that's fine if it's all black environment. What happens when you have an Asian girl or a white girl that thinks that will actually reciprocate?
Yep, and that's what they hate.
And that's what's
Well,
happening.
and here's the problem with the Cleon Maiden, BGS.
Yeah.
You know, when we grew up with the Cleon Maiden, we were acclimated to the Cleon Maiden.
Yes.
But the problem is they've spent, 3 generations now telling the boys to play nice, particularly the black boys.
Yeah.
You got to be nice. You can't hit a girl back. You can't do this. You can't do that. So
Yeah.
while she continued with her Cleon mentality, you totally neutered the boys into being some kind of, I don't know, whatever kind of subordinate sort of alien analogy, you know.
The thing is, I don't know why black men feel like we don't understand this shit. Okay, we went through the same goddamn thing. How come you don't understand it?
Exactly.
You know
exactly. But again, when we were coming up, we understood that was a part of what you had to do.
Had to go.
You know, whether it was healthy or not, that's what we understood what you had to do.
Yeah.
We knew we were gonna get hit by black girls.
Yeah.
And we were gonna chase them, and we were gonna play like we was gonna hit at them, and all that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
That's what we did. Yeah. That's why sometimes, man, in this black sector, I get frustrated because you guys know what the fuck the truth is, but we talk around it like it doesn't exist.
I don't think they know, BJS.
Yes,
I disagree. I know. I don't. I think they did not see a lot of things that we saw. I think we assumed they did. But I don't think they saw a lot of things that we saw.
The thing is, you didn't recognize it when it was happening to you because you saw it.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, some people didn't recognize what was happening to them in their face, and then you get older.
And then after Vince, we got to get AB in. Go ahead.
All right. So you like one thing that you said, Z. One thing that you said, BGS, is important is this socialization stuff, and we talk about awkwardness and black awkwardness and stuff like that and everything, and how these socio developmental stages and stuff, how it could hinder or malign another stage. And now we're at this point where people are trying to justify their malignments and things and not correcting it, and also being delusional about their malignment and stuff like that. No, everything's okay, and you're missing key social cues and key social components to be able to be considered quote unquote normal or average or whatever you want to call it.
The thing is that because I went to mostly white schools, right? It was bused, mostly white schools, and having to come back and have to date and mate and interact with in a black environment with black women. I had to re-socialize myself, man. A lot of black women couldn't understand how come I wasn't on that rah-rah shit. Okay.
Right.
But here's the thing though, BJS, and I'm sorry, Vince. After this, you finish, but we got to get AB in after you. The thing is, these women, these girls at the time, they're still living in the burbs. So you were being bussed. So you kind of had that dual consciousness. These went, and that's why I put up the clip from a couple weeks ago of the young lady saying she went to white schools and that messed her up. Right? That messed her up. And it reminded me of a conversation I was having with Black Uru about, sending your kids to these schools. And this girl is telling you it tore her apart to the point where her parents regretted it. These women are still, I'm sorry?
Like how?
Oh, the standards, the ideas, the way for them, the microaggressions of the little white girls, and what this young lady was saying.
They are forever comparing themselves with
the white girls,
these white girls. I mean, we was fortunate. I have a large extended family, a lot of supportive, a lot of men who are very good guys, married or whatever. So it kind of helped to shield my daughters from a lot of the madness, and my older daughter eventually found a productive young man and married him. So I was fortunate. I did, however, see what that young woman described happened to a lot of the friends of my daughters. I saw the damage, the self-image issues that they had. And they were striking. And it was even worse if the girls were a product of broken homes or families. So you might have a particularly productive mother who has a great job and does well, so she can send her daughters to private school or to a good school, but they don't have that balance of man, that appreciation and love of father, and they get consumed by white supremacy. It does damage. I was very familiar. I saw the video you described, Z, and I was very familiar. I'm very familiar with what that young woman described. And I felt kind of sad as I was watching the video because I've seen it up close.
Yeah, yeah. And to real quick to L's active. So I saw that clip already. The one with all the brothers in the park or in the yard, and they're and y'all give me a second. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me now. But I saw the video with all the brothers, and and it's just wider and wider and wider, and all of them got non-black girlfriends and wives or whatever. Yeah, I saw it already. And okay, so let's let AB go real quick, and then we'll get KP, and then we'll get Socrates and then KP. Okay, go ahead, AB.
You'll love this one, Mr. Z, because you're a fan of Popeyes.
Hysterical. I might be on my way over there. I haven't had it in a couple weeks. Go ahead.
No, but at this point, I hate this. I really do hate to say this, but to a degree, we just need to let it ride. These heifers are now killing themselves over
train tracks. Go ahead.
Not Popeyes. Church's chicken.
I mean, Church's chicken is like the most hood of the hood. I don't care what nobody says.
It is.
All the churches is about as hood as you could get.
It is hood. Yeah.
That's more hood than. Hey, put it this way: the Popeyes are in the hood, the churches are in the gutter,
and the most GMO genetically modified
chicken ever.
Hey,
I agree.
You cannot eat church chicken without hot sauce. It just doesn't.
Hey, let me actually retract what I said. I said it the wrong way. Popeyes is in the hood. Churches is in the gutter. There y'all go. Go ahead, y'all.
You can say what you want. Churches come with free steroids. That's the biggest one.
Hey, we over here. Okay, fine. We were talking about the kids in school. If you want to raise a big ass football playing ass son, you better feed him some churches. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up, AB.
I guess this must be the old nigga coming out. Shout out to BGS. I don't give, if you're gonna act a fool, I'm gonna leave it to yourself. I'm not gonna try to save you.
Yeah,
you chicks wanna, be on their bullshit. What you want me to do about it?
Look, I'm glad that we're speaking about these women, and we're speaking class, we're speaking education, we're speaking pedigree. All of that speaks to how much the Black community is a gynocracy, regardless of class. Number one, but number two, how it represents, how it shows up, considering class, right? So you do have the Yannies on one end, but you have the Bowsers on the other end, right? These are both of them are gynocrats. It's just two different forms of gynocrat, right?
Yeah.
Two different versions of gynocrat. Chrissy, gynocrat. Paris, gynocrat. Funny enough, she's married to a Nigerian, but okay. All right. Cynthia G, broken ass, psychologically damaged, gynocrat. Right? So like this is just different education levels, different classes, different backgrounds of gynocrat. Either way, but go ahead, finish up, AB.
But whether they're a baron or marquis or a knight or a peasant, they're all a part of the kingdom, all a part of the aristocratic order of the sovereign. So even though they have different status, they all play a role in maintaining the kingdom of gynocracy.
Yeah, I agree. And then go ahead, AB, and finish up, and then we'll get KP.
Yeah, they're all part of the what did BGS call them? The clean-on system.
Yeah, it really is.
Unfortunately, you just have to understand them and move forward. If they want to stay in their mess, you gotta leave them in it.
And I want to actually say this to this, and then after that, you go ahead and KP. Reason why I mentioned these names and then attach a personality archetype to them is because I need the young brothers in particular to understand what they're seeing when they're seeing it in college, what you're seeing in high school, what you're seeing post-college, or when you're in your master's program, maybe even PhD program, what you're witnessing when you're watching these young ladies. That's why Bowser in particular, Diglett for Better You, that's why it's important we mention her. So y'all could, because y'all are in classes with y'all are in classes with Diglett. You're in classes with Bowser. You're in classes with her. You're in classes with Ebony K. Williams, right? Some of you find her very attractive. I want y'all to see what it is before you decide which direction you're going to go with this woman.
Real quick,
right?
Yeah, she's attractive, but I am not waking up to that rested bitch face. It's not
I mean,
happening.
Ebony K. Williams definitely does have a. Well, it's ridiculous,
I
right?
am
This
not
is
waking up to that rested bitch face. It's just not. It's just not going to happen.
true.
You
I
know,
mean, I think also what we're seeing is, and I know we don't like to make excuses for them, but you are seeing what white supremacy has raised in black women.
True.
That is when you look at
Facts.
Ebony K. Williams, even the way she rationalizes the type of status she wants to achieve, that's white supremacy, right? Showing up in a black woman. I'm not saying we're not supposed to hold them accountable for their views. When you look at Bowser, the contempt she has is black men, but it's also white society. Why did you shackle me? I'm better than these niggas.
Well,
Why did you shackle me to
there's
these
an
niggas and
extra
their
element.
outcomes?
There's
Mhm.
an extra element you see in their faces.
Yep.
You see in Ebony K. Williams' faces. You see attorney at law. You see what
Yep.
happens when you combine a black female with an attorney at law. We
Yep. Yep.
see it. We saw it with gorilla grip pussy.
Fanny,
Yep.
On the stand,
Yep.
you know,
Oh, we
when
ain't
she
gonna
was
let that go.
telling the judge, she was bossing the other attorneys and the
Yeah, she was.
judge, and
Yes, she
Yes, she
was.
was.
you
Yes,
saw
she
the
was.
same thing. That's the same. You see it with the one judge shooting a boyfriend or some shit. The
Yep.
other
Yep. Yep. I
judge is
remember that.
stealing from folks and
Yep.
whatever. I mean, this is what you see, and almost. And even though they may not all look the same, it's a same sort of disposition of black female gynocracy powered by the power of the law and the law license
Yes.
behind them, which means I can tell all you motherfuckers what to do. I can tell everybody what to do.
Yep.
You shouldn't even open your
Yep.
damn mouth when I'm
Yep.
talking.
Yep.
That's why I would never get with a black
I,
female attorney. Not ever.
Yeah, you warned us about that.
y'all in
Never
the
get with a
wheelhouse,
black
man.
not
female.
only not
We
only
just
that,
already seen it.
I got one for y'all real quick because I'm gonna go through a dead zone in a minute. Let me say this real quick and then KP real quick. So down here in South Florida, we had a black female same-sex loving sister police officer delete her girlfriend and the girlfriend's side chick and then herself.
Damn.
Oh yeah, you heard right. Yeah.
Damn.
So shout out to
Damn.
all of those people. Yo, delete the girlfriend, delete her girlfriend, delete the girlfriend's girlfriend, and then delete herself. And y'all go ahead.
You
Okay,
can't
you
make this
ready
shit
for
up.
this?
And,
Hold on,
and,
let me
and by
get
the way, when I get in the dead zone, let's have Black Uru be the host of the room until y'all can hear me again. If anything, go ahead, yo.
okay, cool. Let me get this out, y'all. I came up when y'all was talking about the clean guy shit, because I'd never forget this, bro. I'm 40 now. I was 15 at the time. So in high school, the broad hits me with a y'all remember the Carmex jars? The hard jar? Not the
Hmm.
Carmex tube, but the jar. So
Yeah.
the broad threw it at me and hit me in the head with it, right?
Mm.
So I grabs the broad by the neck and grab her and hold her all the way up against the wall. They suspend me for 3 days. Guess what happens, bro? She contacts me through one of my cousins about a year later. And guess what she wanted?
Some dick.
To give me some pussy, bro.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Well,
I
yeah,
go,
you had when you grabbed her by the throat, that pussy was creaming, bro.
Yeah,
Big
that
When
G.
you grabbed
Hey,
her by the
hey,
throat,
hey,
you
Aquafina.
had started the Kukulagake mating ritual of the
I didn't
Klingon.
know. Hey, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Uru. So guess what I did? I caught the bus out there to get that ass.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Hell.
I'll never forget this story.
What do you say, bro? I'm going to finish the cycle.
Yeah, I didn't know that's what that was 20-something years ago, bruh. So I went and finished
Mm-hmm.
it
Okay.
off. But like y'all saying about the lawyer shit, I put it in the back chat. Reasonable Doubt on Hulu is Ebony K to a T. It's a show. Black sister lawyer. Got the brother from the barbershop in it. The brother that was the councilman that was helping Laylo Brown in barbershop. He's kind of short. He played in Save the Last Dance. He's in it.
Oh, I know you're talking about. Yeah, I know you're the darker
Okay.
skinned brother. Yeah, I know you're
Reasonable
talking
Doubt on Hulu is Fannie Willis, Ebony K, all wrapped in one.
Oh
I
yeah.
just
No, that
feel
law
like it's
license with a black woman, that law license with a black woman, that shit's deadly, man. Don't do it. Don't do it.
yeah, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
Oh,
hear
I'm still
you.
Yeah,
here.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
we
man,
can
I'm
hear
We
you.
still
hear you.
here. Hey, let me not celebrate too much. But no, so that Kling. So I'm glad you brought up that Klingon ritual, even though this is high school age, right? We don't actually the scholars and the supposed academics in the black community, they don't actually speak about that. I'm talking about as adults, obviously not as minors. That a lot of this goes on instigated by the women. They don't speak that way. It's always the women are victims of men. It's always the men are imposing this wayward ass quote unquote mating ritual and mating dance on the women. They don't actually speak on the women initiating this, wanting this, as Black Guru said, creaming their pants for this, that choke out, that oh man, this is the right. So like, and I haven't been in that situation, but I've been in similar as an adult, and it is a mind fuck, and we don't often speak about what this weird ass Victorian era being turned on, women being turned on by men, that this fake ass idea we have of it, and what it actually looks like.
Yeah, I
Right?
think
There's this
Well,
idea
look,
she wants to be
but let's
serenaded and
be
she wants
honest.
all the soft bullshit. It's not that often. Go ahead, Black Guru. I'm sorry.
What notice when you see lions fucking? What is very often happening when lions are fucking?
An establishment of
Uh,
dominance.
the
Yeah,
lion is biting the lioness. Have you
yes.
all
he's on
noticed
top
that?
nibbling on a neck,
You you
but
you
He
you see that
there's a
you see this with ducks also.
you also see this
exactly
with other
exactly.
big cats.
There's definitely a connection, and that's why you have women who have these essay fantasies and whatever. There's definitely and the guy who killed two women and the women are slobbering all over him, the white dude. There's definitely a
I
connection
remember.
for women between violence and sexual gratification. There's always been. You've been with women want you to turn them around in pretzels and throw them
Yeah,
all up against shit. And, I mean,
yeah.
that's if you've had some good sex out there. I mean, hopefully you have. So I mean, this is not the connection is just more acute. I think it is more acute with black women because for a number of reasons. Some may be biological. Some I think social as well. I think there's certain
Yeah,
social things that are less bred within them than it is in other groups of women. I think it is a testosterone thing as well. I think black people tend to be a little more robust. So you have to bring it a little more fierce with a black woman than maybe other women. Although the other women like it when you bring it fierce to them too. So
yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of this is natural, and people trying to socialize the natural out of us to some degree.
I think you're right.
For the
And
sake of the broader society.
hey, and I'm gonna
I,
comment
I
on
was so
something
I
you
was gonna
said
say
earlier
that.
too. I was gonna comment on
Go
something you
ahead,
said
but
earlier too, Z. You was talking
go
about
ahead.
the socialization of the kids. So I got two
Hmm.
daughters. One is 16 and one is 14 just now. So we went to a
Hmm.
family event on 4th of July. But one thing my daughters told me when we was leaving was like they don't feel comfortable around their cousins because primarily most of their female cousins don't have their fathers in the home. So there's a total
Oh,
Uh
different
oh.
dynamic. It's a total different dynamic
Oh,
amongst their
that's
kids.
dangerous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
that's dangerous.
they were more so like watching how they reacted. So the female
Hmm.
cousins on that side was like really. They told me girls don't usually tell you this, but my daughter said, "Hey,
Hmm.
they fast and they way too fast." I said,
Hmm.
"Damn."
Oh no,
I said,
they'll
"Damn."
definitely try
Mm.
to fuck on. They'll definitely try to fuck on their male cousins for
Well,
sure. I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
not
yeah.
even no, not a
what
question. Yeah.
what this the part I'm talking about, Uru. It's all girls,
Hmm.
but they watch their girl female cousins do shit with boys that was there that's supposed to be their boyfriends, but they like 14 and 15. So they like, hold
Yep.
on, we
Hmm.
don't they like we don't do shit like that. So the shit that they doing is way out of line to be that out. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So it kind
Hmm.
of it
Well,
kind of
look,
gave me
sex is a Sex is a survival thing for the mammalian female. And if daddy ain't around for protection and support and provision, then that female is earlier in life going to become sexually aggressive, if for no other reason but a survival mechanism. That's why girls who don't have their father around get their parents like 2 or 3 years earlier than the girls that do. My daughters were amongst the last of their peers to get their periods. Their friends were getting their periods 2 or 3 years before my daughters were. And but most of them were from broken homes.
Yeah,
That's true.
Let me
see Black Widow.
so real quick, man. What I also and I got to be kind of careful with this a little bit. Me and my lady had a conversation about a relative's daughter, and some of the way we saw that relative's daughter speaking and acting towards her own father. Because obviously the father and the mother are no longer together. The mother is a straight up, but once again, I'm being careful with this, but I gotta say it, hood booger from Philly. Like y'all don't even hear Z speak like this. Just it's so bad. It is bad.
The East
It
Coast
is.
ride
Go ahead,
is
yo.
different, bro.
Hey, bro, it's bad, bro. It's so blatant. But this is the thing with that. When you see the like the little cute little brown skin, sister, probably like mid-teens now. Yeah, it's. But when you saw the way the daughter was speaking, the way the daughter was acting, it's like clear. Even the way, especially the way she was dressed, it's like, bro, who approves of this behavior? Because the father apparently has an issue with it, and it's everything y'all are saying. It's bad, and I witnessed this with my own 2 eyes, and me and my lady had a conversation about it, and when you see it up close and personal, when you see the behavior, when you hear the way they're speaking, when you see them on their cell phone, when you see the facial expressions, I'm talking about at that time, I think the young lady was maybe 12, maybe, right? So when you already saw it, so when we hear the dad saying, the way she's talking to me right now as a teenager, it's like, yeah, we saw that 3 years ago, bro, right? So I mean, yeah, I'll let y'all go, but it's disheartening because you already know what that's gonna lead to, and you're just waiting for you heard such and such pregnant, you heard such and such got caught at a dude's house, so you already know, like, the call, you're gonna hear it eventually, the rumor's gonna hear it happen, you already know, right? So yeah, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, Z.
Anyways, I was saying,
absolutely right. Go ahead, Namor.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Mhm.
As I was saying, just to caveat what Black Roo just said about his daughters, being the last girls in their class or group of friends who got in their first periods. I had mentioned that before, and there was a documentary about that. But Black Roo, you're forgetting something. There's something that goes along with it. Those who start their periods prematurely, they also start the aging process also prematurely as a result. So by the time they get to 30, most of those girls are going to look a lot older than they actually are. Your daughters, because they developed, they had their periods and developed when they had, instead of bum rushing it because of the lack of male parents, they're going to age out as they're supposed to be. These other girls who started their periods prematurely, by the time they're going to start, aging also prematurely.
So they become the
That's
first.
that's the thing that people forget about.
Black don't crack is from 2-parent households. Wow.
That's an interesting corollary to the phenomenon I described, and it makes sense because presumably the duration of the nubility or sexual viability of the female would be connected. Well, yeah, I mean, and it would be connected to the duration of her, her menses, cycle, or her duration of her menses. So the earlier she get it, presumably the earlier she should age, because she essentially moves out of her reproductive capacity earlier in life. So yeah, that makes sense. I was not aware of that part of it, but it makes total sense. It makes complete sense. Which is another unfortunate thing, and might also explain a lot of these fertility issues these older women are having, as they try to have children, like your Ebony K. Williams, who herself, I think, never even knew who her father was.
Yeah, she
Or
didn't. She
whatever,
didn't
or
find out
only
about her
just
father
recently.
until exactly. Yep.
Yeah,
Like you
just
said.
recently. Yeah.
Mhm.
So she probably was one of those girls who started her cycle very early, and especially if her mother were bringing it, and it's worse if they bring other men.
Around.
It's even worse than if they don't bring any men at all. If they bring men around, their bodies tell them this is a guy I could fuck and make children.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
so
absolutely.
it's even worse. Yeah.
Wait, y'all. Wait. I'm sorry. Let me let Alan Stranger go. Real quick. I want to get everybody in, Naima, before we continue the conversation. Go ahead, Alan.
Fair enough.
Hey, I was just gonna say I have added to the list of terminal degrees that's in the space. So
Uh-oh.
we out here. We out here.
Hey, look. Hey.
Another one.
Oh, wait. So you're not one of these loser Negroes that's just hating on black women because you're a loser in your mom's basement with no degree and no career and no nothing.
10
Right?
years in the game with a black woman. She
Hey, look.
even know they wildin'.
Hey, bro. It's crazy the stereotype of the black manosphere in particular. Because I'm like, for the most part, the brothers like sisters over here. We just don't like your behavior. You want to be white supremacists. Like and that's why I keep on saying, like, if I wanted to marry Elon Musk, I would be gay. I'm not trying to marry a chocolate dip version of Elon Musk.
Right.
Right? Like, so yeah, no, I'm glad your wife is like, nah.
Yeah. Like there's literally nothing better in the world than a nice, home-centered squat demon who's a black lady. Can't ask for much more.
Hey, you did the way you just slide with your squad demon. I'm like, wait, what?
Just live on that joke.
Oh man, but no, I agree with this. Go ahead.
For sure. I was gonna say that to your earlier point about the whole crossing classes thing and being on track in high school, the earlier analysis is right. The time for women to do that is in college. If you miss the boat in college, I know dudes that are in my program, like white guys, right? And they're single. They're not stopping until they're done. And when they're done, they're swinging for the fences, baby. And if it's not here, then it's some model overseas. Like, I need you to understand, like, well-to-do, well-established, like, oh, he's, you know what I mean, all-American white guy. They're already talking about overseas. Like, that has already spread. The jig is up. So if you ain't get in early, if you didn't invest on the ground floor, it's really quiet out here. Your degrees don't matter.
I think that's there's a window. I think what you find is like the Bowsers, when they realize they can't double back, right? Exactly what Black was getting at. Is like they missed even the white window for what they were looking for, right? So the brothers already disqualified them many times off of their look and then their attitude on top of that. Fine. But then that white window that she would have had was at Harvard, Kentucky, for example. And so she misses that. And then now for her to achieve any modicum of whatever, you got to end up with the dude that looks like I don't like men's no more, right? And then tell us how shallow you are.
And this is all
with that.
All she would have had to do was go to the engineering department or accounting department and play nice with some 5'9" white dude or whatever, and she probably would have got one of them.
She could have did that at
and obviously he probably wouldn't have been particularly good looking or tall or whatever. But by now he probably would be well into his six figures and partner at a CPA firm or whatever, and she'd be fine. But they don't think like that. They don't think strategically like that. They think very short term, very myopic, very solipsistically.
Yes.
Go to the IDT department. Half of those dudes ain't getting any. All you had to do was go in there and just play nice. That's all you had to do.
He's absolutely right. The wildest thing that I saw in the past 5 years was my wife went to an event with her old college friends. Like they were having like a book signing or whatever, and a lot of her friends were from college. Bro, she was the only black girl married in that room.
Oh,
Only
Yeah,
one. I need you to understand.
they miss the opportunities. They squander their beauty. When a 19-year-old black girl who's nice, you know that body is pumping. It would have been very easy for most of them to have locked down some decent dude. It would have been very easy for most of them.
I'm in school.
And you know, the fact that Ebony K. Williams didn't lock down some IBM type dude, you know she's a whole bitch. You know she's gotta be.
Bro, and she
we mentioned it.
hold on, Uru.
We've mentioned it before that she is insufferable. That's the thing, and that's why she's having a kid. And like I said earlier, about women see children as an extension themselves, but women also see children as a means of survival. We've seen this before in the past. I mean, children are a means to an end in some cases. I mean, I remember Exhibit once said this about his kid. He said, "You were nothing," when he talked about how his son was like berating him, and he said, like, "Son, all you were to your mom was a child support paycheck. That's all you were."
You said Exhibit said that?
About shit.
Exhibit son.
Exhibit son.
Yeah.
To his son, he said that. I think it was Alvin. I think it was his son Nathaniel. But what I wanted to mention was like what Black Ruru said earlier about his daughters being the last to get their period. No, that's not what I'm going to go over. But evolutionary psychology has explained, have done research about this shit. I've mentioned this before. Or in that documentary, a woman named Sarah Durham. She went to the University of Durham. Sarah Dunham, I think her name was. They did research like this. They used a bunch of freshmen and sophomore students, all women, and they were able to use facial recognition, stuff and whatnot to prove their point. But Black Girl, you have to understand is like girls like to compete. Teenage girls always are in competition because they're rushing to become adults. And they make it a game over, who gets their periods first, because those who get their periods first are considered, oh, you're maturing a lot more, not understanding what the problem is or what the long-term effects is going to be. That's the thing and that's why some girls get envious when other girls have their periods before them. Like, what the hell?
Well, real quick, Naima, because I want to read this comment from Leon because this is important. And so Leon says, Z, I think you and I are the only ones that know she barely passed college and that she has really bad ADHD. She does not have the mental range to graduate or pass the state bar. Let's stop the cap. I think she could be her sensu bean is her hatred of black men. I think she could pass the bar now.
If she can graduate from Harvard, she has the intellectual capacity to get a law license. It's not as difficult. When I obtained my CPA certification, my professor, one of my professors, a brother who was both an attorney and the CPA, told me once you pass the CPA exam, the bar is easy. The bar is not as difficult as reputed.
Right, and the other thing I was saying
about can pass your state bar. A Harvard grad can pass your state bar.
And what I would say what I would say to that is, look, this lady, I don't know if I have the talking about range. I don't know if I have the words in the range to describe what at least I can see, right, and I can feel through the screen when she talks. Like I don't think anybody else we ever critique or that I ever critique has the it's not Divested Zealot, it's not even Chrissy, it's not Yanni, it's not even Paris. There's who else might have some of that Sovereign Black Woman. She has that too, but she's not just a truck driver or whatever. But Bowser has this level of contempt. You can see it. It damn near melts my phone when I watch her. It's insane, right? And the fact that the only from what we can see male attachment, I think her dad was part of her life in this boyfriend. is like the only real male attachment, at least from what I can see. She has a sister, an older sister, from my understanding, and 2 nieces. So like she doesn't have to have any empathy for black boys or men at all, which makes it, to me at least, even worse, because she doesn't have to be grounded. She doesn't have to come face to face with the hypocrisy so much. She could easily drop the boyfriend at any minute, right? So she doesn't have any type of anchor. Chrissy at least has an anchor because she has a nephew. She has a brother. Bowser doesn't have any anchor to put her face to face with what she's talking about, right? Yeah, man, it's bad. It's bad, and I don't know. I don't know if I have the words to put it. You know, go ahead, yo.
Yeah, what you're saying basically is like, she like what's her face, who has a
And after
brother
that, Alan Stranger and then Ayo. Go ahead.
Yeah, but even then, like you said, Z, the one who has like sibling, the one who has like a brother and a nephew and whatnot. The only thing is she has that empathy, but it's only extended to them because they are her direct blood relatives. Even then, the only even if she does empathize with men, it's usually only to her direct relatives or men in her life that have a purpose in her life or she finds useful. Because once she has no use for you, she's gonna just drop you like a bad habit. I remember having to explain this to a couple guys after they broke up with their exes, and even though they remained friends and whatnot, I said, "Dude, she is not looking at you like a friend like that. You cannot look at her like that. She had whatever feelings she may have had for you then. She no longer has them for you. You are just another man or just another faceless person. You're a blank face." So, and Bowser, she doesn't have that. She doesn't need that. So she can be as apathetic and as resentful as she wants. But it's really
All right, let's let Alan go. Okay, good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Black Uru, and then we'll get Alan in. Go ahead.
No. Don't let me hold you, brother. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Alan Stranger, and then we will get Al in. Go ahead, y'all. All right, I guess we get Alan in. Al in. Go ahead, Al. I'm over here. And they're mispronouncing my words and my names. Go ahead.
Sorry, my mic was left up, but I'll go out there.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Opening statement. Hello, my name is A.L. Evans, and I talk back to women. NIIUAGF. Period. Go ahead.
Hi, A.L.
Hi, AL. We don't care about your opinion because you're blue collar, and this is a white collar space only. you let Bowser talk. Go ahead, Alan.
Black men anonymous. Hi,
Right.
AL.
I might be blue collar, but I have the ability to make white collar money sitting on my ass for 50 years.
I really need us to reevaluate this, AL, because as a person that was low level white collar at one point, don't get it twisted. Not all white collar people are making money like that. It literally, if you're white collar, literally means your office setting, you're wearing button up white collar shirts, bruh. I promise you, I was low level white collar making $28,000 a year. I promise you, it ain't. Yeah, I'm telling you, that don't really. I know attorneys making 50,000. Yeah, go ahead, y'all.
Be for real.
Understand, socially, they do associate, job function with status. So even though you do make less money, the fact that you get to sit in the air conditioned, office spaces or whatever, they view you differently. They look, if you have been in the professional world for a long period of time, you see the creation of a caste system between the lower level professional staff and the people who the janitors or the people who the maintenance people is very apparent. It is very and very often those janitors and the maintenance people make significantly more than those lower level professional people. But how people operate, interact, comport themselves, all the little office functions or whatever defer to the people in that professional staff. The the blue collar people are looked at and are treated differently. They are in a different union. They
Yep,
have
that's a
different
fact.
negotiations. It's
That's
all
a fact.
a very caste sort of situation, and it creates within the mind of women who are again much more
Status heavy.
susceptible to the
Hmm.
environment than men are. It definitely imbues with them some sense of some class and even
Uru,
aristocratic distinction.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
experiencing it right now
Yeah.
in my job.
So this is let me. I'm expose myself a little bit with this. My lady's father, rest in peace, master's degree in the 70s. So Black Uru could tell you what that is. Master's degree in the 70s, right? Working for early 80s. Like this,
Oh,
he's like part of that first, I'm the first type brothers, right? He was
yeah.
so
He was
um,
he was
and,
probably the only
or
black
he's like the
man
second,
in
right?
his master's program. He probably was the only black man in his
He
master's
was,
program.
yeah, he was,
If he was
it
at a
was, he was telling
PWI.
me, he went to a PWI, in Philly. So yeah, he said it was three of them. It was three. So it was, so yeah,
Hmm.
out of a big ass room. So yeah, and so the way I'm able to operate as straight, when I say tell y'all super blue collar, it's ridiculous. It's because conversations. Like this is where Z being an autodidact allowed me to date his daughter, right? So yeah, no, it the class and the education and the way to speak and it really does matter. It really does. Is exactly what Black Uru was saying. It's different unions. So where I work, we do have the separation between blue collar and white collar in the different unions. It really is exactly what Black Uru described. It literally is. So and the way the women perceive it, you can see that's the one thing with black women is for some, and this is what Bowser hates, and what Chrissy hates. For some black women, they can be attorneys, and I know one personally, and attorneys, white collar, literally government working officials, first and even second generation white collar professionals, and you can see them being married to a blue collar brother, and not even no high level 6-figure blue collar brother either. And especially for that first generation of white collar women, black women, successful, you will see them married to a blue collar brother. Their daughters might have a different view, but their granddaughters, oh, you be shit. You be they rather cut their arm off, right? So it does matter for a lot of them, even if the mother or the father may not necessarily care about that. Is he stable? Is he unionized? Is he making good money? Right? And the union really matter because especially if you're unionized, you realize they can't fire you for any old thing. So that's why being unionized matters. If you're, especially when you're blue collar, I would say, especially if you're not college educated, right? So no, what Black Uru is saying really does matter, and it does work on the minds of women, blue collar or white collar. As a person that was once white collar, y'all already know how Mr. Z said he used to dress and whatnot, and I still have some of those clothes. How much of those still fit me? Whole different conversation. The way you're treated, and I make significantly more, even when I was making more than that 28 I told y'all, I'm making significantly more than I was then. And the way you're treated, particularly, once again, by the women, but yes, by some men, white, black, Latino, Asian men, but white and black men, it is a difference, right? And this is where the money doesn't matter so much as the status, because there's an assumption there about intellect and education. When you are white collar, there's an assumption there, and it may be false, but you have to prove that person wrong about how intelligent or how educated you are. Whereas with blue collar, you have to prove that person wrong about how uneducated you are, right? And y'all go ahead.
It's definitely false. It's
Yeah,
definitely
right.
false. I'm getting
Hmm.
my master's, but like at least for me, I have two trades. I work with people. Like I'm all on that stratosphere of people. And it's like it's messed up with the I guess we could say the stereotyping or what we want to call it. You're just gonna assume this person is, I guess, know what they talk about. They're smart because they have a degree. A lot of people don't even like it. It blows my mind when people leave school and say I ain't learned anything. That scary.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that because I even though I didn't finish, there's a lot of things that I had. solidified to me being in school. There are things that I was disabused of. No, so I don't buy into that, it's just a piece of paper. It depending on what you go for and how seriously you take it, yes, it can just be a piece of paper, especially if you don't utilize it to its fullest, extent. But I have watched with with a couple of siblings, and even with me, like, I already told y'all I want to go back. It just matters.
The
Yeah.
networking aspect of a college degree alone
Yeah.
is worth getting a degree. Now, how much you pay for that opportunity should be a function of the network associated with that degree. A degree from, let's say, Notre Dame is worth millions of dollars. It really is, almost regardless of what you study, because it's fucking Notre Dame.
That's a fact.
Well,
right. And let me finally read this real quick. Let me finally read this. And BGS and TD Tellum says BGS tax in effect. Right. BGS tax. Thanks again. And BGS is already gone, but he's been gone for a while. Thanks again for the information on dealing with emotions during loss. And I may have missed that. But yeah. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, TD Tellum. Thank you for the super chat. All right, y'all, go ahead.
So here's the thing when it comes to it being just a piece of paper.
Wait. I'm sorry, Mish. I gotta let Alan Stranger in first, and then you go, Mish. Go ahead, Alan.
Oh, that was me.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, go ahead. Better you. Oh, okay, better you. Wait. So let's let Alan Stranger go.
Better you can go.
Okay. All right.
I was just gonna piggyback off of what Mr. Uru was just saying, because that's one of the biggest detriments to us when we are in those spaces. I feel like there's such an radically individualist attitude to where a lot of us feel like I can do it and I can get there by myself, that we don't, to be put it honest, like you don't know who's going to necessarily be what and could potentially help you on your road in life once you graduate. Like I've gone to school with people who are entrepreneurs. I've gone to people who are in legal who've helped me out in certain areas. So to anybody who is on the younger side, like I know we got Demetrius and everything and Vince and a few others, like go and get involved in some of those organizations. Just get out and talk to people, just period. Because those connections, and even if you're in a professional setting, just sometimes open up your mouth and say, "Hey, how you doing?" and find out what some people do, because you never know how things come back together down the road.
Man, y'all know how many business cards I collected while I was in undergrad? Yo.
I bet. Okay,
so,
Alan, finally go ahead. Wait a minute. Alan, you want to go or you want me to go before you? Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead.
And then we get add, but I'll just make it quick. I just want to say that, like, that hierarchy thing, like, I guess, but I would say that I think black men in particular, on the white collar side, have more of an appreciation for blue collar jobs. One, because it's like, I know truck drivers made more than I did when I had a master's degree and was making $40,000. Be absolutely for real, right? AL probably clearing well over 140, 150. You know what I mean? I'm not watching that man pockets, but shout out to you, another black man stacking to the ceiling. Cool. But I'm saying, like, we know not to get too big for our britches. Also, because those are our cousins, those are our brothers, those are our uncles. You know what I mean?
Right.
Alan, could I give you something to consider too?
Go ahead.
It's because you did the work with your uncle during the summer. It's because you did the work with your dad during the summer, right?
That's
you
real.
like so like the reason why we have an appreciation for blue collar also is because we put the trash out and we mowed the lawn at the house and maybe our neighbor's house. And we helped our uncle put up drywall, right? And we helped our dad with the car. So like that's why I think also that we have a respect for blue collar. It's because for many of us, even though we're white collar, we did blue collar stuff growing up, and we might have even started off blue collar, right? And worked our way into white collar, right? So yeah, exactly. And so we may not have the same contempt for blue collar that the women have, and there's obviously a very status focused element of it that for us it doesn't function the same for us unless you have a particular goal in mind to be white collar so that you can benefit from everything that is associated with a certain type of work, But if you don't really care for that, you're just going for the money in particular, and you just want the house, you want the car, you don't really care for the status that comes with white collar, then it makes us no difference. I would argue
But
for a lot of women, that's a whole different conversation, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I
Yeah.
will, just one more thing.
You
Just
see,
one more thing.
Hmm.
I would argue that that makes us resent them more because when they
Hmm.
talk down on those professions, not only do we see ourselves in those, but again, we see our family members, and it's like, bro, you
Hmm.
can't sit here and talk crazy to somebody making 40K, making 35. Like I made that. Like I was
Hmm.
there 3 years ago. Only reason I'm in a different spot now is because of a degree. But
Yeah.
like, you're still talking about me when you say that. You
Yeah.
know what I
I
mean?
think you saw that in Kevin. I think you saw that in Kevin's face, even as well dressed as he was and how he spoke and his debate skills. I think you saw that. I think that's why he did his defense of Blue Collar Brothers. It's because I think you if you looked at his face when the sisters would go on and on about the particular lifestyle, and you would see a certain level of contempt for blue collar coming from certain college educated black women. And I don't think
Yeah.
now that one, I would think that's maybe 50-50 with black women. I will give them that as I think there might be more of them that's willing to engage in that than some non-black women.
AC,
But
you
for
know
the
what
ones
runs
that
me up?
don't, yeah, you definitely real quick. I said Meech. Real quick, Vince. Let's let Meech get in, and then we'll get you in. Go ahead, Meech.
Okay, so there's
All right.
there's uh there's a couple of things, right? So first,
Mhm.
with the whole, it's just a piece of paper thing. It's only just a piece of paper if all you have it for is status, and it doesn't do anything else for you. There's a whole lot of people with degrees that never used it to make connections. They don't even necessarily work in the field of the degree, right? They're not making any significant amount of money, $40,000 a year, something like that, right? So
Mhm.
it's not all that special. The second thing is there's an assumption that because they have a degree that they are of a certain tier of intelligence. When a degree
Mhm.
is merely that, hey, I stuck with it long enough to finish this program. It
Mhm.
doesn't make you intelligent, right? In fact, I've known quite a few people with degrees that were not very smart at all, right? Third is, how has it actually affected your life? How is life? Is your life at least better, right? Is it great? Is really the question. But is it at
Meech, you
least
do know you
better than
sound
it
like a
would
one eight
be if you
hundred
didn't
number,
have a
right?
degree?
You sound.
What's
How
When
is your life?
Hell
when
One
yeah.
eight
when
hundred.
you
How did your
graduate,
degree affect you?
when
Get off that
when
couch
you
right now.
graduate,
1-800
when you
Evan.
when you graduate from college,
Mhm.
what's one of the first sorts of correspondence do you start to receive?
The alumni association.
Congratulations.
Alumni Association.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Alumni Association.
right.
That is your entree
Mhm.
into leveraging the value of your degree.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
but Uru, most people don't do that though. Let me tell you this. I'm gonna say
Exactly.
this. I'm gonna say
Exactly.
this last thing. I'm gonna say this last thing, and then y'all go. I'm gonna
Mhm.
say this last thing. My when I exited white collar work, right? Because I went from the military into white collar work. When I exited white collar work, I was making roughly the same amount of money, actually a little bit less than my first year in trucking. My first year in trucking.
Mhm.
So people are believing that there's a lot, especially when you're talking about women, because they don't look at the world through our eyes. We look at the world realistically. They look at the world the way they would love things to be. They don't look at the world realistically. I'm not speaking, majority
In
speakers, right?
general. Mhm.
In
Mhm.
general, they look at that degree in itself, whether if they marry a guy with a degree, whether he's using it, whether it actually got him anywhere, whether he's actually making above the average wage or the median wage or whatever it is, right? He has a degree, and they look at that even if he's not around the quote unquote highfalutin of society. Having the degree means more than making more money. But when's the last time you went to the store and presented somebody with a degree to settle what you were paying for.
I mean, Meech, your
You know
argument is
what, buddy?
sound.
My
Wait,
degrees
say,
keep
wait,
me warm at night.
real quick, because your argument is sound, but we are human beings, and human beings are social creatures, and status matters, to it does matter to men. Clearly, that's what I got a Hellcat and not a Scat Pack comes in, right? That's why I got a Raptor and not a base F-150 comes in. That's why I have a
That's
5
true.
Series B, like all of that. But for the women, for them to stunt on each other, especially, they stunt with their man. The man is part, just like for us, but in a different way. The man and his status is part of showing off to the other women. And so
But
for
here's the thing,
many,
Mr. Z.
go.
But
Here's the
but
thing.
but
Here's the thing.
there's
Here's
a
the thing,
part
Mr.
you
Z.
all.
Well,
I think you all are
real quick, Uru.
arguing.
Real quick,
Let's
Uru. Here's the
let's
thing.
do Meech and
Because
then let's do Black Room. But hear me to
real quick,
land with that.
Uru. Here's the thing, though, Z, is that if you show up with the Scat Pack on the Hellcat, right?
Mhm.
You're actually at that level.
Yeah.
These guys, if you have a degree making $40,000 a year, 5, 6, 7 years after college, you don't have that Hellcat with the Scat Pack. You don't have that. They're acting like he does. You know, and guess what? The people you're around that do have that know you don't have that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Well,
They know you don't.
I think we argue a kind of a false dichotomy of degree and blue collar and white collar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look, the degree has historically represented economic scalability, the
Yes.
ability or the enhanced opportunity for economic access. Now, obviously, but here's the thing: it's been watered down to a large degree because
Yes.
of so many more people, particularly so many more females, acquiring degrees. So
Yeah.
even though the perception, so what has happened is the women have not caught up to the fact that the perceived value of the degree is not what it actually currently is. You know, if we go back 30, 40 years ago, that it's a more accurate conclusion to associate a degree with economic scalability. So that's the issue, and even the social part that comes with it. Look, you can't exclude the perception of social value from economic value. They're hand in glove. So it's not
Can
so
I get
much
in
that
after
the
Udo?
women's it's not so much that the women are wrong to perceive the value of the degree from a social standpoint. It's just that social standpoint has been reduced because of the lessening of the economic value of
Yeah.
that
Yep.
degree.
Yep. No, I agree with that, and so Black would beat me to it because I was gonna say, but the flooding of, because if I'm not mistaken, I think, and BJS has spoken to this, at one point it was just about 10% of the U.S. population that was getting college educated. Now it's what, about a third or some odd, something like that. I'm hearing the third to 40%, something like that. So like that
Yeah, it's definitely
definitely
somewhere around there. Yeah.
yeah. So like that's obviously that's
And
good.
not only that, but the degree, the value of the degree in mass has been reduced because when you had a smaller population or a smaller variety of degrees that you can obtain, then the value of obtaining a degree was significant.
Yes.
But when you increase not only the number of degrees, but the variety, when you can literally get a degree, for example, in basket weaving, then
Literally.
the overall value of the degree has been diminished. It just has, you know.
Yeah.
I
No,
wanted to
this is
say
true.
something
Let
real
me,
quick.
real quick, let me read this before you
Go
say
for it.
that. Because we're gonna go for another 8 or so minutes because something came up that I didn't expect, so we're gonna hurry up with that. Well, it's not a reckless stream. It would be a reckless stream, but it can't be a reckless stream. So there you go. And so Sun is Hot Raw says, and thank you for the super chat. If black men is everything except the child of God, of his God, to black women, then why don't they leave us the hell alone and go for non-black men and save themselves from the trouble? They can't. So that's why they're throwing a temper tantrum. They can't. And for many of them, they're just complaining out of sport. because this is like the black gynocracy mating call, or like sister girl call, is like talking crap about black men. That's how they both do the whole, that's how they dap each other up. I don't like black men. You don't like black men, but I'm lying and you're not. All right, or I'm lying and you lying, but we both gonna talk crap about black men because that's what we do to show that we're part of the sisterhood. So for many of them, the ones that actually are true believers and mean it, the reason why they're throwing a temper tantrum and the reason why they're talking this loud is because they actually can't go nowhere. I got nowhere else to go. Like, for real, they got nowhere else to go. And so, yeah. And we'll pause right there with that. And go ahead. I think who was it that was trying to speak? Was it you, Alan?
That was
Or
me. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And another thing I wanted to say is like, one, it does depend on what degree, but also depends on where you go. Like, I'm notoriously terrible at networking. I don't talk. I'm really quiet. I just kind of like to stay in my corner and do what I do. That being said, where I went to school shows up on the resume. That in and of itself will get you in the door. You know what I mean? So
I agree.
That's all I wanted to say on that.
But no, so like, you see how the conversation switched. We originally were talking about Miss what's the incentive? Asked Yanni. So education matters. I think the beauty of social media and the internet and documentaries and docuseries and whatever is that it allows for people like Z to really delve into being an autodidact. Yes, you have to second and third check your sources. But the beauty of social media, and not really so much social media, but these documentaries that we have access to for cheap, if not free, is that you get to learn, and like, it's relatively cheap and fast. And if you have any type of memory, right, you just learn, and you can just like y'all see Z, I can just list off stats, right? I can list off dates and put things into context, not just because I'm watching a documentary, because I'm referencing it. Like, they'll say a person's name, like, oh, wait a minute, who the hell is this doctor? And even if I disagree, then I'll go look up that doctor or that whoever it was, and I'll watch or listen to some of their lectures during work, and then that person will have a debate with somebody else, and then I'll watch that other person, and that you just go down the rabbit hole. And like I was saying earlier, when I met my lady's dad, that's what kind of surprised him about me. It's like, and he was another person that was pushing me to go back to school too. It's been, wow, like, first of all, you said you ain't finished and this stuff, right? Like, and yeah, it definitely but that's if you care. So it's the same thing with the degree. Are you using it to network, right? Are you using it to network? So am I using this internet and social media and YouTube? Am I using it for celebrity gossip, or am I using it to learn? Right. So like,
and a lot of people are profoundly proud of their colleges and universities.
Yep.
Especially people who are multi-generation Michigan grads or Howard or Morehouse grads. They are profoundly proud of where they graduated. Their great-grandfather might have started the Omega chapter at Tuskegee, for example, right? So when you have those people, when you graduate from that school with them, especially if you just happen to be in the same class as them or whatever, you become like siblings. They view you as like a part of their family very often. There's a lot of, you could utilize that to leverage yourself into situations that might have taken you years and tens of thousands or $100,000s of dollars of investment to get into. The fact that you were a part of the class of 1988 of Xavier University might get your ass a six-figure gig that wasn't even publicly posted.
High key. That Spell House network is real, dog. I ain't even gonna lie, it's like a mafia.
So let me read this real quick before you go, Better You, because we're gonna be out of here in a few minutes. And Seeing Red says, and thank you for the super chat. A degree is I stuck with it long enough to satisfy my parents, and for some it is. Like I can tell you, being Caribbean descent, and even for some of my Nigerian friends that I have, friends from Kenya or their parents are from these countries. for a lot of them, it's just simply the bragging rights. Like
Man,
Black Uru is going real into the weeds of like the network and whatever. Really, they just want to be able to go back home in the bragging rights, right? Like all of this other stuff is what their kids maybe thinking about, if their kids are thinking that far. The actual kid that's in the school and going through it, right? But for the parents, they do care about you being educated. They want you to know. I'm not saying they don't want you to know things, but really, it's the bragging rights. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, I get it. I get it, right? To be
My
able to go back
mom is
home
one of
and
those individuals.
and say, yo, my son graduated from here and my daughter graduated from here, and this is what they do for a living, right? And so yeah, y'all go ahead.
I'll bet you there is a Harvard chapter in Nigeria, and I bet you them motherfuckers stroke the hell out of each other. I guarantee
Right?
you they are. I
I
guarantee
agree.
you
I put money here, right?
there's a
Yep.
Yale alumni
USC,
chapter in
Princeton.
Ghana, and they are helping the fuck out of each other.
Yeah.
I guarantee you they are.
not
Not just that,
accommodating
Black
somebody.
Guru.
Mhm.
Not just that.
I'm
Let's not forget also in their cases, especially those from the Commonwealth, they're not just bragging about the ones stateside. Let's not forget the ones who talk about some of their kinfolk went to prestigious colleges like McGrath and University of Victoria, University of Toronto,
Oxford. Some of them went to
Yep.
Oxford,
Yep.
London
Oxford,
School of
Cambridge,
Business.
King's
Yeah.
College,
Mhm.
London School of Business and everything, or they went to other great universities like University of
My,
Frankfurt in
my,
Germany.
my daughter spent the semester at Bath in England.
Mhm. Mhm.
Cambridge or
the
Oxford?
the
No,
I'm
in
writing.
Bath.
Mhm.
Oh,
Go ahead,
Bath.
better
Okay.
you, and
Oh,
then
Bath.
after
That's up north.
Yeah.
okay,
Go ahead.
go ahead, better you, and then we're gonna close out in a minute, and I'll read this. Go ahead.
Uru kind of stole my grander point, but I can still
My
use it
bad.
to.
Yeah,
No,
No, you good.
he
You
does
good.
that
Talk
to
too
me
much.
all
I'm
the time.
sorry,
I'm
bro.
like, God, no, that's a good thing, Black Ruth. But it actually makes me feel proud because I'm like, damn, that's what I was gonna say. But it's good to know that somebody else was thinking the same thing I was thinking. Go ahead. I'm better you.
So I'm writing my third book about the Black work experience, and I was researching the last chapter I just finished writing about glass ceilings and how network plays into that. And this, from all the information I found, it's as much as 40%, excuse me, as few as 40%, as much as 80% of jobs go unposted. And the way those jobs are filled is exactly like Uru said. A company, position comes open, somebody's kind of talking at the top, they not really trying to post. And it's like, do you know a guy? And who do I go to college with? Who am I in the alumni association with? Who am I in a civic organization or civic group with? And they get that text or they get that call, like, hey, you lacking at such and such. You thinking about maybe a career change? And that's how some people get pivoted. That's how some people look up into the opportunities that they do.
And sometimes when they decide they want to put a black man for whatever reason in that position, who's the black guy we know who went to Michigan? That's how they'll do it.
Yeah. And
I've seen it. I've seen somebody go from engineer to campaign manager from an HBC.
Wow. Let me read this real quick. And KMS says, while the value of a degree for degree's sake has been devalued, the networking impact for having a degree remains contingent on where you got the degree. Harvard is greater than Florida VA network. Via the network. I agree. As a Florida native, I agree. Like that's not even.
No, hold on. I would add a caveat to that.
Mm-hmm.
I would say maybe on a national level, but on a regional or like
USF,
a local
I could tell you right now.
in
I already know.
particular,
Yep.
local to that degree, particularly if there are a lot of other people in the environment that attended that school, very valuable in that particular area. May not be as valuable the next state or two over, but may be extremely valuable in that particular town or that particular county.
No, so for us, going to what Black Uru was saying, for us, the politicians and the children of the politicians, a lot of USF,
So Black Guru does have a point. There are schools in your state that if you were to look, you'd be like, okay, that's the school where these type of people go, and that's the school where, yeah. So yeah, no, it definitely matters. And let me
Can I
read
say something real
this.
quick?
Let me
Can
read
I
this
say?
from L's Active real quick, and then yes. And L's Active says a degree in STEM subjects to help you in your career and socially for the most part. I did it initially for my parents, but now it's like the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, and I see you, Els, I see you. And go ahead, whoever was, yeah.
It was me real quick. I was just
Well,
gonna say
that's
that.
like a parent telling a 2-year-old not to put your hand in the fire, and the 2-year-old don't really know why I shouldn't put my. I mean, it looks like a lot of fun, but I said, okay, well, I listened to my parents. They spanked me a couple of times, so maybe I should put my hand in the fire. And then you turn 7 or 8 or 9, and you know what fire can do. And oh shit, I'm glad my parents taught me to not put my hand in the fire. That's what he just described. A lot of times when you're young, you don't know the full implications and value of things. You know you're just being told what to do, and your natural rebellious spirit, to some degree, wants to reject being told what to do. But when you get out in the world, you see how it works, you see how people move, you see what the vectors of power are, and you say, damn, I'm glad I got this degree. I don't know where I would have been without it, or I would have had to make some very different kinds of decisions, which
This
might
is
not
Z
have
right now.
necessarily been bad, but might have limited my mobility in some ways.
This is Z right now. I'm telling y'all, my younger sister is living my dream right now, and I'm gonna have to double back. So Black Uru is literally describing Z right now. Like, I do want to go back to school. It's just time, right? And not only that, even going back, I'm not gonna be able to go, because life happens, right? You build obligations, and so even when I do go, it's gonna be a slow and steady pace compared to early 20s, late teens, without the obligations and without all of that. So let me read this one real quick. And however, and Els also says, however, degree is not a measure of intelligence. Oh, that I think we would all agree with that. And go ahead, Alan. And then after that, we got to make a hard stop. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, to Uru's point, in South Carolina, if you went to SC State or Benedict or Claflin,
hell yeah,
nigga, that's a network. Especially if you in Black law. My God,
you balling.
What part
You
of
balling. You're immediately in the club. In fact, you start hearing from the people. You get on the list, so you start hearing from people who graduated from this school, and especially if your degree overlaps in some area that is of some particular use to them, you start hearing from people that you don't even know about. You discover people know you before you even knew them.
So I'm gonna let that be the ending comment. But okay, finish up. Blacker, go ahead.
No, I'm fine. I don't want to hold you up. I don't want
no, but so because I definitely want you to have the last comment, really. So it's best when it's either BGS or Blacker.
I just want to say, just to wrap it up, a degree is like anything else. It's like a hammer or a wrench or whatever. It can be profoundly useful if used the appropriate way, and it can be virtually useless and might even in some cases be harmful if not used the appropriate way. So,
and we're literally watching that with some of the sisters.
People like to make the comparison between the truck driver and the college grad. And I'm always thinking, you know what, to me, the ultimate kind of setup is that brother who is that truck driver who is doing schooling to get his. If you are a truck driver and you want to have a truck driving business, it would be pretty nice if you got a business degree. It would be pretty nice if you got a management degree or a marketing degree, or hell, especially an accounting degree. Profoundly beneficial to you. So don't make it an either or thing. Find out a way in which you can cost effectively do both. And I'll agree with that. Thanks for having me.
No. So this ending. Let's see. This is why I tend to prefer Black Blue to end, because who's gonna follow up behind that? Anyway, so let's pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day.
Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. And y'all already know I usually would maybe go another hour, but life is lifing, and you know, I can't make this one a part 2 of the Reckless. So we'll just pause right there.
The red bottoms.
Right. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.